Hey, welcome everybody to Tuesday afternoon. I'm calling this show and tell rather than hangout because every week I try to get awesome, interesting makers and content creators and designers and everybody that's got awesome stuff they're working on to come onto the screen, tell us a little bit about it because we're always looking for more information. I've got three people behind the scenes. I think they're eating popcorn or something in the break room. But yeah, let me bring them in and we'll get going. We'll say hi to everybody in chat and we'll get going. Let's see, who do we got here? Hey, Matt, how you doing? James, Honey Badger, Marcus, how's it going, guys?
Hey, guys.
Hello.
What's everybody up to today?
Marcus.
So I was finishing up the 3DQ review, and I was just telling Matt that I was playing about with tree supports today after I've been such a staunch defender of staying inside of Simplify 3D because I paid for it and I refused to use anything else. And then I used tree supports, and now I hate Simplify.
So what was the print you used them on?
So I used it on a couple. I had, I'm doing a Davy Jones bust at the moment, or Michael's doing a Davy Jones bust, but he's printing it upside down, so all the tentacles are straight up. We did a time comparison between slicing it in Simplify and slicing it in Cura with tree supports, and it literally half the time. So and the material went down from 1.1 kilos to 0.4 of a kilo. Like it was insane because of how many tentacles and everything are on sort of Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean. He's got like all that octopus beard. It was just like, it was a lot of supports that were in Simplify. And then you switch over to tree supports and wow.
I got a really cool sticker in the mail the other day from Chris Travis. It says, "Embrace a suck, Snafu 3D." Very cool. And has a little poop emoji there underneath the nozzle. Thank you, Chris. Very nice. Thank you. I'll add that to my stickers over here on my enclosure that I have all my favorite companies and people. I put the stickers on the enclosure. But I got to be careful how many I put on there. Because if I'm printing ABS, I want to be able to see the print, see what's going on. So, but yeah, very nice. Yeah, and welcome everybody in chat. We got Chris Travis, Betty Boop, Kenny Briggs, Gary T, Non-Fam, hello. Dominic. And if I missed anybody, hello, how you doing? Very nice to see everybody. I was trying to do something different today and call this show and tell. So, and more people are welcome to join in. We can have up to like 10 people. But DeWitt Tim, hello. He says he'll pop in a little bit. Very cool. So everybody here, what do you guys got going on?
Well,
Ethan, how's your app going?
Yeah, I'm actually Marcus. My son's
Marcus.
Ethan.
Sorry, yep.
I done that last
time as well.
No, things are going well. I know it's going to take time to get the word out there, and it's still going to take a bit of time. But I think we probably hit a bit of a incline yesterday. Uncle Jesse posted that 3D selfie of his, and it was
nice.
It was retweeted and liked by quite a few people. Tested.com. I don't know if you know who that is. It's Adam Savage's channel. They retweeted it. So that
nice.
Unfortunately, all the metrics and stuff are 2 days behind, so I won't even know how I did for a couple of days.
Well, but it is done and working though.
Oh yeah, the app is out there. It's been out there. I released it like last Wednesday, and then I spent some time over the weekend trying to get it out to people to test.
Would you want to show us the app here in the stream and kind of how it works? And I modded you. You're welcome to post a link in chat if people would like to come check out what you got going on.
Sure, it'll take me a few minutes to prepare. I'll let you know. But
okay, no problem.
Right.
Don't want to put you on the spot or anything.
Oh, did you? I don't know if you guys did. You see the last hot makes on Monday? It was yesterday, I guess.
Yeah.
So they were talking about it. Brian Vines graciously tagged the app as a hot make, and so it made the show.
Oh,
and
cool.
They were talking.
Yeah.
They're talking. Yeah. So they're talking about Andrew Sink was on the show, and he's actually one of the YouTubers who I give a promo code to, And so when they got to that part, Jim was like, Pooch, I'm gonna let you talk about this because I don't even have an iPhone. And Pooch was like, yeah, I don't either. And luckily Andrew was there and he had it on his phone and he's like, I can take this. So that was awesome.
I got a Galaxy S10. I wish I could have the app to try. And my son was really into Android, and I'm on his plan. So maybe when I go to upgrade, I'll see about getting an iPhone. I don't know, but yeah.
iPhones are brilliant, I think. I have every single iPhone and iPad, and the only thing what I don't have is a computer, you know. That's regular Microsoft, I think. That's
PC.
Okay. Yeah, PC.
If you play games, you need a PC, you know.
Yeah.
But I do my Apple development on the Apple, but that's about all I do on it.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys seen this. I posted over on Facebook, and I think I put it on Twitter. But guess who stopped by my house this morning? You're never going to believe it.
Ah.
And then I was a while back. Loyal Moses had posted a picture of him on one of his horses in the arena. So got Bernie there in the background. I threw that up on Twitter. Thought it was kind of funny.
So are there like thousands of people each photoshopping him out of that, or is there some version where the background's already removed?
No,
I go to Sticker Mule. I googled remove background of photo, and Sticker Mule popped up. So I clicked on Sticker Mule where I bought stickers from. You upload the photo, and it'll just take the background out for you. You don't have to pay nothing. You just download it, and then I go to 3D Paint in Windows 10. I pull in whatever picture, and then I insert that item on top, and then I just make it however big I want, and then save it, and boom, it's done.
Cool.
So Sticker Mule, the remove background app, which I'm sure a lot of companies do it, and it just traces it, and then I go to 3D Paint.
No idea. But most of these Bernie memes have been better than, I don't know if you ever watch TV shows and they'll try to do some picture of the family up on the on the mantelpiece, and so they'll have Photoshop pictures of them and with the kids or whatever.
Yeah.
And those Photoshop jobs, I don't know who's doing it, but they're always so bad. And every one of these memes are better
the cheapest person they can find.
Hey Dan, how you doing? Welcome to drop in, Dan, if you have time. Joel in his video where he pulled him up on his desk, and the video editing software I have, when the video was running, I don't know how to do it. I use Platinum 16, Movie Studio Platinum 16. Mm-hmm. You can put objects in the screen like that. I've just never learned how to do it, where you just pretend like you're talking to somebody that's not there. They could actually be moving, but I don't know how to do that. You superimpose another video or picture on top of your video.
It's really easy. I mean, I say it's really easy. It's really easy if you know how to do it, I suppose. But I've got Adobe Premiere, and you literally just drag the picture in, and you can resize it in the preview window, and then it can just sit there for as long as you need it to. It's really easy to use. Well, I say it's easy to use. It's easy to use for a very small portion of what you need to do, and then everything else is really difficult.
Yeah, I use Premiere also. I'm very seldom in After Effects because I don't get that fancy, But as far as cutting up a movie, Premiere works perfectly.
Yeah, the problem that we have as a channel is that both me and Mike, who I run the channel with, we both hate editing. To be clear, we're both terrible at it as well. Like when you watch our videos, they're objectively bad. And someone put up a comment the other day saying there are no graphics in this. It's just you talking. I was like, I do not know how to do graphics. That's why there's no graphics in here. I didn't make an artistic choice to not have any graphics. I just don't know how to do that. And he was like, well, you should. Okay, well, I'm glad you were born with the knowledge on how to.
What program do you edit with?
So I do everything in Adobe Premiere.
You know that if you go to that place called YouTube.com, you can probably find a video on how to do what you want to do.
You'd be amazed. There's loads, and I'm so illiterate when it comes to it.
Yeah.
But
anybody watching, I can put that down here in the comments. I can give them an address to YouTube.com.
Link to YouTube. The problem I have is that if it's something I'm interested in, then absolutely, you know, I'm more than happily go and learn about it. You know, I did it with 3D printing. I did it with, you know, I did it with shooting before I joined the military. I did it with painting and everything else. The problem is, I don't want to learn editing. It's going to push other stuff out of my brain, and the other stuff's more important. I really want Mike to learn so that I don't have to. But I think he's also hoping the same thing.
Yeah,
Kenny Brigg says he uses Luma Fusion for all his editing. I haven't heard of Luma Fusion.
Oh, okay.
There's so many now. But
yeah,
Sean Connolly, who edits, you know, Joel 3D Printing Nerds videos, he does an amazing job. I was a little worried at first because he was putting like so many memes, but then it's just fun to watch, you know.
Yeah. And again, I mean, obviously Joel is producing at a very different level to me. Not to mention the fact that he's paying somebody to edit his videos after the fact, whereas you know, we haven't even monetized that channel. So,
if you have a big enough channel, you can afford to have someone help you, bring somebody in to help you and make it. Wow. My wife says I'm too stone cold to my videos. I'm not exciting enough, so I start them out exciting, and then I kind of I don't know. I am how I am. It's just editing. I kind of know a little of this and that. It just trying to figure it out in time, and you're in a hurry and you want to get it posted, and you know, it takes a long time to learn how to do things. And then next time I do a video, in my case, I don't remember how I did it before. Like one time I was editing something and I put my software in the wrong mode, Movie Studio Platinum, and it's like, oh shit, where'd it go? It took me hours to figure out how to get my screen back. So I had to go watch a couple of videos to figure out how they went to that mode to get it back out of it. I just done a video. I was resin printing a bunch of stuff on my my Frozen Mighty 4K, and here's a Wolverine by Sanix that I did.
Oh,
that's done in resin. His body is in two pieces. His head is separate, and then his hands are separate from the base. And here's the back of him here. Real good detail.
They're already glued together?
Yeah, I already glued it together. I don't want to. I should paint everything separately, then glue it. But since I have so many models around that aren't done, it would just get lost in a box of parts. And I went ahead and glued it together. And there's Cyclops from Sanix.
Cool.
Detail come out real good.
Awesome detail on resin printer. I mean, I'm trying to save up some money for a resin printer. Hopefully, in 4 months or so, I can get one.
Yeah,
but I don't want to get a little one. I want to get a big one, you know.
Yeah, and that's the problem. So we've got a couple of Anycubic photons. We had them before they were cool, but we got them, and the problem that we have is that they're just the size that we do models. Generally speaking, the photon's next to useless to us, to be honest. The build size is just like you can do a head, or you can maybe do hands if the hands and the head are separate, but nothing like so. I mean,
and that's a Popeye from Photo Cement right there.
Yeah, see the detail on that is gorgeous. So like I'm doing a Hulk Buster at the moment, and it's the Hulk Buster where
hey, wait a second, I have somebody on my door.
All right.
Okay, nice.
It's the police.
So like yeah.
The Coca-Cola.
So this is at 1-2 layer height. It's come out really nicely, you know, it's come out really clean. It's obviously not come out resin clean, but it's come out pretty clean for FDM. Yeah. But the problem is that doesn't fit in a photon on its own. So I could probably do the head and maybe one of the hands, and then all I'll have is a really super resolution head and a really nice hand, and I think all it'll do is highlight how terrible the rest of it is. So I've sort of stuck to doing it all FDM instead.
I have money saved up for a resin printer, but Amazon's not working with me. They won't. That's stock. They can't keep it in stock. You guys might know what printer I'm talking about, but
you're talking about the Frozone one, aren't you? Is it the No, it's not the Frozone.
The Saturn.
Oh, it's this. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I know the guy, Akuba Mods. So he bought 15 Saturns.
Yeah, Matt Palmer.
Yeah. Generally a really nice guy. But he posted on one of the groups about about he's got these Saturns in, and oh god, everybody hated him. Oh, they were all so salty. They were all like, well, this is why I can't get one. He's like, yeah, the 15 that I've bought is the entire stock for the US.
Well,
So, that's why you can't get one. It's not because thousands of people have been buying them. It's just me. I did it. And,
he must have really ran up a credit card to do that. I didn't know he was doing that well.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember when the PlayStation 2s first came out. They were really hard to get, and it was before Christmas time, so there was a real demand for them. So if you could get one, you could resell it for double. But they're doing the same thing with the Saturns. People are sniping them, buying them up, and then reselling them for $800.
Thing is, though, is if you look at the Anycubic Mono X or something like that, functionally, it's the same machine. I don't understand why. There's the Keliant one. I think the Keliant 4000 something.
Here's those models right here.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to wait. I'm not going to pay the $800. But
no.
I was just saying that we're also competing with them. With the same supply of printers.
I made him too small.
So he's
pretty short.
I was going to say, why is he smaller? Are they just?
I printed him wrong. Sanix had different files, 8 scale, 10 scale, and I picked the wrong one when I printed him first. Actually, I think I done Cyclops first. I just picked the wrong one when I sliced it. I'll have to reprint him so they're all the same size, about the same size.
In the original comics, he is smaller. He's not, who's the guy they did in the movies? He's not that tall. He's
Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, he's not Hugh Jackman tall.
Hugh Jackman.
In the comics, he's a little guy.
They're saying that he's coming back to do another one.
I'm going to come back. I have some issues with a neighbor right now, so
okay.
I'll be right back.
Good luck.
Okay.
No problem. Thank you. And then
they're saying. Then there were 3. Yeah.
Hey, you can read mine. Anyway, here's that sticker that Chris sent me. Really cool sticker that I showed off a little bit ago. Very nice.
We've actually got some. We did a new logo, so we're doing some stickers. So I need to get you a couple over when.
Awesome.
When we
Marcus sent me one quite a while back. I have that over here. I can take the door off, but you can't see the side of it. Actually, I'll just take the door off and show you the door.
I was watching Brian Vine's video yesterday. He was talking about the Raspberry Pi and getting it all set up with Octoprint and everything. And so for most of the show, you're sitting there staring at the back of his laptop. And I think there's room for an Ethan Makes sticker, between a couple of them. So I need to get one to him.
There it is right here, or Marcus.
Thanks. Very awesome.
There's a bunch of them. 3D Medic Vents, Printed Solid, me, ZYLTECH, Spool 3D, Earth 2020, Wham Bam, Custom 3D. Anyway, there's a bunch more on the other side. So tons and tons of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say I can't put too many on there because I want to watch my print. I'm looking through the front here at it. So.
So, Marcus, are you gonna continue to develop the photo app, or are you gonna start focusing on sort of the next thing?
Well, I do have a whole roadmap planned out for the app. So it's going to continuously get more features, but definitely I've also thought about, now that I have this scanning technology, there are different apps. I'm definitely going to keep this one focused on what it does, but you can use that scanning technology for other apps, even games and stuff.
Oh, what? Use it like an input device instead. So use it like a Kinect, I suppose, but like a really accurate version of a Kinect. Oh, using it with a Rift. Like we're using it with an Oculus Rift. It's a room map.
Yeah, I really want to give my ideas away until I get the app out there. But
oh, he's doing that one. That's what he's doing. Yes.
Think party games. So party games.
Charades.
Yeah, I have a Vibe and an Odyssey. When the Vibe first came out, it was like not shipping to my house was $950. If I would have had to have sold my truck and rode a bicycle I would have done that if that was the only way I could get it. Because I waited for 25 to 30 years to get VR, and it's awesome. And as far as the screen door effect they talk about, that's very faint. Once you play the game for a few minutes or whatever you're in, you don't even notice it. But it's awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
But I've got so wrapped up in the 3D printing, I don't use it very much anymore. But I love it.
I've got the Rift CV1, like the first Rift that came out, that was supposed to be for devs, and I love it. It is brilliant. I bought something called a TP cast, which is like a wireless HDMI adapter to make the whole Rift wireless, which is all right. Like it's not great. The lag's pretty bad, and it sort of really contributes to motion sickness as well.
Hey, Sergio.
But I love playing the games. Like I love Beat Saber, and there's a couple of Walking Dead games and things like that. It's really it is really cool. I really love playing it.
Beat Saber does look fun, and it's even fun to watch other people play.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
So you can do custom songs. There's a site where you can download sort of loads of different tracks where other people have they've made custom levels. So my missus loves like Disney, and she really loves The Greatest Showman. So she downloaded like all of The Greatest Showman tunes, and then she was playing Beat Saber for like 7 hours or something crazy.
Right before I got into 3D printing, I bought a ton of green screen material. I completely done my computer room in green screen. I bought a third Vive controller to put on my webcam here that I'm currently using, and I wanted to film myself in VR, so when I taped it, people would see me holding the gun in the outfit like the character, and they would watch it rather than see me just moving around the room, and then you watch the video over here.
Yeah.
So, but I never did pursue it, but I was getting into it, and I wanted to do it. I just never did.
So it's definitely something you can do, because it's something that it's actually I'm sure is it a feature in Beat Saber or something? But it's certainly, when I've watched Beat Saber videos back, and you can actually see the real person standing there, and then you can see them playing, and it is quite fun to watch. Some of them are crazy hard, and they're really interesting.
No reason to be nervous, Marcus. You just look at the camera and you just talk like you're hanging out like we're doing now.
It's just the longer I'm on camera, the more likely I'm going to say something stupid.
No, I say stupid stuff every day. It's Ask Betty.
I was going to say that ship sailed a while ago for me.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. So.
And
I had to delete one of our earlier live stream videos. So me and Mike used to live stream painting.
Hey, Sergio.
And they were long videos, like they were 4 or 5 hours, because we were sort of painting either multiple minis, or we were chatting in between or whatever. And we were wearing wireless mic packs.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to the toilet, and I didn't realize that I'd left my mic pack turned on and connected. And admittedly, we were very small, so there was maybe 6 people watching us, and I'm pretty sure they all knew me anyway. Like, it wasn't like a wide audience, but they all definitely heard me, like loudly crapping.
Well, it's good that you weren't talking about somebody that you know out of the room. So
yes, that's very true. Yeah. So yes, I had to delete that video before that got us a YouTube strike.
So what are you currently working on, James? You got anything you'd like to show off?
So I'm in the process of a lot of printer maintenance at the moment. So the Prusa Mini clone, I've put a Prusa Mini clone. I've put a Bondtech extruder on, and I'm having some serious extrusion issues with that.
A direct drive, or is it mounted over on the side?
No, it's mounted over on the side. You can't do a direct drive on the Prusa Mini because it's only a single arm. So if you put too much weight on it, it'll just So that's it's just a better version of the one that comes stock with it. And it's sort of printing for like 2 hours, and then it's just clogging. So it's got to be heat creep. I've just got to figure out.
I've got a Bondtech a friend of mine gave me. Hold on. Let me mute myself here.
That's fine. So then I've got the regular Prusa. So that I was messing about with it. A model failed, and I hadn't re-zip tied all of my hot end. So my thermistor got caught on the model that failed, and it's ripped the thermistor out. So so I've got to redo that, which is, you know, it's just regular stuff. But
you can get spare parts. I'm sure you know this from Printed Solid, but I stock all those parts. A spare of everything that's affordable.
Oh God,
because I don't want to be down.
Yeah, I mean, I've got all the parts. You know, my drawers are just full of projects that I thought I was going to start, and then I didn't. So, yeah.
So, is that a clone? I don't know if it's a clone or not.
Yeah, I think that is. Does it say direct drive extruder on it in light blue or something? Yeah, that's a clone.
Okay, it's got two little gears with it. I've never worked with it. A friend of mine gave it to me, so
they're good. If for no other reason, then you can still use them as Bowden, rather than having to use them as a short direct drive. So because they're dual drive, they're a good upgrade to like Ender 3s and things like that. You don't have to mount it to the tool head. You can actually still mount it remotely, and you can print flexibles.
Okay.
You still have to go slow, but you can print flexibles with them. I'll be honest, I've had real bomb techs and I've had the clones. I don't really see a lot of difference, to be honest. I certainly don't see like 60
well, that's the same with most products. People copy. They're usually almost as good as originals.
Yeah.
So, because if they weren't, why'd they waste so many thousands of dollars or however much in production and shipping and, you know, all that packaging and everything?
Yeah. So I've got to fix the Prusa and then the Jenny printer, which has just been a headache ever since I got it. So it's supposed to be an Ultimaker clone. It isn't. It's just a very frustrating machine. So I've gutted it, and I've completely redone the electronics, much like your CR10 Max that you're doing. I've just put an SKR board in it. I've rewired the hot end and everything else.
Yeah, that was the S5 for my friend, and he came and picked it up. And then a minute he got it home and he went to done a print. He had a problem. It's like, oh God, it worked. I worked on it for 3 weeks, like 3.5 weeks. It was fine, but hopefully he's got it printing okay.
Did you get the one that he gave you up and running?
Yeah, I ordered a new backing plate for the hot end from Tiny Machines. And when they sent the backing plate that I took off of it to put on his, it's got an adapter for an ABL sensor, like TH3D or something. Okay. And I need to mount for the BL Touch that was on it so I can restore it to the original. So I called Tiny Machines yesterday, and they're mailing me out one for like $350 plus shipping. So when I get it, then I'll get it put back together and get printing on it and see how it does. I'd like to keep the machine all stock. Whenever I get a machine, I try to see what I can do stock, and before I ever start changing stuff, I want to learn the machine before I change anything on it. Because I might be perfectly happy with what I got. So why I don't take everybody's opinions and automatically do anything till I learn what I got, and then I might make changes here and there.
It's one that I did a video about 13 things I wish I knew about 3D printing before I started. And one of them was don't modify your machine straight out of the box.
Yeah, learn it first. Yeah.
Just get it working, get it printing, and then if it is deficient in some way, fine.
Hey, Daniel.
You know, look to do upgrades and stuff. But
it's scientific method too. I mean, you have to change one variable at a time, otherwise, you know,
you have to understand the baseline. You have to know where you're working from to know what even needs to be changed. You know, do you need to figure out the frame? Do you need to go linear rails? What is it you're trying to do? Why are you upgrading to, you know, an all metal hot end or something like that, and all sorts of things. It's crazy how you go on most of the groups, and literally the first thing a lot of people say is, my Ender 3 is in the post. What should I be printing now? I'm like, I don't know, the instruction manual? Like, what? Why are you trying to upgrade a machine you've not even seen yet?
Well, there was a time when, not for the Ender 3, but for the CR10 when it first came out, that those wheels just weren't, you know, for adjusting the bed, just were not satisfactory. And so you would want to print those, but yeah, that's about it, really.
Awesome, Kenny. You're very welcome. I'm glad it's working good for you. It's not going to be working good forever. Occasionally, something's going to happen. You're going to go, oh shit, and you're going to have to fix it. But generally, printers usually work fine most of the time until they don't. And then you got to fix things, and then it'll work fine for however long until there's something else you'll have to fix or do maintenance on.
One thing I have found is that a lot of the upgrades that I do on my different machines tend to be the same. And I realize that actually all I end up doing is taking a machine and then making it exactly the same as a machine I've already got. So like I had an A10, one of the ZYLTECH A10s, and it was objectively terrible. But it was, it's an Ender 3 clone. I had an Ender 3 that I'd done an SKR board upgrade on, and I changed a few bits on the hot end and things like this. And I got the A10 and I was using it, and it was, it wasn't great. And then I realized that as I was going through, as I was sort of putting things in my basket of stuff on AliExpress that I wanted to upgrade, I realized that all I was doing was building the Ender 3, but with blue tape in the extrusions. It's just,
yeah, there's that Popeye there I did at 100%. When I first printed him, I hollowed him out like 2 millimeters thick. And if you see him in the video, you obviously print it upside down where his ropes are, and everything was pulling apart. It's like ripping apart because of the suction force from the build plate on the Mac. So I went ahead and I made him 5 millimeters thick, which is very heavy. And I probably was way overkill on thickness. But I had a little minor, right here, I forget what you call that steering wheel thing. But the supports right here on 2 of these pulled off and it bent up slightly. But other than that, it came out real nice.
It's just the quality that you get out of resin printing. I know it's messier. I know that resin's more expensive, but the quality is just like that's as good as, certainly as resin casting, really, in the quality that you've got there. All right,
it's pretty much the same stuff, except they use the UV one, and you can actually cast with UV anyway. So ultimately, it's the same stuff.
Yeah, Kenny, that leveling program that I posted that you use that got your Ender 3 V2 leveled fine, where it goes around, probes the corners in the center. I got that from Brian Bynes, BV3D Brian Bynes, and he had somebody design it for him. He posted in his video, and then people were having trouble, so I asked him, can I borrow that file from you and then post it underneath my video so when people have the same issue? Because when I first got to Ender 3 V2, and I leveled it with paper the first time, it was fine. Then a few days later, something had happened, and I had to re-level the bed, but the Z dropped. So the minute I leveled it and I went to do a print, the nozzle was too high. It's like, what the hell is going on? Well, that one, on that particular machine, that carriage, you can blow on it and it'll roll down on you that easy. It moves so easy. So you have to run a bed leveling program that locks out the steppers when you check it. Otherwise, it will move and you won't even realize it. And we have another man popping in here. Hey, what's going on, birthday boy?
Hey,
what are you doing?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Dan.
Well, I don't feel much different than I did yesterday and the day before that. So
What are you, 22 now?
Plus some.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that picture that I posted earlier on Twitter of Moses?
No. I have to go look.
Well, first off, here's who came to visit me this morning. Let me find him. Where is he at? Here we go.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then Moses posted this a while back, so I modified it and reposted
it. Yeah.
And I tagged
him. Yep.
What was awesome is it really looked like your dog was like, "Hey, what's up, Bernie?"
Yeah. He's kind of looking. Yeah. I should have just moved my computer chair out of the way. That way his metal chair wouldn't be sitting on top of my chair. But yeah, it's kind of funny.
Hey, it happens.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah.
So Dan, what have you got on your Prusa?
It is currently printing some 2020 corners.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm just printing a little the corner pieces for a 2020 extrusion, just bring it together because I'm trying to figure out a way to make my cube back here. Let me turn this a little bit.
Is that a fisheye lens or is that bed warped?
No, it's not. But now I got a sticker on my shirt. Damn it. I shouldn't have moved my camera. I was playing around. I don't see if anybody was going to notice. But
Oh, there's Bernie. I see him. Okay.
I had him on the furnace, on the heater. When somebody said something, I was going to say, yeah, he's burnt ass Bernie instead of bundled up Bernie because he was sitting on my heater. But no, with this, I'm actually using the bed off of the Sidewinder for the heat bed, and it's got those lovely 4 posts. And because it's a 110 mains with the these guys are fixed into the plate, I can't just take them out, move them, kind of a thing, or that. So what I've been figuring is I'm just going to take the bracket that held it onto the 2060 or whatever it was. Take that, and I'm going to take some 2020 extrusions and go across from left to right, across the Z, whatever. I'm going to go across, not the Z, the X. But I'm going to go across with 2 of those. I'm going to go through these 2 holes and these 2 holes and just mount 2 pieces of 2020, and I'll just put a T-nut on the back and run a screw through and bolt those down. And then I'll be able to put the bed in the existing 4 holes where it was. And then I can put the spacers, like the solid spacers, in there rather than using springs. So it'll be a solid mount because I'll have a easy ABL kit I'm putting on it for bed leveling. So
are you putting the bed strain release stuff on the back of that Sidewinder?
Yeah, there'll be a bed strain release on here too. Right now I'm gingerly as I can be, kind of trying not to break it.
It's such a shame because so I've got 2 of the Sidewinders and I love them, but that bed is absolutely its biggest flaw.
The bed, yeah.
With
no strain relief, it doesn't want to. So that's why I'll get something. I'll print something up or do something with it for the strain relief. There we go. Put them kind of back in the spot.
All right.
But
I didn't even notice until you moved, and then I see him on the screen.
Yeah. Well, here let's do this. Ready?
That's an overlay in what program?
Huh?
What program? What are you running?
I'm running OBS right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I usually use XSplit, but since I am kind of just using regular web, like using the cameras as webcams now and not trying to do the RTSP, I don't have to worry about using VLC and having to run VLC to pull in the feeds and then pull the feeds into OBS, which is a pain. That's why I was running XSplit. Well, I'm getting tired of XSplit constantly crashing on me. So I just figure I'll run this, and I just grab the URL for the cam feed off of the Prusa, and I'm going to do the same thing for the other 2, and then I'll just grab their cam feeds and the URLs for the cams and pull them in here, and I'll have them stacked again. But for right now, I got Uncle Bernie over here keeping an eye on me. So
very nice.
Yeah. So unless somebody can come up with a better idea for how to mount that bed, because the problem I have is the way the carriage is for the Z. I'm going with the basically I started with the Hypercube 300, but I blew it up to 300, 300, 400 was what I was going to do, because again I was basically taking the Sidewinder and just kind of repurposing it. But then over time I was talking to people. I'm like, for right now I'm going to do 300, 300, 300 because I had a set of Z motors that had a 300 integrated lead screw. So instead of using a coupler and coupling the lead screw to the motor, I've got them. I might as well start with 300, see where that takes me. If I need bigger, it's not like I can't always just swap them with the Hypercubes and the Core XYs. It's really nothing more than just taking measurements and then moving everything up that much further, and then you gain back that much space.
I've seen those integrated lead screws in the UK in a lot of videos, but I've never really seen them in the US much, where it's built in.
Yeah, these came with a I got like a motor kit from Mr. RC CNC. He had a bunch of stuff that he was like, hey, I got all this stuff. I'm just trying to get ready. He's like, you want to buy it? I said, how much? And he threw me a price, and I PayPal'd him some money, and he shipped me a big box that had some extrusion, some motors, and all kinds of other stuff. And it had like a full motor kit. The motor kit was Motec, like they're the Motec motors, but they're like, I guess the box says on it Caribou. So I'm assuming it was probably like one of the first kits that Caribou was selling, because it's from a few years ago. He had it sitting around. Share my. Oh, okay. That's kind of weird that your son and I are. And actually, my birthday was yesterday. So if his birthday is today, then sorry,
fair,
no.
Dan,
Huh?
to be fair, Dan, Daniel has a crazy amount of children. So statistically, someone on this stream is probably going to share a birthday with one of his kids.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
he's got like 9. They're just everywhere.
Marcus,
Yeah,
do you have your printer covered up to keep dust off of it, or you're printing a high temp material like ABS or something?
It is for the dust. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Whenever I'm printing, what's weird is this one here that's covered my Ender 3. I just got this bag. I was excited because I got a new air fryer for Christmas. I'm like, oh yes, that's gonna fit my Ender 3.
Air fryers are awesome.
And then this one is from like,
everybody needs an air fryer.
I remember what that one's for. That one's old, but I've tried like just garbage bags and it just looks worse. So if you can get the clear bags to sit on there, it just looks way better.
Yeah, I
So
built my
is mine.
enclosure out of 2x2s and I stained it, and then I went down to where to go? Home Depot, and I bought like 1/4-inch plexiglass. It was over $200, and I got 4 sheets in it all the way around. Then when I started building the CNC, I took the sheet out of the back. I don't want to spend that much money because it's so expensive, and I put a piece of wood in the back, and then I put that in, made a window in my CNC in the garage, which is still sitting. So one of these days, you guys will see another video on it working.
So I don't really print with ABS. I don't print mechanical parts. I don't really require it. It's just never really, ABS is a bit dear, is a bit more expensive over here, so I've never really bothered. The only enclosed machine I've got is the Jenny printer, and to be honest, that was just because the Jenny printer just comes like that. It's not really been something that I've bothered with. But yeah, everyone really makes cool enclosures, and they all light up, and they've got webcams mounted and everything else. And I'm just like, no, mine just sit on the side.
Yeah, I don't have anything with an enclosure, and I've been fairly successful with ABS, but I don't print anything big with it. It's usually small mechanical parts. And my brother has an enclosure. He built the whole IKEA thing. I think he even ordered parts from Print and Solid for it. But he doesn't print PLA. I mean, Pet G is the coolest one that he prints. He usually prints polycarbonate.
Right.
But he's really good at that. I have no.
This is practice for next week. Look at the camera when you talk to us. You can practice.
Yeah.
There you go.
You do like most of us do. Put your camera near the monitor so that this way, when you're looking at the monitor, see what you're doing. The camera's right there, and you have.
That's a good tip. Well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move you guys over to the monitor where the camera is, and then.
Okay. And again, I was gonna say you have the blessing of glasses, which sometimes gets the reflection on it, so it can throw off exactly where your eyes are. People can't see if you're looking exactly at the camera or just a little above or below. People without glasses, it's a little easier to follow their eyes in. So,
am I looking at the camera or am I looking at Marcus?
You're looking at Marcus.
Yeah.
Actually,
my camera is off like 6 inches. I used to keep it right in front of my screen on a snake arm, but then if you notice in a lot of my live stream, you see me doing this. I'm trying to look around my camera to see what's on screen. So right now I've got it in between both monitors. I'm using a light ring instead of that big box light up top that shines down on me.
Well, thanks for the tip, Jerry. I wouldn't have thought of that. Is this light any better? Does that light me up my face anymore? Or?
No, you want to find something. You want to find something to put behind the monitor to point at you.
Right.
Like me, I went to like the hardware store, and they had this little like discount. It was in like their clearance on one of their clearance end caps. It was like $8, and plug it in and put it right there in front, and it lights me up pretty good. Now I just got to get a contrasting color to put behind me so that I can break up my foreground and my background, like Joel's tip. It works well. Look at Jerry. See?
There we go.
Says the man wearing camouflage.
Yeah, I used to keep my camera above my monitor. I used to keep my camera above my monitor, but then I have to sit there and do this, and I can't read the screen or see who's on screen, so I tried to put it down to where I could do it all at once. Try to keep it fairly close together.
And so, right now, so this is the only webcam I have is the one built into the MacBook.
Okay.
And so, yeah, it's right now it's too far away for me to really read. So luckily I have a monitor here, which is what I was looking at before. And so I'll keep the chat there and I'll keep you guys over here.
Yeah, on my second screen, I got YouTube muted. I pop out chat. I currently took a TV down. I got 3 screens here. So on the center screen, YouTube chat popped out. I can completely close YouTube and not see myself 25 seconds later delayed. It's distracting. If you look over there and you're watching the video, it's delayed by 30 seconds. So once you pop out chat, you can completely close it. So the only thing you're looking at would be this screen here where we're talking, and then your chat screen. And then the chat's delayed like 25 or 30 seconds. So a lot of times when people ask a question or they make a comment in chat, if we're talking, if I post it or someone else posts it, they're like, I don't know what they're talking about in the comment because we talked about that half a minute ago and we've moved on in our conversation. But by the time I can show it on screen, it's delayed quite a bit. So anyway.
Yes. So I popped out the chat. That's good.
Yeah, just hit pop out chat and you can close YouTube completely. Yeah. That way you're not distracted by YouTube, by what's going on.
Yeah. Jerry, I gotta run. I just want to pop in and say, hey, remind everybody to hit the like button. I got to go assist my wife real quick. She's got some actual 2D printing problems in the house. She can't get the printer to work, so I got to go in and play tech support. So
bye, Dan. Bye, Bernie.
Thank you very much. Take care, Bernie and Dan.
See you guys later.
Later.
See you later, man.
Alrighty then.
So Jerry, how's the Etsy store going? Is everything?
It's not. I have to check my email every few days, but I've only sold, I think, 1 sticker. I haven't sold any models. I need to take a lot of my stuff behind me and just barely try to break even plus shipping and just get rid of them. So I got to get rid of all my models. Yeah, I jacked up my prices, what I felt they were worth painted, and I'm not selling anything. So I think I'm just going to slash prices. I'm not going to lose money, but you have to buy the files usually, and you got to print them and paint them. And there's time involved and try to, go from there.
Can you tell if you're getting views? Like if the pages are getting views? So
I'm not sure what it's getting. I used to post it on Twitter, and a few other people plugged me having it. Joel even plugged me about having it, and I've only sold 1 sticker, so it's kind of depressing. But yeah, I need to get rid of some stuff. And then my Patreon that I started like 6 months ago, I had 1 Patreon. And I said I was going to post all this content every week before I did it in other places, and I haven't done it. I don't know. The day gets away from me. I wake up and I do this, and this, and the day's gone. Like today, I'm streaming. I got up late, and I didn't get up late, but I'll be streaming for like 4 hours. Then I'll make dinner and watch a little TV. It's time to go to bed and start it all over. So I need to delete my Patreon. I deleted most of the stuff on there. Content needed to completely make it go away, but there's not just a simple delete button. You got to go through a process. Then it takes up to like 30 days for them to delete it. So just too many things going on.
We had a similar one. So I was working with a local 3D print shop, and they decided they wanted to do a Patreon for like model railways, but like to 3D print parts for a model railway. So it wasn't just trains; it was scenery and sort of benches and lampposts and all that sort of stuff. We tried like a bunch of different stuff. But we finally actually got in contact with a bunch of relative sort of local model railway groups, which are some of the most boring people I've ever spoken to in my life. But they basically said, so the whole point of model making is that you make the model. That's kind of the whole point. That you're making your own trees and you're doing all that sort of stuff. That you've made everything that's there. And if you don't want to make everything that's there, and you've got the money, then you go to Hobbycraft or wherever, and you just buy a bench. It's like $2 or something like that. It's not expensive to buy a bench. It's like, right, but if you got our Patreon, then you could have infinite benches. It's like, I've got like 3 benches. That's all I need. And it's like, okay, fair enough. So we gave up on the Patreon in the end. It just wasn't working, and it just it was just taking up more time. But it's one of those ones where it takes up so much time that you feel like you've got to sort of you've invested so much time into it that you really struggle to. You really struggle to say no. Actually, I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah, Ethan has a Patreon. Now he hasn't made a video in a while, which is why we haven't done the Patreon. Like, if he ever gets to the point where he's making videos regularly, where he's actually, giving back to the people that are giving him stuff, then we might. But I just wanted to reserve the name. Was the main reason I created it.
How old is Ethan?
He just turned 13.
Okay. Yeah, those were fun years with my son being a teenager. So, anyway.
Did you see like the 7-year-old who made like $21 million last year on YouTube? He just reviews toys, and most of the toy reviews that he does, I mean, they're terrible.
My son watches them. Yeah.
Doesn't he?
And they don't pay for toys. They also review Disney vacations because they get everything for free.
Yeah.
Right.
And he made like $20 million, and he's like 8. And I'm an adult.
Well, I think it had to start because the dad is a really great video editor. Like he was putting special effects in the movies or the YouTube videos from the beginning. And so it's fun for the kids to watch.
Yeah, it's just one of those. It's just one of those ones where he found his niche and off he went. Again, when it comes to the selling the 3D printed stuff, so I've got a couple of people who they make rifle parts, but they're like rifle buttstock parts, and the amount he sells them for is, to me, it feels like it's more than you would pay if you just went and actually bought like a proper one.
Right.
But because it's 3D printed, he's properly found his niche and he's making loads from it. Neat. It's annoying, but it's fine.
I've got a spring steel sheet here I got from David Petzel, and the type of glue he used on it couldn't withstand ADC for PETG. It done PLA at 60, no problem, but when I cranked it up to 80, printing, then all the corners peeled up on it all the way around, and the glue couldn't hold it. And then the glue that was left on both of them dried hard, and it was a mess, like a volcano. It was like a molten mess, rock hard. So I took a bunch of what do you call it? Acetone, the rag, tried to wipe it off, and then a razor blade. And I got this pretty clean, the spring steel sheet, but the Lexan is kind of trashed. I got too close to my nozzle and burned it, and there's another corner where the acetone kind of eat it up, and it's paper thin. And when I started building my Hypercube, I don't know, quite a while back, I had bought a bunch of Lexan sheets because I was going to put one on it, but I was told if I put this on the bed by itself, even with clips, the heat will make it curl up. So I figured, well, I got 3M adhesive sheets that I bought off of Amazon that came a few days ago. And so I figured I could use this new one. But the only problem is this other sheet that I have is very thick. It's like really thick plexiglass. It's not a quarter of an inch. It's like half that distance, but it don't have much flex to it. So if I put this on the spring steel sheet, it might work fine and bond with the 3M adhesive. But when I go to pop the print, it's not going to flex much. So it may not pop a print. I mean, I can move it, putting a lot of force, but I can't flex it a lot. Where the one that David had on here, this other one, I mean, this one, look at this. You can easily bend it.
Can't you just print directly onto the spring steel?
Well, I don't know if I could or not. I don't want to print directly on spring steel, but I want to print on the Lexan and try it out. And since I have 3 or 4 sheets of this, I figured I'll try it. It's just the point is that it doesn't flex much.
Because these are the bed sheets that used to come with the Prussias.
Yeah.
One side is a PEI sheet, and the other side is just basic spring steel. But you can use both.
I've never
put hairspray on this.
Okay.
I'll give that a go first. Oh shit.
I've never tried with hairspray or glue stick directly on a spring steel sheet, but
are you going to be using that Lexan on a heated bed?
Yes.
That's why the same issue.
That's why the one that he gave me, it was something he wanted to end up marketing and selling, getting a patent on, but he couldn't. So me and the Llama, 3D print Llama, got one to test, and it worked great on the first print with PLA. And then the second print, a few days later, I cranked the bed up to ADC, and he said he was working with a new type of glue, and it just peeled up and curled, and then the glue dried rock hard. So I was attempting to clean it up so I could reattach it with these 3M sheets, but this Lexan is pretty much trash. I couldn't clean it up properly. So I figured, well, I have thicker Lexan, maybe I can use it, just so I'm putting Lexan back on it. I don't want him to mail me another piece of this, so I don't want to, trash the process.
I was going to say, in all honesty, so I use. Where's the stuff I use? Hold on. I just use this sort of extra strong hold hairspray, and for all intents and purposes, it's exactly the same as like 3D lac or anything like that. Same stuff.
I've never tried hairspray. I used glue stick and my Hypercube on mirror, and that was what my go-to used to be. That until I moved into what's called the little bottle nanopolymer. Then I moved to nanopolymer, and then when I print ABS in my enclosure, then I always use glue stick.
I would try using something like that. I mean, you can pick that up down at like the local store for nothing. You know, it's dead cheap. And I print directly onto the spring steel. I printed on the spring steel when I had the Area 1 Thinker. That comes with a spring steel sheet, and there's no coating on that or anything. You just give it an even coat of that stuff. The reason I don't like using the prick sticks and the glues is I always found that they left an uneven residue across the bed, and I was having to print with rafts. And I was like, well, if I've got to print with a raft, I may as well just print with a raft. You know, there's no point in spending all that money on a glue stick and then still having adhesion problems.
I didn't like the pattern that the glue stick leaves on the bottom of the prints either. The hairspray is way better for that because it doesn't leave a pattern.
Yeah,
I'm behind on chat. Let me catch up here for a minute.
So I always used to use. I started using hairspray when I was printing Pet G, because I had a glass bed at the time. And if you don't have a release agent, then Pet G just like bonds to glass and it'll shatter. So I started using it for that. I never actually originally started using it as an adhesive. It was always as a release agent.
I've definitely used it for both. Yeah.
Hey, we've got another special guest popping in from Canada. We've got Tim. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing? What's going on,
man?
Hey, I just thought I'd pop on for about a half hour. I'm just at work.
Cool.
Saw you on, and I jump onto your streams whenever I can. And
you managed to raid anybody else's offices for ridiculously expensive equipment?
No, not yet. But wow, no. I also I noticed I tallied it up. It's about a $10,000 printer we got, and then it's about $1,400 worth of ink that came with it. So
awesome.
It had spare ink cartridges, another couple $100 worth of paper rolls. So, and then the drafting stools I got that I'm using at my studio at home are
once you got that relocated, did you go back to see what else they wanted to give away?
Well, they actually have a couple beautiful drafting tables, but I don't know if they're willing to let those go. So,
well, if they do, you could always sell them. Put them on Craigslist, make some money.
Well, that's just it, right? So, yeah. So I'm just over behind me right here printing. I'm printing a 3D Bernie, just to see if it can be done. It's the one that the model Joel did on his resin.
Yeah.
Did I show you by my house this morning?
Oh, look at that! That's cool.
And do you know that guy everybody calls Loyal Moses? Look at this.
Oh wow! Oh look, he even visited the ranch. I don't know if he's been spotted in Canada yet, but might be a bit cold up here for him. But he's
it's probably too cold for him.
Yeah, I hear the lady that sold him the mittens. I guess somehow she got found out about online or on the news, and now her Gmail account crashed because so many people were messaging her wanting to buy mittens.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Her business went through the roof.
She's turned them all away. So he was on late night. I think he was on I think he was on Jimmy Fallon or something like that.
Yeah.
And the woman actually said, "I'm a working mum. I don't have time to make you people mittens." She just closed her Gmail account down.
That's funny.
Oh dear. How are you getting on with is it the Mingda you've got, or is it the Solvo?
The Mingda Rock 3. I did a live stream on that. Built it on Sunday, day before yesterday, and I just finished my second test print today. Looks pretty good. I haven't seen the test print. I've just been monitoring it on my phone. It finished about an hour ago.
Cool.
So is the dual extrusion?
Huh?
Is the Rock dual extrusion? It's not, is it?
No, it's not dual extrusion. Direct drive extrusion.
Right.
So the one thing it's got a nice extruder. It's got a Bondtech clone and then a V6 clone hot end. But A lot of people on my stream are surprised it doesn't have auto leveling, but I don't mind. I don't mind manually leveling a bed. So
I would like to try out JG Maker's Artist D, but one, I can't afford to buy it, and I'm not a large enough channel. They ship me one to test and review. But that looks cool for dual heads. I like the way it's built. It looks like a nice looking machine.
it does.
Once you get it dialed in, just right. It looks really cool.
Yeah, we were talking about the IDEXs on the channel last time, weren't we? And it's the idea that it's hard. It creates a real engineering challenge because those two nozzles are both on the same axis, but they have to be perfectly level with each other.
Yeah.
So unless you create a way to sort of raise one and lower the other, then they have to be perfectly level.
Yeah, I have a FlashForge Creator 3, which is an IDEX, and fortunately mine are from the factory have been extremely level, but there is a screw in the top of them. Apparently, I haven't had to use it, that you can adjust the level slightly with. So,
right,
if you change a nozzle, chances that when you tighten that nozzle on, it's not going to be exactly as it was before. And if you're off by a 1/4 millimeter, whatever, that's going to adjust your first layer. But they do have an adjustment screw in there, apparently. I just haven't had a chance to use it. Haven't had the need to use it.
Yeah. So Ultimaker have got retractable cartridges in theirs. So the left and right actually, and the left and right nozzles actually, if you're only printing with one, the other one physically retracts.
Oh, okay.
So when it initially goes to probe the bed, because when it probes the bed, it's not got an inductive sensor; it's got a pressure sensor in the nozzle.
Oh.
It levels both nozzles at the same time all the way around the bed.
I don't think you can do it, but that'd be cool if you could have two G codes running, this color over here and this color over here, as long as they didn't clash. Have two different prints going at once.
Mirror mode.
Cool.
It is mirror mode. IDEXs all do it.
But you can't do two separate models.
That's what I meant. Two separate models.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't be able to do that. No, you're right. Because they share the same x-axis. You can do the same model twice, but two different models. No,
you'd need two motherboards basically, because it's processing two different sets of data. So
you certainly need two separate z-axis, and you'd need two separate x-axis. At which point you've got two separate printers.
Well, you know what? When you pull models in a slicer, you're dropping G codes on the bed. There's no reason why you couldn't have two different models that you pulled in. It's just like having this figure right here in multiple parts that I pull in. I could just pull in a different STL and put it on the bed. It's just you want this one print in this color and this one in that color.
Maybe you can, because basically in the slicer software for my FlashForge, I basically pick whatever and I say, okay, this is my left head, this is my right head. Yeah. And instead of overlapping the two color model so that they're on the same axis, if you separated them,
that'd be two different models.
It's two different. I'm going to try that, Jerry.
It'd be just like if I printed two chests on one side and two legs on the other side. They can be whatever STLs I put in. Just keep them separated, and this color, and you can print right fast.
They have to have the same layer height, because obviously you don't want one going up quicker than the other.
Well, surely all that it would do is it would do layer one of left model first, and then layer one of right model, and then layer two, and then layer two, and then
doing a two-color model.
Rather than printing both simultaneously, which is what mirror mode is, it would print them sequentially, but just like layer one.
Yeah,
because you wouldn't be able to have different layer models.
And we had snow in Las Vegas today. Across town, we had snow. Where I live on Sunrise Mountain, we didn't, but it rained overnight. And a lot of Vegas and higher elevations got snow. So it's been all over the news. Kids, not playing hooky from being on their online school and making snowmen and having snowball fights. So they've had different cameramen on TV, and I was waiting for one of the kids to nail the cameraman. That'd be perfect. But none of them threw him. I would have done that. I would have thrown a snowball's cameraman when he went live, blasted him upside of the head. That'd been funny. It'd be on bloopers. You'd see it on YouTube later on down the road. So, anyway.
But you gave me an idea for another video, Jerry. Thank you.
What's that?
You gave me an idea for another video or live stream. I'm going to try that.
Okay. Oh, and I seen something else on Twitter that was cool. I don't know who it was, but they took some CDs, the clear CDs, and they put a blowtorch on it, got it hot. The girl blew through it, and it blew out like a big, long, 20-foot long. It kind of looked like a balloon.
Oh,
it was really cool. They just heated up the CD with a little blowtorch, and then she blew through that spot, and it blew out what looked like a balloon like 20 feet long. It's pretty hilarious.
Wow.
Betty's immediate comment: No,
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 Jerry.
Jerry, we're not doing that.
No to the balloon, out of the CD.
Yeah.
Or no to an IDEX printer.
No, probably the IDEX printer, because should you have too many printers? I said yes, but I need to make content to have videos to get more subscribers. So that requires having more printers. And right now I'm saving up for a Prusa Mini. So any donations that I get through my streams, I'm almost halfway there right now. I'll order a Prusa Mini, and that'll be some more videos. Do I need the equipment? No, but to make videos, yes, I need more stuff. So
yeah.
It's the catch-22, isn't it? You need the material to make the content.
Yeah.
So you need the subscribers beforehand. It's like we were talking earlier. You know, Joel can afford to pay an editor to make good or great videos. You know, to make them look really good, to make the sound really good, and everything else. But he can only afford to do that because he's done really well on his channel, and he's making a decent amount of money each month from those from his AdSense and everything else, and it means he can afford to pay. It means he can afford to pay for editing, and the same goes with the equipment. Admittedly, he doesn't pay for his printers. You know, he gets sent the printers for free, but he can only do those printers and make the content because of the size of his channel.
Yeah, good point.
Well, originally the 3D scanning app was going to be free. I was just going to use it to promote Ethan's channel, and then I kind of had an aha moment. I said, should we make it free just to promote your channel, or like should we try to make money off of it, and then that money we can use to buy more stuff we can make with? Like we could buy, he's really into hydroponics. He has a couple hydroponic systems. He grows herbs and stuff in the house. He wants more of that stuff. It was kind of a mutual decision. We decided to, try to earn some money.
Yeah, but it's the same. You know, I've said to Mike that I'm not particularly interested in monetizing our channel. I mean, we're not at that point yet. We've literally just hit 1,000 subscribers.
Cool.
We're we're growing, but we're not at the 20, 30, 50,000s that a lot of other people are. We're not even at the
I'm at a little over 2,000 right now. And I remember when Richard and Brian from the First Layer, I remember when they first started out, and then they got to a certain point, and then all of a sudden they just went zoom. So I guess when you get to a certain point and put out enough content, more people see it with the YouTube algorithm, and then automatically people just come. So
as long as you keep making videos, I mean, it's a literally if you make it, they will come type thing.
Garrett from 3D Print Farm doesn't have very many videos, but he's got like 25,000 subs. And he said that there was one particular video that really shot him straight up.
Nice.
So you just got to do really good content. I mean, mine is mediocre, but I like it, and I hope most people that watch my stuff like it. But it is what it is. So,
yeah, we were never going to monetize Ethan's channel. We were hoping to get 1,000 subs so we could have that community tab and do all kinds of more interesting stuff. But ultimately, this is going to be on his application for college. And it's something that he can maybe continue to do as he gets older.
Is Ethan home? Is Ethan home right now?
Yeah.
Could we meet him?
Yeah, I can go see if he wants to come and say hi.
That'd be cool. Yeah, we'd love to meet him.
I mean, look at it this way: if his channel gets big enough, he may not have to go to college. He may be making like $20 million a year just reviewing children's toys.
He's so smart. I wonder what he can actually learn in college. But he needs to be in a job where he solves problems, because man, the brain on that kid. Anyways, you'll see if he comes in.
You should go and work for Tim.
Yeah, we'd love to meet him.
Yep, let me go check.
So I got the video that's gotten the most hits on my channel so far, the most views, was the video I did, the Prusa Mini versus the King Rune. So it was comparing two printers.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start doing a bit, since I have a variety of printers now, I'm going to start doing more content like that. I think because people are interested to see, a cheap printer versus an expensive one. What's the difference in quality? I was surprised. It got a lot more hits than any of my builds have gotten. So,
and weirdly, we've two of our most popular videos. I think so. Our Prusa clone video, where we bought one of the Feist clones, and it was like, get a Prusa for 250 quid. That kicked off, and that got like 10,000 views.
right.
And then we did another one, and it was.
Hey,
it was
there he is. Hey, Ethan. How you doing?
Okay, you're unmuted.
Hi, nice to meet you, Ethan.
Yeah, we hear a lot about you all the time on all these live streams, and we wanted to meet you, so it's really cool.
He doesn't do many live stuff.
Yeah, next week on
he's a little shy.
EduTech, your dad's going to be on as a guest, and he'll probably want you to come in and say hi, and that'd be really cool. So it's very nice meeting you.
Yeah.
I live in Las Vegas, and we got a man up there in the top, the bald-headed guy wearing glasses from Canada, and Honey Badger down below. He's over in England. So
We're looking at a future YouTube star.
yeah, you're going to be famous someday.
Yeah.
And we can say we met you on this day.
You won't have to work at McDonald's. You'll be able to sit at your computer and just program and make cool content, and you're going to be famous.
We hope to meet you guys like when things reopen, at the MRFs and ERFs and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Well, anyways, real nice
Sure,
meeting
bye.
you.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Thanks, Ethan.
Alrighty. Yeah, I thought you had speakers. I didn't know you had an earbud in.
I always get feedback.
Okay.
So then the other video was an instructional one, and it was how to do like an Ender 3 silent mainboard upgrade. And it was one of the worst videos I've ever shot. It's all out of focus. You can't hear me for most of it. I'm pointing at things that aren't on camera, and it's still like got 11,000 views.
Wow.
And I've no idea why. I don't know if people were watching it ironically to sort of this is how you normally don't make a YouTube video. But yeah, it was terrible. It was really bad. And yet that seems to be one of our most popular videos, which is really annoying.
Well, my wife loves your accent, James, so that's why she always watches. She's like, oh, he's going to be on. Cool. I want to watch it.
It is weird how us Americans fascinate over the accent.
Yeah.
But British people do it about the American accent, to be honest.
Really?
And especially, and that makes me sound incredibly old, but younger kids. Like I've got a nephew, and whenever I see him and he's been talking to his friends for a bit, talks in an American accent, I want to punch him straight in the face. It's not how he sounds. No,
I know when I watch that series Vikings and Maker Vikings watching, he might have an opinion. There's a certain accent that the Viking people have in the show, and I can't tell you what it is. I can't describe it. It's just like a little extra on the end of their words, and they all have the same type of tone. I just can't think of what that is, but
it's Nordic.
I like it. It's interesting.
Nordic.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Marcel, for the $1.99. Thank you very much. I'll put that towards the Prusa Mini that I'm saving up for. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
So Ethan is a maker through and through, and he understands that if he builds an audience, when you make something, a big part of that is sharing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there are Zen people who, like the people who do ice sculptures, they don't do it in their basement, maybe to practice, but at least, it does melt eventually, so it goes away, but, other people can enjoy it while it lasts. And the same with the sandcastles. Now, it'd be very Zen, and maybe there are some people who, are so realized that they just make the art and it's gone and it's fine. But for most people, like me especially, like I want to make something and share it. I want to see other people's faces and expressions. And so he knows that if he builds an audience, when he shares stuff, that there's more people that will see it.
Yeah.
And so he has that understanding, and that's the only reason he wants subs.
There's a 99% chance that next week on my live stream, my special guest will be Sam, the real apprentice will be on. He was on my last Hangout, and he does all kinds of, we worked behind the camera with Star Wars and a lot of movies. He does R2-D2s. He is just an amazing guy, and he hung out almost 4 hours last
Yeah.
week. I had a live stream on. He's probably going to be my special guest next week. We wanted to do it this week, but he's out of town working on some stuff. So we'll probably I'll get it. I'll know this weekend. I'll get it scheduled and get it posted.
What's Ethan's channel?
It's called Ethan Makes.
Oh, okay.
So he's always making stuff even when we're not making videos. But here's the thing about the videos.
Tell him to stop and start filming it.
Obviously, I've been busy lately, right? But unfortunately, it kind of takes us. We both have to be ready, and it just doesn't happen as often, you know. But he keeps saying, "Dad, we need to make more videos." And yes, I agree.
Would you like to post a link to your app if anybody would like to check it out or find out more information? Do you have a link you could post?
Yeah, I can get one.
Because if people aren't live watching this, they'll see it tomorrow, next week, next year, next month, whenever they watch it. And you know, that's what I like about live streams. You have different people, and you never know what you might learn. So it's always good to watch them all the way through because you never know. Somebody's going to talk about something that, oh wow, that's the answer you've been looking for, and they just had it on the live stream. You never know.
So James, I just took a real quick look after you mentioned your most popular video. Actually, I did have a video I did a while ago about putting 2208 steppers in an Anycubic.
Yeah.
And that actually, I've got over almost 2,000 views on that. And that was one where I smoked a stepper. I made all sorts of mistakes.
Yeah.
I got the job done, but it was comical along the way. And that has my most views. I just noticed.
It's mad, the ones that get the most views.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand, and it's annoying when it happens and you don't know why, because then there's no way for you to replicate it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like with Jerry's. I mean, a lot of your videos now, Jerry, tend to be these hangouts and interviews and things like that. It's a lot of interacting. It's a lot of talking backwards and forwards. But it's very hard to say why one video is really popular and another video just doesn't seem to get the same number of views when format wise and guest wise they're almost not the same necessarily, but you know what I mean, it's similar content, and yet some views will get, you know, some of your videos have got like 2,000-3,000 views, some of them have got a few hundred. It's infuriating. It must be infuriating. Same with us.
Join in, Betty Boop. I can send you a link. Join in.
I think that's the secret too behind YouTube is you've got to find that niche and find, you know, and if it was that easy, everybody.
Yeah, everyone.
So
yeah, it's a conversation that we quite often have on some of the groups when it comes to someone saying, "Oh, I want to open my own Etsy store. What 3D printer should I get?"
Yeah, exactly.
And the first answer I always give is, so let me just rephrase your question. Your question is, hey, small business owners, please give me your business model.
So $19.99. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'll put that towards my Prisa fund. Thank you very much. You're awesome. Thank you, Sergio.
So yeah, so it's sort of, I said, let me just rephrase your question to this community, which is, hey, small business maker, please tell me all the things that make you money so that I can open a competing store.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're like, no one's going to give you that answer. But secondly, you know, the people who are making money out of 3D printing, and there are a lot of people who are doing it, you know, content creators, and there are people who are, you know, doing Etsy stores and things like that. They found a niche and they're fulfilling a need. You know, they're not just printing stuff for Thingiverse with a £100 printer they got and that's it. They, you know, they've got a skill set that they've managed to turn to something. And I think that's what's more impressive about it, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
Betty doesn't want to drop in and hang out with us. I'm trying to get her to. She's in another room. She can hit the app on her phone. I showed her how to do it the other day, but I don't know. It took me 6 months to get non-pan to pop in. So good luck with my wife, right?
So I'm ready if you still want to see the demo of the app. I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Share the screen.
Sure.
All right, here, let's try it.
Yeah, come on, Betty Boop. Get in here. Betty.
All right, here we go.
All righty.
So this is actually my computer, but it's tethered to my. Sorry, it's my iPhone, but it's tethered to my computer, so you can see just what's on the screen.
Okay.
So when you first install the app, now I've already unlocked everything, so you're going to see what it looks like if you purchased the bundle, which unlocks other features. But it comes with Ethan, because we want you to have something to start out with. And so if you tap, and he kind of tells you, he's kind of like Clippy. I don't know if you guys remember. He kind of gives you tips on how to get started. He's saying to tap the scan button.
Oh, okay. Clippy, the Microsoft thing. Yeah.
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 And maybe a little bit Tom from Facebook, you know. You get your first friend for free, and this is your first scan for free. So if you tap on Ethan, ignore the red button. That's a feature I'm working on. It's not released yet. But the reason it's red is because it thinks I'm recording, because it's going to my computer screen. I'm talking to the wrong monitor. All right, so yeah, so here's what I hope is going to be the most popular feature is kids scanning themselves and doing 3D selfies. Now I could scan myself and do a 3D selfie, but I'm going to show you what it would look like. Assume this is me and I just scan myself. So I want to make a video. So it renders them. So it makes a nice little turnstile video. It's only 15 seconds long because, you know, attention spans. And then it puts it in this little previewer, and you can like play around with it. And when you're ready, you just hit the share button. So I must not have unlocked that one. Oh, I did. Okay. And then you can put it on Facebook. You can put it on email. You can text it to whoever you want.
What's stopping you from designing this for Android? Is it a whole different process?
Yeah. Well, I'm not an Android developer. And my wife asked me that today. She said, do you have to hire an Android developer? Unfortunately, and this is just, I don't know much about Android, but this is what I heard from other people is while the Samsungs and some of the nicer Android devices do have Face ID, they don't use the same technology. So they don't have a true depth sensor.
Yeah, it's different.
We have to wait until Android catches up as far as technology goes.
It's you would get a significantly different level of detail from pretty much any Android phone than you would from an iPhone True Depth, for sure.
So, and you can also say this to your camera roll if you want, you know. So basically, all the export features. Now, in order to print them out, you have to do an export. So there's like export, PLY, and STL, or whatever. And those cost money. So like if I already unlocked it, you'd see a little lock, like a lock icon next to everything that wasn't unlocked. But I wanted people to be able to see what they're paying for before they actually pay to unlock it, which is why the scanning is free. Scan as much as you want, you know. And when you get a great scan that you want to print, then you can do the toggle mesh. Then you can see what the mesh is actually going to look like and what you're actually going to get when you print it. And so you know exactly what you're getting. Like if you don't preview your mesh before you pay for it, you know, then.
Which iPhone is that compatible with if I find a friend that has an iPhone?
It's iPhone 10 or better. Basically, if it has Face ID, you can use the app.
Okay.
So if it doesn't have a home button. So.
And what's the app called?
It's called Ethan Mix 3D Scanner. If you just search up Ethan Mix in the App Store, you'll find them. We're the first.
Okay, very cool.
Person. But when I'll show you scan. I can scan live here. So Andrew yesterday worried me because he was doing a live demo, and I'm doing the same thing, but I'm sure it'll be. All right, and you see the thing at the top, it says detached mirror clip. So I think I've shown you. I'll show you after what the mirror clip is. But right now it's saying I don't have a mirror clip, so it's not going to reverse the video for me because I'm doing a selfie. So I'm going to go ahead and start it.
Kind of looks like Jesus with glasses.
I mean, that's got to be offensive.
Oh no, I didn't mean to be offensive.
The glasses don't scan that well. Oh, actually, they didn't turn out too
I was
bad.
going to say, not bad, really.
Came out good.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's quite
You see,
impressive.
it doesn't pick up glasses because the infrared light just goes right through them.
Mm.
So it looks kind of weird, but I wouldn't be able to see if I wasn't wearing the glasses. I don't know. I'm working on features so that you can tap those parts that you want to remove them. You'll just be able to tap them. And
So if you put the phone on like a selfie stick, would you be able to theoretically pass it all the way around you to get to the back as well to get a full 360? Or is it or would you need another person to sort of tap it and then walk around you almost?
it works way better if you have someone else to scan you, but you can do a 3D scan. One of the features that we have that I have in the pipeline that's currently being tested. Here's my tester: is my brother and my sister-in-law, and so they're my marketing department. My testers, everything. They've been a big help. But so have you ever seen the shutter buttons?
Yeah.
That you can use. They're Bluetooth. You can use. You can even use them on. You can use them on your phones.
Yeah.
So it's going to have support for that. So you just put the phone on the tripod and on a swivel chair and slowly spin around. But the problem is you're not going to get under your chin and on top of your head at the same time. But
yeah,
that's for people to figure out, I guess.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Nice.
So the way it's always been described to me by devs that have worked for me in the past is that Apple, coding for Apple, there's a lot of stuff that's sort of locked off in that an app can do a certain amount of things, but it's not really. Obviously, you're using the front-facing camera as in a different way, but ultimately there's a lot of permissions that sit in the background that you just can't interact with. It's a fairly walled garden. The garden is green and lovely inside, but the garden has very high walls and you can't really go outside.
Well,
go on. Is that how you found it?
The access to the true depth data, they really want you to be innovative, right? They want you to do something that no one's ever done before. And so they really do just give you that depth data to do whatever you want with it. It doesn't, it's not like it's only for Face ID, you're in trouble if you do it for anything else. However, you have to be very specific in your privacy statement on how you're using the data.
Right.
And so it took me, I don't know if you guys first saw when I was posting in Twitter when I submitted it to the App Store, and then it was 5 days later before I actually got it approved because I had to keep making tweaks to the privacy statement.
We lost Tim
until they were happy with it.
What I'd be really interested in is if you manage to scan your face, 3D print it, and then if the Face ID would recognize it again to unlock your phone.
Why can't you scan a whole body with that app?
You can, but it takes another person.
Okay, but
I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'll show you how the mirror adapter goes on so you can scan other people.
Because if you printed that in resin, then, I mean, you've seen from the stuff that Jerry's just shown, like the level of detail that you get in a resin print is astonishing. I understand the reason why you can't unlock Face ID with a picture because it uses the LiDAR scanner to get a true depth of a face. But I wonder if you scanned it with the app and then you printed a bust of yourself, could you then unlock your phone with the bust?
I don't think so because it does something with the eyes. You can't unlock your phone with your eyes closed.
Oh, right. It does an iris scan as well.
It's got an iris scan as well. So, yeah.
Actually, I don't know. You have to try it and let me know.
Maybe if you paint the eyes just Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, you'd have to paint them perfectly, though, wouldn't you?
You would.
It's not just looking for generic
Well,
eyes. It must be
you-
looking for your eyes. If you're an astonishing painter who can recreate someone's exact iris, Jesus, that's terrifying.
Maybe Jerry could do that.
Can you not unlock your phone with glasses, like sunglasses on?
You can't. Sunglasses. Interesting. I've tried unlocking my phone with my eyes closed and it doesn't work. Well, try it. Maybe you can.
Yes, you can.
Weird. Let me try with
All right.
my eyes closed.
So I think
Oh, yeah, it did too.
hey,
Maybe so. There's Betty Boop.
hey, Betty.
Hey, Betty.
So that mirror.
So that's the mirror. Is that so you can lay the phone down and still?
Well, now it's Periscope. It has a mirror 45 degrees, so you get a 90-degree difference. And now I'm just pointing the phone at what I want to scan, and I can see the screen. So I can walk around James and scan you. I can walk around Ethan, obviously, and scan him. So
That's cool.
That's very cool.
Just interesting applications. That's all. There's a lot of interesting applications of that. I mean, don't get me wrong. Stealing someone's phone by getting a full 3D scan of their face and then 3D printing it seems a bit elaborate. But it's just, you know, if you really didn't trust your partner, then you could like scan their face and have like their head, just their disembodied head next to the bed.
That's
And
not
then,
creepy.
they'd just be like, oh, I want to look at your phone, and then just being able to unlock it with a face.
I really think, I don't know, I hope that the kids think it's cool, right? And I know that my kids would totally pay $2 just to play around with it for a day. You know, even if they never use it again, you know, just to post 3D selfies on, you know, share them with their friends and stuff.
I'd pay $2 just to go mad in the British Museum and scan every statue I possibly could.
I had my mic muted this whole time I'm talking, and that's like, anyway. Yeah. Ever since I sat back down, I've been muted. Hey, Betty Boop, how you doing?
Hey, Betty.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, we got another special guest. We got Nico.
Hey,
Nico, how you doing?
I spaced out. I spaced out, and I was like, "Oh crap! There's this thing today." Oh Lord, what's going on, guys?
Yeah,
What's up, man? Jerry, appreciate the invite, man. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're an awesome guy. You're all over social media. You got a lot of great prints, and I thought it'd be really cool to have you on. I'm glad you could come on.
Thanks, man. Thank you for having me. I'm truly blessed and honored.
So, what do you got going on? What are you working on?
So it's people have been asking me for years, hey man, can you teach us how to design stuff? Can you teach us how to design stuff? And I was like, you know, a course it's a daunting task, man. This year I finally was able to leave my day job, and I'm doing this entire thing full time now. And so I decided to, you know what, now that I have a ton more time on my hands, let's go ahead and do that course. And so I am in the middle of designing and building how to teach people how to design stuff in Blender so they can make their own, you know, cosplay stuff, helmets, weapons, armor, all that shenanigans.
Is that teaching from scratch? Like you just start out with a ball and you make a thing?
Yes. So actually, I delete the entire scene. But yeah, from scratch, you start with a plane, you know, all that shenanigans from start to finish.
You're the only person in the entire world that when you buy something from you, you send them a video thank you. That's really awesome. I've never ever seen anybody do that. I
actually haven't been doing that lately because of the number of orders. Dude, it sucks up my entire day. My wife is like, hey, are you going to be doing this all day? And man, let me tell you, that look she gives you.
Okay.
The only correct answer is no.
One video, don't say their name. You can still send the video thank you, just don't have their name in it. Just thank them.
But I like being that personal, man. I like saying their name. I like referring to their order so they know that it's actually me who did it live and stuff, you know. So
All right. Yeah, and your Mandalorian helmet, I printed out a PETG. I do not have it done, and then the top on the inside, it was curling up on me, and I got a layer shift, and it kicked the nozzle out of the way on my Hypercube, so I had to reprint the top. But it's got all the electronics and everything inside of it. I do have a bunch of stringing from the PETG. I have to clean it up, but it came out great. It's really awesome. And if I take my mic off here.
Beautiful, man. Look at that.
I printed it at 110%, so I wanted to make sure it's big enough. So, and then I ordered a shield off of Amazon. It was like 14 or 15 bucks. It's fairly thick.
Put it on.
Here, the shield is fairly thick. I'm going to cut it with my Dremel, and then I'll hot glue it in.
Yeah. So that's what I did, man. Just one of those face shield replacements.
Yeah.
Dude, it's perfect.
I see that you included the file so somebody could print that out. Is that in case they want to use a clear PLA or resin print?
Yeah, so we included that so that if in case they want to vacuum form something,
oh, okay,
they can do that. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I've got a homemade vacuum former I've never tried.
So
I never have either. I'm in the process of building out my shop. My divorce just got finalized, and the entire mess just got done about halfway through last year, and then we just bought a house. So I'm finally getting, I guess, my life back together.
Congrats. So
thanks,
you got
divorce is no fun.
You have a great big garage. You using your garage for your hobby room, or what are you using for the hobby room?
Yeah, so my entire garage is outfitted with all my machines. Mm-hmm. None of my displays are up because I don't have the room for it. But I have my big rack with my 6 CR10 S4s for building the armors and all that stuff, man.
Something I wanted to ask you. You're into martial arts, right?
Yes, I practice and teach Wing Chun.
Okay, cool. Awesome. How old are you?
I'm 35.
35. Wow. I turned 57 in June, and God's like, where did it all go?
Man, I blinked, and my kids are like sassy now.
Yeah.
You know, like they're like talking back, like, no. What happened to my little princess? Just now it's all sassy and stuff.
How old are your kids?
I have 6, 7, 8, 9.
Wow.
And 11. And then this year is going to go 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Are any of them into 3D printing and painting or anything like that? Designing?
My oldest son is. So he actually has his own machine. and he likes designing. He's like me. His brain works in geospatial awareness, so he's good with that kind of stuff. But like any 9-year-old, it's all Roblox, man. That's all he wants to do is Roblox all day long.
Yeah, awesome.
So what's Wing Chun? Is that a kung fu?
Wing Chun is. Have you seen the movie Ip Man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's kung fu, isn't it? Yeah.
That's Wing Chun. Yeah.
I've seen all of them, and my older son likes them too.
Yeah. So our Sifu was so it goes Yip Man, and then the second movie, his top disciple was Leung Sung. Leung Sung taught Kenneth Chung, who lives in San Jose, and Kenneth Chung taught Sifu Eddie. He taught Sifu Eddie, who is here in Sacramento, and Sifu Eddie taught me.
Cool.
So you learned Wing Chun from a guy called Eddie.
Yeah, Sifu Eddie Chung. Man, that dude. So he was 72 when I first met him, and boy, he hits like a Mack truck, man. He hit me out. I buckled like, oh man, that hurt a lot.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of videos on YouTube of different MMA fighters. One in particular that's taken on supposed masters that are like 60 or 70 years old in China, and they're instantly losing. And they only have their made up videos. Because I remember when I was a kid, I had my neighbor that was into Kung Fu real heavily, and I trained with him a little bit. And he tried to convince me that, yeah, you can really jump up on the roof. No, you can't really jump up on the roof. So, I mean, things like that. But
yeah, there's a lot of bullshit out there. Wing Chun is it's a system, it's a philosophy that once applied. It's Bruce Lee's original art, which is, no matter what happens, is it's always going to be a foundation for him, because it's a philosophy, it's a concept. We don't move, like if someone punches here, you do this. It's like, no, if someone punches here, it's a lot of, it should be automatic, is what we're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I see Dan. He's got a lot of kids there.
He's got.
If they have another stimulus,
son,
Dan, you're going to be hooked up.
Jesus. 11, 12, 14.
God, you are one child away from a Discovery Channel episode. What is like that?
Yeah, he's yours, man. Yes, he is. He is yours.
Yeah, I tried to get Uncle Jesse. I wanted to have him on as a special guest like a year ago, and I talked to him on Twitter. And he's like, "Yeah, sure, maybe we can do it next week." But then we're friends on Facebook, Clayton, and
let me text him.
It never did happen. So I've tried many times to get him on as a special guest, where it's just me and him one-on-one for an hour, and I don't know, hasn't happened. Joe Telling came on. That was awesome, like 2 months ago. But for some reason,
Joe was on. Joe was on.
Yeah, I got a video like 2 months ago. Joel came on for an hour. It was really
Dude,
cool.
You should have texted me. I would have been totally in. I just texted Clayton.
Yeah, I sent him a link too this morning. I sent it to him on Twitter, I think, if he wanted to drop in and say hey.
Yeah, no, I love doing these kinds of things, man. They're fun.
Yeah, when I have special guests on other than the Hangout, it's just one-on-one, like say me and you, for instance, and I talk about you, what you do, anything you want to share, if you have any other hobbies, things like that. So it's a lot of fun.
It's just really been a blessing, man. This course, people have been just screaming for it.
My biggest one is sizing stuff. I mean, I've got a Mandalorian helmet. I'm lucky that my head is exactly the same size as 100% scale. But I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that the rest of my body is no longer in the shape that Iron Man's is necessarily supposed to be. So I have to try and make sort of a really fat Iron Man suit at some point. And like you can hide it with the Mandalorian armor. It's just sort of like it's a few panels here, and you can just wear something black and slimming underneath. But when you're doing the Iron Man armor, like you've actually got to build out the belly, and that's not really something that I want to do. Right. Size that.
So scale is relative. I always tell people to scale everything. People always ask me, "Hey man, is this what is this scaled for?" And I was like, "Dude, it doesn't matter. Just my body type, no matter. Say James and I are the same height, right? We're 5'7", but our build is always going to be different. Some people have broader shoulders, some people have bigger waists, bigger head. It's always going to be different. So what I teach people is to use the calipers. I came out with this video 2 years ago, and Uncle Jesse picked it up, and he designed actual calipers that you can 3D print.
Yeah.
So you can measure your head, shoulders, everything.
How big are these calipers? Are they
They're
big
huge,
calipers?
man. Yeah, like
I mean, they don't need to be go a little bit more to get everything like. Like I put a T-shirt on the other day, and my wife said,
"Just scale it up, man."
Yeah, I made some calipers out of that foam. Dollar Tree foam board. I made some calipers, just two hooked objects that connect, and wherever you measure, just wherever they touch, just measure that with a tape measure, and then that's your thickness.
This is a cardboard box with one of those.
So, there you go. Just you can make them with whatever you need. I use foam floor mats. That's what I did. But Uncle Jesse made the calipers, and that's what we tell people to use.
Go ahead and show us, Marcus.
Because they're more rigid. I mean, there you go. Yeah. Some cardboard boxes, man.
So when I scanned the kids and then printed them, I wasn't paying attention to when I did the first one, what I set the scale to. And so it was really important when I printed the second one that the scale matched. So I measured between their ears and then measured between the ears and the models. It was super easy to get the scale right.
Yeah. I do suggest, though, giving it a little bit extra of a room. So instead of ear to ear, I would do tip of the ear to tip of the ear, maybe a little bit bigger so that you have that extra room. You're not going to look like a bobblehead. People always worry about what if you look like a bobblehead. When you put the pauldrons on, it gives you that broader look, so you look wider, so you don't look like a bobblehead. Yeah, man.
Yeah, and on your site with all your models, you have a place on your site, I know, where you have recommendations, print settings. So if somebody has no idea, they can go with your recommendations.
Yeah. I try to make everything as plug and play as possible. Hey, what's the best settings for armor? Don't ever worry about that. Here's a profile. What's the best size? Well, that's relative. That's where I teach them, hey, measure here, so on and so forth. That way, I try to make it as easy as possible, because 3D printing is hard enough already, right? It's hard enough already. And if we tell people, here's all you guys stuff you got to do, we want to try to make it as easy as possible, so that people, when they come in, they stay in the hobby and they stay in the industry. We want to make it as easy as possible, streamlined as possible for everybody.
I printed your Iron Man mask way back when twice, because I got the size wrong and it wouldn't fit over my big head. And what I think needed to happen, need to have that flap in the back, and I can put magnets on, or I can slip it on and then put the piece in the back.
Yeah. So what I have to do sometimes for mine, my head is wide. My head is like this perfectly round ball, and so I have to widen it on the X without widening it on the Y and the Z. So I have to uncheck the uniform scaling, and I'll expand it just on the X, and it doesn't distort the look of Iron Man by that much. It just you want it to fit, so you just take it, put it on, done. You know what I mean? So
Monitor's working now.
So one of my, I can't remember who it was. It was someone who was doing they were doing a Zelda cosplay or something, and they said use Armor Smith from like the armored garage. But I mean, apart from the fact that it's not free software, so that already stings a little bit anyway.
Hey, Zach and Kenny.
It didn't really seem like
Hey, Zach.
you just had to take, again, all you were doing really was taking measurements from your entire body everywhere and putting them in to try and figure out how the thing needed to scale. And yeah, it didn't really seem like it was as plug and play. It made it sound like it was really easy, but I was like, yeah.
It's not that easy, you're right. I have Armor Smith, and I'm more accurate eyeballing my helmets than I am with Armor Smith.
Yeah.
And when I put my armor on, right, so I have Armor Smith up, I throw my armor on there to scale it. Do I look like a wine barrel? I was like, no. I know I'm not the skinniest guy, but I sure shit don't look like that.
Have you ever done any have you ever went to any cosplay shows and worn Iron Man or anything out?
I did at a church. It was a church function, and I was the MK-47 from Spider-Man: Homecoming.
Nice.
That was 15 pounds ago. So
I'm assuming that you test print a lot of your stuff, or all of your stuff. I don't know. But like, how much of it do you actually? How many full suits of armor do you have that you've printed that fit you? And is it the reason why your divorce is now final?
Fair question. So what I do is, when I hire a designer, I test it.
Right.
I test it twice. After that, I know that my designer is good and I don't need to test again. Mm-hmm. And for the most part, I do a lot of retention. I make sure my designers are happy and that they love working for me. And I have designers that have been with me since day one. And so that eliminates having to test print everything and having to, go through all those growing pains, right? Having to teach my designers, hey, this is not printable. Look at your mesh. It's like 8 different meshes. I wanted just one. Stuff like that. So to answer your question, I have 3. I have my Batman Ninja, I have my MK-47, and I have another Batman.
Do you design any of the things yourself? Do you know how to design, or do you hire everything out usually?
I know how to design. But when I first started out, because I had a day job, I hired out. I used my delegation skills from the military,
Okay.
and I said, all right, here's what I want, make it happen.
What kind of work did you do?
I used to work in the utility company. I was in gas control.
Okay. And you served in what branch of the military? What you did in service?
I was in the Air Force, and
Oh.
I built power plants for the Air Force. I was a civil
Awesome.
engineer.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. Any other vets out there? I'm sure one of you are.
Yeah,
I think
mate.
Who?
Me. Yeah, I'm British. I'm British military. So I was in
Oh,
prison.
nice. I used to watch this show, Dude, You're Screwed. It was like a survival show.
Yeah.
And there was a British military there, and man, you guys survived, dude. Gosh.
That's because so when we were in Afghan and Iraq and everything else, we were known as the borrowers. And it's mainly because every single time any Americans came through, we stole everything that wasn't nailed down. Everything. Because you have the coolest stuff. like you're all issued like full GPS kit and everything else. When I landed in Iraq, they were like, here is a map of 3 square mile radius, and here's a compass. If you go outside of this 3 square mile radius, I really don't know what's there. So don't do that. This is as far as you should go. This is as far as the map that we have. If you go any further, like, you'll have to take your phone with you and pay for the GPS charge to figure out how the hell you get back.
No
You're
kidding.
only ever given a map of your AO. That was it. Your area of operation and nothing else. And they were just
We're
like,
here in
don't
Las
go
Vegas. I live right next to Nellis Air Force Base, and I've been in this house for 21 years. And I daily got jets flying overhead constantly.
Man.
So
Yeah,
Zach and Kenny, how you guys doing? What have you been up to?
I was going to say, I live halfway between Langley Air Force Base and Norfolk Naval Shipyard. So
Awesome.
I am currently removing support material from the wrong fucking print. Y'all ever done that before?
Yep.
So
What I hate is when you print something at the wrong size. You're doing multiple pieces, and you're tired, and you're not thinking, and you print something, and then 2 days later, it's like, oh my God, that's the wrong scale.
see, what happened to me is I'm building these 2 Hebo RTs for work, and I ordered all the parts December 30th, and they just came out with a new revision to the Z-axis. Well, somehow on December 30th, I got the early January revision bomb and ordered all the parts for the new revision. I didn't realize that until today at work, away from home, and with the affected parts like 90% printed. So like there was no point in stopping. I might as well just finish it out and have these as spares, or find somebody in the community who can use them. But yeah, I literally bought the wrong stuff for what I printed, or printed the wrong stuff for what I bought.
When Ethan and I were doing a video on printing the ear savers, for your masks, we were doing them in batches, and like I would start the printer and then go to bed and get up and we'd clear the plate. Well, in his previous video, we did like how you can make your own rubber stamps out of TPU. So we made a little like bunny stamp, and he was coloring Easter eggs with it. And so I woke up, instead of a batch of ear savers, it was a bunny stamp in PLA. So of course we had to keep it in the video because it was funny.
Yeah, there we got some air sabers right down here.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've done a few where I'm printing a base, and I normally, like when I do my bases, I split them up into 4, and then I tend to do all of the base on one machine, just so that I've got a degree of dimensional accuracy across the board. And some of the bases that I do they're relatively large, so they're sort of like 150-hour prints. I printed the first piece, and the second piece finished, and I was like, oh yeah, that'll be the first piece again. Brilliant. So that's like a week and a half I've never seen again. I'm like, cool. Yeah, that sums up my day so far. There's nothing
A
worse
base?
than coming out and just looking at it and just being like,
So-
cool.
You're printing
Nico-
bases for what?
I got a question,
so-
Nico. Let me interrupt you
Sure.
real quick. Nico,
Yeah, go
do
for
you have everything you sell? Have you printed out and you have your own copy, like a display wall where you keep everything that you sell?
Like the files, or
No, the actual print. So
Oh,
when
it
you can do a
depends.
video and actually show the finished print on everything that you sell.
no, that would suck up so much filament. Dear Jesus.
Okay.
I print the certain ones because, to be honest, man, I'm not even a Star Wars fan, and I have so much Star Wars stuff. Oh, what is that?
It's my
James
thing.
Bond's.
Oh wow.
Nice.
So it's like big. Hold on, that way. Yep, mermaid, shark and stuff.
Very cool.
And then
How long did it take you to
all the-
paint that? A couple weeks?
About 8 hours.
Wow.
No.
I
That's
paint,
fast.
I paint pretty fast. I airbrush everything, so like it saves a lot of time. But yeah, so stuff like that's the sort of stuff that I do.
So
And then
Nico,
those
you a
bases-
Star
Sorry,
Trek guy instead?
No. I'm a DC guy, man.
Ew, gross.
I had a job interview once, and the guy said, "Star Trek or Star Wars?" And I said, "Well, I was a little bit older than those guys." I said, it's been Star
You have
Trek
to ask.
because there hasn't been any content for Star Wars, like, for decades. But it's back to Star Wars because they're making content.
There we go. So then we've got Michael Keaton, Batman.
Oh
Hey,
nice.
that's
Oh,
nice,
what's up?
man.
Then these are all like spring loaded, and the roof comes off, and
Does
all
it
that
roll?
stuff.
Do the wheels turn?
Theoretically, yes. So they do move, but they're not exactly free spinning.
Okay.
Good enough.
So they're supposed to be. So I scaled it up from the original size, and the original springs that I got, I bought the 100% scale springs. These are so it just means that the wheels are actually on like suspension, so they move up and down.
Oh, cool.
It's got swing arm suspension underneath, but the springs just aren't strong enough to actually push it or anything because it's the wrong scale.
So there's your DC, Nico.
Yes. So Dr. Fate, we did an original Dr. Fate design. I'm staring at it right now, actually. I'm a big superhero fan. So yeah, man. Although I'll tell you this, The Mandalorian, the show that just came out, dude. I'm not a Star Wars fan, I'm a Mandalorian fan. That show is dope.
Awesome.
That's
Yeah,
a great show, man.
every week, even though it was a half hour, it's like watching a movie at the theater. You have to wait years for it to come out.
Yeah, man, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's great.
I kind
It's
of
even
wish Disney.
better when you get all the Star Wars references in it.
Yeah, so I grew up in the Philippines. I was born and raised in Manila, and so before any of all that stuff, dude. Anime, huge sucker for anime, dude.
Oh.
That's my thing.
Jerry, I gotta run.
Well, thank you, Tim. Take care.
Take care.
Talk to you guys later. Nice to meet you all. Take care.
Pleasure.
Have a great day. Keep up the great work on your videos.
Thank you.
But I was going to say, I wish Disney would give Jon Favreau and the other guy more money, but the stuff they do with what they have is amazing, for sure.
Feige, yeah.
Yeah, dude, they're the technology they've developed for the surround screen set.
Yeah.
You can just tell how much better everything looks from that.
Yeah.
Nico, here's what my living room looks like. It used to be a living room. Now it's my hobby room. Here's some pictures.
Dang. Dude. Has
And then
anyone made the Skull Trooper that I have?
I don't think I have that. No.
That thing is my favorite, dude.
That was a patio, and I put up a wall and enclosed my patio so I could make more room.
Yeah, man.
Meanwhile, I'm in a 9 foot by 9 foot bedroom.
And that's what happens when you get carried away with printing.
Dude, before Jerry texted me just now, I was about to get on Blender and make like a helmet or two.
And there's some stuff. I have most of that on Etsy right there. I got another room I'm trying to set up for like an Etsy store. So, but I'm just going to have to drop my prices dirt cheap just to move stuff.
Yeah. But hey, when you got to liquidate, man.
You want to get rid of any cool Marvel pieces cheap, let me know.
Where do you live at?
Virginia.
Okay.
It's one of those reasons
Where
why I just don't sell anything.
Where are you at, Jerry?
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh.
And here's my 2 mascots.
Yeah, James, I hate shipping. Like it's one of my phobias.
It's things like so I did a if you take something like this, so I did a Fallout armor.
That's nice. I done one real tiny, but not that big.
And I had some guy on Instagram, and he was like, "Oh, I really want to buy that." I was like, "Okay."
Mechanics, right?
No, that one's the Gambody one.
Okay.
Yeah. It's don't get me wrong. It's a lovely model, and the guy was like, "I really want to buy it." I said, "Well, a couple of issues. First of all, is that it's not a non-commercial license, so I can't really sell it anyway. And secondly, I have literally no idea how to ship that. Like, it doesn't really look like it's that big, but it's actually like 800 mil deep and like 650 mil tall. But most of it isn't really. You can't dismantle it because it's all glued together, and it will never go back the same. And even if it does, all the paint will be ruined." So
we have a designer on the channel. As long as you're not mass producing anything, I'm sure that even Nico wouldn't care. If I made a print of this or that and I want to sell it, it doesn't matter as long as I'm not doing it consecutively. Because then,
if you don't have your own store, dude, I don't care. So people would ask me, like, "Hey, man, can I sell? I have a friend who wants to buy this helmet from me. Dude, go ahead. I don't care. 1 or 2 sales, it's not gonna hurt me.
Yeah.
But when you go on, put a full store, and you got like a production facility, you got like 5, like 8 printers going. You're like, yep, I sell 8 of these a month. Like, no. Don't
Here's
do that.
another reason you can think of for the non-commercial license too, is because say the guy who designed that model, he gives you permission to sell, as many as you want, as long as he gets a commission off of it. Well, technically, that is Bethesda's intellectual property. Yeah. That's not his. So he doesn't have the right to tell you you can't sell it because it wasn't his to begin with. Even though he put the work into making the model, you could argue the same that you put the work into printing it.
I think
at the end of the day, it's not yours and it's not his. It's
everything is fan art. It's allowed to be recreated. And I know, Nico, don't you have a system where people pay X amount a month and then they're allowed to sell whatever they want, or how does that work?
Yeah, so a matter of fact, I'm talking to someone about it right now. They want to sell the prints from my files. And it's actually common practice, man. And that Zach touched on it. He's not wrong when he says, yeah, it's owned by Disney, it's owned by Bethesda, it's owned by, Lucas. He's absolutely correct. And what I do is I have a Patreon where they pay, X amount per month, and they can go nuts. But it's not really just the licensing that is the power of that tier. I give them discounts. I give them more rewards. They get treated a lot more than the other patrons. So there's,
as I say, for me, it's so. I'm fully aware of the legal side of it. That ultimately that is that is owned by Bethesda. They created it. Everything else, I think, and that's what always ends up going on the groups. That is the legal side of it. To me, it's also and I hate to go that way, but it's the moral side of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I completely understand that Bethesda spent however much they spent inventing whatever power armor is and doing the 3D models for the games. But an artist sat down and however much of his time he put into that, and he has asked that as a result of me buying it, I don't sell those prints. So I don't.
Yeah.
Not to mention the fact that the amount that I would have to sell it for to cover the shipping, to cover the print time, to cover the materials, the paint time, and the original cost of the model, no one would buy it.
Nico, Nico, I talked to Sanix about this a long time ago. Sergu, I can't pronounce his name, but it doesn't a model have to be what 25 or 30% different from the original, and it's fan art, and then it's technically allowed or something like that. It can't be exactly
I have
like
no
the
idea
original.
what that is. I've never heard that. I just look.
It's like if you make a Batmobile or Back to the Future car in real life, it can't be exactly like it, or they'll shut you down and take it away from you. Basically, a certain percentage has to be different than the original for them to allow you to even have it. So
Yeah,
that's
like
kinda
look
cool.
at
that's
what
cool.
was it,
I've never heard that.
the Eleanor Mustang. Did y'all hear about that? This
No.
this car guy was basically making I don't remember what movie it's from. Mustang named Eleanor. Is it a Fast and Furious car? Maybe.
Okay.
Whatever it was, somebody was recreating it on a real car. They bought the right year and was doing all the modifications and was calling it Eleanor and doing like a video series on it. And before he could even finish it, whoever was in control of the estate of the intellectual property holder sued him and took the car from him. Like, not a cease and desist, you've got to change this can't be the same. This is copyright or IP infringement. I don't know if that would have been copyright. And they won the car.
It's gone in 60 seconds. It was Nicolas Cage's
That's what
car.
it is. Yeah. Hold on just a second.
He Googled it.
But as I say, I mean, it's a legal conversation that comes up all the time. And my answer back is that if you are asking on a Facebook group a legal defense that you genuinely believe you could walk into a courtroom and throw at Disney and you think you've got a chance of winning, then I think you probably need to have a larger philosophical conversation about your own mental health. Because you could absolutely come up with a completely legally defensible way for you to reproduce that, whether it's 50% different, or whether or not, you've changed whatever. They will say, as long as I can recognize that is the Hulk, then that's the Hulk, and that's ours, and you can't do that.
Right.
I would say the same for the majority of others. I mean, the World of Tanks did this thing, didn't they? Where they went on Thingiverse and they said that they had copyright rights over every tank design that exists in the game. And they went through Thingiverse and they put up loads of DMCA requests and all this stuff to try and basically purge any tank design from Thingiverse that was a free place to just download a tank that you wanted to print for your tabletop game or whatever. It was a huge backlash. And they really screwed themselves because there was a lot of people that just said they were just being greedy tyrants.
We haven't talked to Kenny yet. Hey, Kenny Briggs, how you doing? What have you been up to?
Oh, I've been working on my 3D printer. I got some of the design put in it.
Cool.
I put lights on it.
I'm glad you got it up and running finally after however many months.
Or LED lights on the inside of the rail. And I got.
How are the metal detector parts going?
What's that?
How are the metal detector parts going? You were doing the
bracket.
set down brackets, weren't you?
These are the holders.
Yep.
Here's the pinpoint holder. And well, my one of my sons needed some of these things for face masks, so I made
a
bunch of them. I'm giving to him.
Yeah, Kenny, Nico doesn't know what you do, and possibly more people in chat. Kind of tell us who you are and what you do.
Well, I'm a retired deputy sheriff of a law enforcement career, 36 years and 7 months worth.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you. Also goes to you, too. I've also put in 18 years pushing an ambulance around. I'm an author of a treasure hunting book. I own 2 businesses, locksmith and metal detecting shop. My wife and I are both certified registered locksmiths. And I did my book, Treasure Hunting Street and Sidewalk Tear-Ups. And I'm making a diorama, and that's why I got my printer. I'm printing small things for my diorama.
Cool.
Very nice.
So some of the guys.
So you're ex-law enforcement. You drove an ambulance. You're a qualified locksmith, and you hunt treasure, and you're an author, and you make tiny building sites.
Yeah.
What don't you do?
And he got his first. He got his first printer and out of the box. He'd done one print, went to do a filament change, and never started again. And he replaced the board, replaced the screen. Was on here a week or so ago, and a lot of people helped him out with the firmware. Tyler West, as a matter of fact, helped him with the firmware, and he finally got it running. And that's a shame because you don't want to get into a new hobby. Usually printers work out of the box, and they're perfectly fine. It's really rare that it wouldn't work and have those kind of problems, and kind of discourages the person. They want to just throw it away and not even deal with it. But I'm glad you got it going. Hey, Llama, how you doing?
Hi, Llama.
Hi, Llama.
Smashing. How are you guys?
Good. I got some friends that told me today they need some parts for
Got the
their
hiss.
metal detector, so I'm going to be busy making parts for them.
But yeah, it's like Nico says. It's very easy for people starting out to get discouraged. It's an incredibly frustrating hobby 99% of the time. You know? And there's the 1% time where it works, and you're like, oh, this is cool.
We want to make sure that it becomes as easy as possible for people. I think 3D printing is still in its I wouldn't even say infancy. It's in its fetal stage still, you know. But once it comes out, it's growing, and it's growing exponentially, I think.
People always try to quote that sort of 3D printing's been around since like the 50s or the 60s when it was originally conceived and when it was originally patented. It's been around for a very, very long time, but when the patent expired and Creality started picking up and making their own machines that were actually affordable desktop machines, that was when it actually started to kick off. And that's
Nico. What printers do you own, Nico?
I have 6 CR10 S4s. Those are my workhorses. I have a Phenom L for my resin figures, and I have an Elegoo Mars.
Cool.
I have an S4 also.
Those are great. I do plan on picking up some Saturns if they ever stop selling out on Amazon.
Yeah, Matt.
I know who's been buying him too. It's Matt Farmer.
Yeah, Matt Farmer bought like 6
just said that. I said that earlier.
Matt, dude. He was like, "Oh, look at my thing," and I was like, "Hey, yeah, you're the one who bought them all. He bought like 15 of them."
Yeah, man. My whole thing is I enjoy the hobby of the machine as much as I do the printing.
Yeah, I'm with you, Zach. I think I play with the machines more than I actually print. And when I do print, I'm printing parts for the next printer.
I have an Elegoo Mars I've had for a little over a year, and I've done a couple hundred prints on it in resin. I've had like 2 failures. But when I got the Sonic Mighty 4K a week or 2 ago, my first couple prints, the pull force, I had failure after failure. It's like, what's going on? It's like I was going to pull my hair out. So I started making when I would haul a model, I was making it a lot thicker. And anyway, it's just a whole different ball game. From Elegoo Mars to a bigger printer, everything is totally different. And then Prozen watched my video, and they gave me some comments on how to set this and set that. I said, your profile in Cheetah Box for that printer should be perfect the way it is. I shouldn't have to go in and start tweaking all kinds of settings. That's why there's a default profile that should work. So anyway.
Yeah, I'm all about the final result. That you can take something that's just 2D on your screen and make it 3D.
Where else can you think up a geary in an hour and then freaking make one?
So the least that I can tinker with my machines, the better.
See, I love the whole, and I don't like I don't want a Creality Ender 3 or a Prusia or I really want. I'm thinking my next one will be Zach's string printer, and I'll do a video on it. I like the unique ones that are different in work and have a different thought pattern as to how they work than the standard. Here it is, make it work. I don't want the classic toaster oven 3D printer.
So last night we were talking about the tool changers with Warkaki, talking about the mutant and about how like from the factory it's warped or whatever. And I got to thinking about like looking at other tool changer designs, and I've got a good idea of how to design one. And I think that might be something I do on this printer soon.
The hardest part that I see with the tool changers, and I think that's where Wham Bam really put all his energy and didn't in the actual structure, is the wiring, the connections.
Yeah.
To have those connections, everyone's like, oh, the connectors are easy to pin together. The problem is having them reliably connect all of those pins every time.
Let's see, like the way E3D has like one lead to each hot end. I think that's the best way. I think that's going to lead to at least failures. You're not going to have anything mess up and not connect when you change a tool, that kind of thing. Because in the CNC world, there's no electrical connections in an automatic tool changer. It's the physical act of dropping one tool and picking up the next.
Yeah, but that's more mechanical for the CNC. Yeah,
Nico, when people come over to your site and they subscribe, or I don't remember how it works, they subscribe to your newsletter, I think it is, they get a free model, don't they?
Yeah, they get a free Iron Man MK50 helmet.
That's cool.
We just updated it. We added interior details. It's the most realistic Iron Man helmet on the market. Mm-hmm. And it's free.
And you have sales, 2 or 3 times a year, I believe, different major holidays?
Major holidays, my birthday. So there's the 2 biggest sales are Black Friday, which I do 50% off, and my birthday. My birthday is my age in percentage. So this year is going to be 36%.
Cool. I remember you had a sale one year. I forget what it was, and I missed it by like 24 hours, I missed it by a few hours. And anyway.
Oh, no.
But I still got a discount, but it wasn't the same discount you had prior.
Yeah. So those are the 2 biggest sales of the year, my birthday and Black Friday.
Cool.
After that, there's 4th of July. There's a President's Day sale coming up. There's a sale coming up this weekend, actually. So, yeah. But if people just want to, try, people don't get 3D printers for the machine, except Llama and Zach. People don't care about the machine. They buy what the machine can make. They don't buy the machine.
That's part of the thing, though, is that it's the guys like me and Llama that push the machines forward. Because you got to think that the best-selling Creality printers, the 3, isn't it? Yeah, the Ender 3.
Mm-hmm.
That's, you can trace that back to some crap some dude cobbled up in his shop because it was his hobby.
Right. But people don't buy the machine; they buy what the machine can do, and that's how. That's what Creality has been able to do. Their pictures show the machine with something on there, and that's what I sell. Like, hey, when you get a machine, like, oh, dude, what can I make with this? Your imagination goes everywhere. And who is the market for 3D printers? Fucking guys like us. And we're big children is what we are, so we make toys. So I provide the files for toys.
When Uncle Jesse done his latest video where he resin printed the Mandalorian helmet in pieces, and he glued it together on camera, and he's fighting it, trying to hold it together, why didn't he just get his wife to help him? He just wanted to show that you could do it with one hand, but one person could glue it together.
Ask him.
He brought his wife and had her on the camera.
I've asked my wife to help me a number of times, and she's always given a pretty consistent answer, and it's always been I don't want to be involved in that. It looks like nonsense. She just walks away.
My wife tells me, hey, can you 3D print this? Can you 3D print this? Hell, she wanted to start her own 3D printing YouTube channel.
Did I show you this? He came by this morning, said hi.
Bernie Mitts.
Dude, you got to get the other Bernie one with the chair missing. So
yeah,
in your chair without his chair legs in there.
And there he is, Loyal Moses there, and he's in the background.
Yep.
So Clayton's always busy. That man is one of the busiest men I've ever met. And 2, he sucks at texting back. Worst. Absolute worst. So that's why he's not replying back.
Yeah, I've been friends with him on Facebook for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years now, and I comment on different photos of him and his family, and he'll respond. But if I PM him, it'll never be answered. That's why
sucks.
one time I got a hold of him
Worst.
I got a hold of him on Twitter, and I don't know. So one of these days he'll be on.
Yeah, one of these days. He's busy, man. If it wasn't for me going full time, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah. Well, appreciate you stopping and saying hi. People like to get to know
Thank you,
people.
man. I appreciate it. I actually got to bounce out too. I got to make some helmets here.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Nico, for coming by.
Thanks for having me, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks,
Very,
Nico.
very blessed to have been
If
here.
you had the auto drop, you could just like push them off the side, and it would automatically start printing the next one.
Hey, Nico, maybe sometime in the next couple weeks or a month, I can have you on as a special guest, just me and you, and we can talk for an hour.
For sure, man. Absolutely.
So,
Message me, dude. I'll put you in the schedule.
all right. Take care, man.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Later, Jerry. Later, guys.
So Llama, so that's basically what 3DQ system does. It's got a different bed texture so that it cools down and stuff, but basically at the end of the print, it just moves the tool head over the bed, and then it knocks that print off, and then it automatically starts the next one. So
Yeah, I don't like the one that knocks it with the hot end. That's just a good way to bend your carriage around.
Yeah, that's asking for disaster.
Well, so
Yeah.
because of this bed that they've got on there, it changes the bed at the end of 3. As soon as it cools down below about 30 degrees, you can pretty much blow on your model and it just comes off. So
Yeah, I think I've seen that.
yeah, so because it's tilted at 45 degrees as well, it's not even the carriage that tends to hit the model first. It's normally the X-axis bar. And like it just touches it, and as soon as it touches it, model just releases and comes straight off. You're not allowed to use any adhesives. So
I still don't. You get that one print that stuck too well, and all of a sudden your hot end's like at a 45-degree angle on the carriage.
yeah, I get what you mean.
I need your opinion here, Llama. Remember I
that?
told you I cranked the bed up from David Petzl's sheet to ADC, and then it
Yeah, I
curled up?
still can't because I accidentally cranked mine up, and it's holding just fine.
What I wound up doing here, I tried acetone, and I could get very little of it off, so I took a razor blade. I scraped most of it off. I still have a little
Is it
more
3M?
No, it's a spray
No,
glue. It's a type
it's
of
something
spray
new
glue
he
you
was
put on,
trying.
and the glue couldn't withstand ADC. 60C fine, ADC it couldn't. Well, anyway, I got most of the glue off of the Lexan, but it kind of ate up one corner. I've got a chunk in the middle that's tore up, so this is basically garbage. Now, when I first started building my Hypercube way back when, off eBay, I ordered some Lexan. I have a sheet right here that's clear, but it's really super thick.
Yep.
See, there isn't much bend to it.
Right.
And then last week, I
You
got them.
can't use that.
And then on Amazon, I ordered those sheets. So I have some of the sheets. So I figure I might take the thicker Lexan and
Nope.
put it on the spring steel sheet, but I don't have much flex.
Nope.
So I don't think I'm going to build it.
The Lexan curls under heat.
That's
Badly.
why I was going to use the sheet like he did to glue it back down. But the Lexan I bought is really thick.
That will pick that steel sheet right up off the magnet without a problem.
Yep. You don't want to use that thick stuff.
I clipped it down to an aluminum bed, and it bent the aluminum bed.
Okay. So I need to get something.
It didn't.
get
I
something
should say
thinner
bent
like
it.
David
It
had.
flexed the aluminum bed. The minute I unclipped it, it popped back down.
So I need to get another piece that's flexible like this.
Yeah, you need to get a thin sheet. Ask him where he got it, or you could probably actually reuse that. You can, if you got a palm sander, take it outside.
I do.
Hit it with a palm sander, get it reasonably flat.
It's got a rip right here, like a half-inch long, and then it's got a chunk in the center. It's tore. The PTG kind of dug in one spot and it ripped it in the middle.
Now that sheet you got is a sheet of 3M adhesive, right?
Yeah, I have sheets. I got 5 of them.
So just so you know, that's 3 layers. There's a layer of 3M adhesive, there's a layer of Mylar, and there's a layer of 3M adhesive. That's how they keep it in a sheet.
Okay.
So when you put it down, if you ever have to take it off again, you can't just soak it to get it up because there's that layer of Mylar there. You got to scrape it off.
Okay. I watched
with
video.
90% that 3M just it comes off easy with 90%.
Yeah, once you get past the Mylar layer.
I hear it's hard to apply, according to what I heard. A lot of people said it's kind of like snot when you roll it out. But I figured if you put it on like you would a bed, a sticker on it, just put it on back and forth, you know.
I used to do them all the time back before. You used to buy them pre-adhesive. Back when I started, they all came that way. You bought You bought like PEI, and the PEI sheet came as a PEI sheet, and you got a sheet of adhesive to match it. And
Okay.
you always put the adhesive down, and then you put the PEI down.
Okay, then just peel it back and do it all. Take your time.
It's just like doing your regular, adhesive sheet. It's just you got to do it twice, basically.
All right. Yeah, well, it's a shame I only got 2 prints out of that when he sent that out here, but the PLA was fine. And then PETG's like, oh no, why'd you do ADC? Well, that's what I print PETG at. I used to print at 70.
You know anyone that's got a planer?
What?
You know anyone that's got a planer? You can actually put that Lexan sheet through a planer.
I don't have one. I don't know anybody.
You could plane that right down as long as you went real slow and you had decently sharp knives. The only problem is you're probably going to screw up the knives because it's
my Hypercube is 400 by 400. And I got a big sheet of that Lexan. And I got 3 small ones that are 12 by 12. I ordered a bunch of it, so I guess I'm because I wanted to put on the Hypercube, and you're saying it would curl even if I had clips. It wouldn't work.
You use it for an enclosure. Don't use it for a hotbed.
Okay.
I got videos of it. You want a video of it? I have videos of it curling at like 45. Anything above like 45C, it just starts curling up.
Is that something you can show now? Could you show that on screen? I can show it, share it.
I gotta find it, but I can probably find it fairly easily. Now I just gotta remember what I named it.
Yeah, that's my problem. I got all the stuff in my downloads directory, and I don't give anything individual names so I can search for it. I gotta scroll through a mile of pictures and files trying to figure out where's it at.
I always give it Lexan print bed. Yeah, that's it. And this is just going to, I think I got it to like 40 degrees. There, I shared my thing. This is a time lapse too. See how it's lifting up in the corners? And that's just going from 0 to 40 degrees. That's how much it arcs. That's over like 5 minutes.
All right.
So yeah, you can't use that thick stuff because I did it all the way up to like 70 degrees, and it literally was like almost an inch off the corners of the bed. And like I said, I put the clips we always use for glass and stuff on it, and it literally took the aluminum and arced it up with it.
But if it's really thin and glued down with 3M, then it should stay on a magnet.
Yeah, well, that's what he's doing is he's getting really, really thin sheets. So even if it tries to curl, it doesn't have enough strength to curl the aluminum and magnet and all that underneath it.
Yeah, I kind of freaked out, and I looked back at my print, and it's like, what the hell is going on? All 4 corners curled in. The only thing that was stuck down is where the print was. Yeah.
Because all you got to do, dude, if you want to just get a good laugh, is just take the sheet and drop it on your bed and heat your bed up and watch it. Mm-hmm. You'll see it. It'll right up.
Hey, I could make a video about it. Don't do this at home.
Yeah.
Save your money.
Now here's the thing about it though. With PETG and PLA, you don't need to heat the bed with that. You can actually print on that cold, and it will stick.
The problem is, from the looks of that sheet, that sheet's not flat as it is now, is it?
What?
That sheet, that thick sheet you have right now, Jerry, resting, is it flat?
Yes.
It looked warped on screen for some reason.
Well, it's still semi-flexible. It's not like it's flat.
No, yeah.
Yeah, it looks flat.
Yeah, I was printing air savers. I don't know how many of you guys have Ender 3s, but I have the original bed. It's polyethylene on the one side, and you can print right on that cold. It sticks.
That will too. The problem with that printing on it cold is PLA will glue itself right to it. You won't get it off. You have to use glue stick or something, not the whole.
As a release.
Actually, is a release. Okay.
So if I do use this, just clip it down, put glue stick on it, and it should be good to go.
Yeah. When I did it, if you watch that video, I didn't even use glue stick. That was back in the days when we were using the little transfer pads. You'd put them on the corner of the bed, and they act like traction pads, and you can't move it flat. You can pick it up, but the minute it's flat, those little traction pads make it so it can't move. And they're like,
Red light, how much money you want to spend is probably the question.
Mhm.
What do you recommend, Kenny, for like $500, $600?
He's muted. There he is.
Probably the Garrett new Apex, some multi-frequency machine, 4 frequencies simultaneous, water resistant.
you mean
Kenny,
you can't just cobble one together out of all that crap you got in your shed there, Red Light?
Kenny, do you have a web address?
Yep, www.groundviewmetaldetectors.biz.
If you want to share a link, I'll post it on the screen.
Okay.
Put it in private chat.
Right, Jerry, I'm gonna have to go, man. It's like,
Well, thank you very
See you,
much,
James.
James.
Take care.
How is
See
it?
you
What is
later.
it, like 1 o'clock over there now?
yeah, nearly.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate seeing you.
Yeah,
See you,
no
James.
worries. See you later. See you later, guys.
Take care.
Take care.
Got to put the vampire to bed sometime.
So I remember when I was like,
Yawning.
when I was 8 years old, I asked for a metal detector for Christmas, and I got the Fisher Price one, which I was so sad that day.
I have a cheap
What
one.
a real one.
I
And
got a
then-
cheap one out in the garage. I got off of eBay. It's very inexpensive. I don't remember how much it costs, but it's not expensive. My brother has a really nice Garrett. Green. It's green. It's got a handle. It curls up on it. He's had that for like 30 or 40 years.
Yeah, because I'm going through the JC Penney's
Yeah,
catalog, and I'm like, this metal detector, the real metal detector, that's what I want. And then I got the Fisher Price thing, it didn't really work. And then Ethan goes through the same thing because he wants those tech toys just like me. So he asked for a metal detector, and his grandparents got him the Fisher Price one. And I knew exactly how he felt.
There he is.
I hit the wrong button.
Yeah.
Okay.
Been there, done that.
What was
So,
your
do you have any
question?
sales or specials going on right now, Kenny?
Nope, the Christmas specials just got done now, December 31st.
Okay.
There won't be any specials now until, well, Garrett's might have one coming out for the spring. I'm not sure what Fisher's got. But
So, all of the specials are controlled by the distributors you sell for, not you.
correct.
Okay.
And there's
Unless
a
you're
certain
selling
limit.
something in store that you own, then you can have a discount if you want to.
No, there's a certain limit that I can go down to, but I can't go below that to sell it. 'Cause
Okay.
otherwise I'll lose my dealership on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was what they call map pricing, and that's what I'm getting right now is map pricing, the bottom level for all my machines. I
Yeah,
don't
it
sell them
makes
for
so one
retail.
person can't just buy 10,000 of them and underbid and be the only dealer.
What's that?
It's so people can't just, like, you can get a big corporation if they don't do that. They'll buy 10,000, get a better, price deal because they're buying volume.
Nope.
And then
It's all
sell them for
regulated
so
by
much
the
cheaper and close all you guys. Well, that's why they do that.
yeah.
Okay.
It's stereos that used to do it. Denon used to do it. If you were a Denon dealer, you could go to any Denon dealer and you're going to get a buck or two in the same price. If it's on sale, it's because Denon put it on sale, not because store put it.
Okay.
selling-
Well, that keeps it fair that way.
Yeah.
They're selling the same things on Amazon for the same price I sell them for.
Yeah.
So when I
Alpine.
saw Garrett's, White's, well, White's just closed their doors in June, and Garrett's bought them out. So they are now Garrett White's. And then I also have Fisher and Technetics that I'm a dealer on.
Do you have a storefront for the metal detectors?
Yep,
I mean,
I do.
do you get a lot of like repeat customers like regulars, or is it mostly they come in and get their metal detector and you don't see them
I have a lot
again?
of repeat. I've got parts, accessories, everything at the store. If they break down like on a weekend and I'm closed, they have my phone number. I'll meet them at the shop, get them a part that they need, and keep them,
Cool.
up and running so they're not down.
Well, you've had your store for so long, you probably have buddies that just come in and hang out and visit with you every day, or don't you?
Yeah, once in a while they do. Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's a fun hobby. I've been doing this metal detecting. March will be 53 years.
How much of the show Oak Island? I know it's a reality show and they have to make money, got to have ratings. How much of it you think is bullshit about
All of it.
finding stuff in metal detector?
All of it.
All of it.
All of it.
Yeah, that's what I say.
And another thing, me and my sister, I watched it for a few years till I got tired of it. But like I told my sister, if they was to find the mother lode of anything, we're going to hear about it 6 months before on the news because it'll be known everywhere long before the show ever comes out and talks about it.
Did you notice that every time the series gets done, they find a little piece, and then it goes to the next series, and then they don't find anything until the end of the series, and then they find another little piece. It's a joke.
Yeah.
That's History Channel for you.
Remember Al Capone's vault? Remember that?
Yep. Al Capone had a hideout here in Chippewa County, northern Chippewa County, and we've metal detected the area, but we never found anything.
Well, Geraldo Rivera had that special where they opened the vault on live television.
Yeah, yeah.
You remember that?
Scammer there is.
But yeah, it's a great hobby. I used it as a stress reliever when I was doing my high stress jobs. If I had a bad day on the ambulance and fire, or if I had a bad day in law enforcement, I'd grab my metal detector and put my headphones on and forget about life and just unwind.
Yep.
And that's why I decided to write a book that took up some of my time.
Certain metals on a good metal detector have different tones, or they just register different on the needle, right?
You can have, it's set up like this Apex. It's got 5 different tones.
Let train go by.
So
Yeah, that was cool. I heard that.
that's my phone.
Oh,
That's my train whistle.
I got air horns on my truck like that.
It's funny. I'm 3 blocks from a railroad track, and I'm on the peninsula of Hampton Road, so there's a lot of industry. Newport News Shipbuilding, like one of the biggest shipyards in the country, is just a couple miles down the road, and I've heard a train go by once in a year and like 3 months.
Yeah. But yeah,
They don't ship by train much.
I was selling them for a friend of mine, and then he decided he's got younger kids in school and stuff and was doing things, and he couldn't do the business anymore. So now I took it over, and he's selling for me. So we just kind of flipped things, But yeah, it's a good business. I enjoy it, and I was able to write my book because of it. And yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, my brother had a house here in Vegas years ago that he gave this nice diamond ring or gold ring or something to his girlfriend at the time. It's worth like $1,500.
Yeah.
When that cat died, he buried it with the cat in the backyard.
Oh.
I said, John, he lives in Prump now. I said, John, if that house is ever up for rent or up for sale, you should go there and dig that up and get the. Oh no, I'm not going to dig up the cat. I said, John, it's a $1,500 ring you buried. So
somebody else will find it.
So yeah, I said, hey, where'd you bury that in the backyard? I'll keep an eye on the house when it goes up for sale, and I'll go dig it up.
And that was $1,500 when?
Oh yeah, good
Yeah,
point.
like 15 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like 50 years ago. It's like, what's the address? I'll be there in a couple hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, this year I found 4 out of 5 rings that requested to go look for this year.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. Me and my wife both. Neither one of us can stand jewelry. Like she's a massage therapist, so she can't wear a ring. I'm a type 1 diabetic, and instead of wearing if you're a paramedic, you get a kick out of this. I cannot stand jewelry. I will not wear a medical alert, so I got it permanent.
Yeah.
Awesome.
He got it tattooed on his wrist.
You can see the medical alert pinned it there.
That's funny.
Oh yeah. I lost one of my wedding rings out when I was on patrol for the sheriff's department, someplace in our county. I have no idea. It might be at an accident site or whatever.
Yeah, Sergio HBA to, A to Z that was in chat a little bit ago. He used to be in law enforcement. He was a police officer, I believe, in New York State.
Yeah.
I just can't see Sergio as a cop.
Yep.
Probably
You know-
why he's not still one.
I was gonna say he's just too. I can see him like, what are you doing, man? Come home. I don't want to arrest you.
That's the cop you hope you get, though, right?
Huh?
I said he would be the cop you hope you get.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Yeah, years ago you
Unless
could
it's
get
a
by with
stressed
that.
out day,
Not
I
nowadays.
could see him snapping real easy.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine pulling somebody over because you don't know what you're walking up on. Are you going to be dead in 2 seconds, or you know what's happening?
Yeah.
It's just scary.
There's a lot of times the hair on the back of my neck stood up.
Yeah.
On traffic stop out there. You know, you're all by yourself. There's one night I fought with a guy drunk out on a highway west of Chippewa, and there was only 2 of us on the county the whole night, 1,020 square miles, and I was out there fighting with them, and my backup was, well, by red light and siren, it was still 45 minutes away.
Wow.
So, Jerry, I'm going to take off too because I got some emails and stuff to answer.
All right. Well, thank you very much for
having
stopping by, Marcus. We all look
All right,
forward to
take
seeing
care,
you on the
Marcus.
EduTech next week.
I won't be next week.
When is it? A couple weeks away?
We haven't scheduled it yet.
Okay. All right. Well,
But
you're always
yeah, I'm
welcome
gonna
to come
talk
in
to
here on the Hangouts and hang out. So
Yep.
take care. Nice
thank
meeting
you.
your son
Yep.
earlier, too. Tell him thank you for saying hi to everybody.
All right. Bye.
Take care.
Take
Bye-bye.
care.
Meow, meow, meow.
He wants some attention. He's
Yeah.
about to come up here to get some.
That's my kitty.
That doesn't sound like attention. That sounds like feed me.
No, he's already been fed. That's his I want attention sound. Eddie. Come here.
Yeah, I haven't had a cat in a long time. My son's wife is allergic to cats and her daughter, so I just have dogs now.
Yeah.
I have 3 dogs and 7 cats.
Wow.
And no kids.
Wow.
That's the best thing you said so far. No kids.
Yeah, Llama, you still have a screen share up I'm looking at down below. I couldn't turn it off.
Why won't it-
Yeah, we have animals instead of kids.
Stop screen.
There you go.
Thought I turned it off. Guess
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, I seen you surfing Pornhub there.
Yeah.
Well, come here. Well, come on up here.
No point in looking if you can't play. That's my attitude. It's like going to strip clubs. About mid-20s, I was like, why? Can't touch them. Most of them you don't want to touch anyway. Reality. Yeah.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab my cat.
All right.
Come on. There he comes.
All righty. Cool.
Meow.
Here, let's make him the star.
Meow.
There we go.
It's okay.
Hey, kitty, 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 kitty.
I like
Meow.
See, but
He's falling off. He's gonna retry. It's funny when we got him. His name was Eddie Munster, but after we got to know him, we renamed him Edward Scissorhands. For some reason, he always has the sharpest claws out of all 7. Come on.
If anybody in chat would like to drop in, I'll post the link again. You're welcome to drop in and talk about your 3D printing type projects and what you got going on. You're welcome to drop in.
So, Llama, my idea for a tool changer, just to drive along the conversation here. One of the cool things about this Hebo RT is the Z-axis has this magnetic suspension system to account for any kind of wobble in the ball screws. And what it is it's 5 magnets attracting, and the 3 center magnets have a steel ball, a magnetic steel ball in between them. And that allows it to do all kinds of this movement. And the 2 outer magnets, which are closer, keep it from rotating. So what I was thinking is to come up with a system where the one of the big issues with tool changers is your accuracy and movement on parking your old tool. I can use that magnetic system to make the park for the tool and use just the magnetic force to clip it into place. And then on the hot end, you can put a couple of electromagnets and mirror the magnetic pattern to lock into the holder. And you get close enough, turn on those electromagnets, and it'll overwhelm the magnets holding in the holder and snap to the head.
Well, you can make one
nice.
holder electromagnets too.
Hey, kitty.
Well, if you make the holders electromagnets, what happens is when you turn your printer off, all your tools fall out.
No, because you make them on a ledge.
And then my dog comes over here when I said, "Hey, kitty."
So the minute the power that kicks off, they drop a little, but they drop onto the ledge. The minute you kick the power back on, they float back up into.
Yeah, maybe.
It's okay, Sandy.
But
because that's how that X carriage works. That's a magnet held together. That one that Cocky backed, that's magnet attached.
But the kicker I think I want to try to do is where the gantry goes to take the tool. I want to put a taper to where as it approaches, it will center the tool onto the holder. And when it goes, the taper pulls it, and the magnet pulls it up on the taper, so it's locked into the same spot every time. And having that magnetic suspension to where it can move a little bit will help account for, if the head's not exactly in the right spot when you go to park it, or if the magnets pull it a little weird or whatever. As you go up on that taper, that suspension will allow it to move into place when it pulls it in.
Here's a problem with magnets and a printer. They're wicked heavy. And you start getting into electromagnets, they're even heavier. Electromagnets are extremely heavy. And then you're
I've seen a bunch of really small ones, really small electromagnets.
Yeah, but if they're really small, they're not very powerful.
That's the thing. You come up with a design where you don't need a ton of power. You just need enough to pull it down into the taper.
Yeah. Well, the thing would be to do is, like you say, use a very small one and just use it as an alignment tool where you still have the mechanical holding power. You just use the magnet to help it pull in a line. Almost like you can get the tool changers close and it doesn't actually have to be in contact, kick on the magnets, and it'll literally just float over and snap into place. And then when it goes back, float over. I mean, you're only talking, maybe a millimeter of travel space, but then there's no actual physical connection between the carriage head and the head holder on the frame. You could have the magnets float it back and forth. But again, magnets are heavy. Magnets, and especially electromagnets, are pretty freaking heavy.
Yeah, that's one of those things I really just need to get my hands on the electromagnet and see.
Yeah,
see how strong and how heavy.
And see how much power they have. But
I wonder who else is streaming right now. We've only got 12 people watching. We dropped off from like 30.
It's probably because I got here. I'm scared. Okay. Didn't you know the room's even cleared out once I got here?
Yeah.
No one I'm subscribed to streaming.
Huh?
Said nobody I am subscribed to is streaming.
Huh.
Yeah, it's just a Tuesday, and half the country is.
Chris Travis says I'm still here.
I have mittens too.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I showed
buddy.
it earlier. Chris Travis made me a real cool sticker, or he sent me a sticker here. He even signed the back. Said thanks, Chris Travis. Nice.
I have mittens too. That should have been Trump, not Biden, but we won't go there. Yeah, I don't know. The whole tool changer thing just doesn't. Again, I wouldn't mind playing with one. Like if someone said, "Hey, here's a tool changer," I'd be like, "Cool."
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But I don't think I'd ever use the tool changer. I would use it to figure out how it works and how to make it work better, and then it would just sit there because I don't think I'd ever use it. Although watching these guys do these multicolor prints, do you see those guys that did the Geary with the tool changer? Those are both tool changers. And the cool thing about the tool changer, there's no waste tower.
Tell me something, Llama. Is Geary an app, or is that somebody in the background using a voice mod to sound like a robot?
Someone in the background doing a voice mod.
That's what I thought, because he seems to be too smart.
Yeah, you could tell because sometimes they forget to turn it on. He starts speaking and then it kicks on.
Yeah.
Cat butt.
Because I have a voice mod that can act like a robot, but I don't know how you'd pull somebody in off screen and have them in the background.
It's because he set his camera off to the gear.
Yeah.
You see?
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah, it's just somebody in StreamYard.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Llama Geary.
Yeah. Because I have the voice mod app. Right?
Like that and everything.
I recognize the voice. It sounds like a robot.
And then he just puts a voice mod on. I used to have a voice mod, but it's installed on this computer.
Yeah, I done a whole live stream one time for an hour where I was looking like I looked like a devil. I posted it, haven't had very many views, and the whole entire time I'm talking in a weird voice, just talking to myself for an hour because nobody dropped in.
Can't imagine why.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty funny. I had a kick out of it, so I just kept running with it.
The best one like I ever did was the Halloween or April Fool's. I did the
yeah, it's like Zolan and his raccoon. I have that same app, and he's the one that turned me on to it, gave me the idea. And also this wireless mic that I'm using, Zolan told me about on Amazon. And for like $45, it works great. I mean, I stream for 4 hours. The battery doesn't go dead. I can walk clear out to my front gate before I lose connection. It works great. Yeah. And all these streamers saying, no, you need to spend over $200 and buy this certain one. And no, this $45 one works great.
This thing was like $25.
Yeah.
I mean, they're actually like 60. I bought the Amazon, I love going to the Amazon warehouse. You ever do the Amazon warehouse when you go on Amazon? If you look at something and you look at the price window, there's always at the bottom, can be gotten for blah, 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 used. And it's always like, a third off.
What's that, a Rode mic?
$50. I got it for $23 because someone pink.
Yeah, I have an Audio Technica mic that the first layer, Richard Cleveland told me about. It cost me like $100. But when I walk away from the mic that's normally right here, then you can't hear me. So I figured I'll go wireless. So when I do a video, I can actually walk around and you can hear me better throughout the whole video.
Yeah, Shane gave me this.
All the way anywhere in this room.
Yeah, usually this is sitting over like beside my monitor. But like you like my 3D printed polycarbonate with knotted rubber band spider?
Was that one of them anti-vibration feedbacky things?
Oh yeah, dude! Like my keyboard made so much noise on this mic before I got this. This thing is awesome, and this whole thing's printed in polycarbonate too. So it's
yeah, you and your freaking polycarbonate.
Oh my god, I'm in love with this Snow Lab stuff.
It is nice, isn't it?
Yes.
You do lose some properties. You gain other properties, but you do lose strength and stuff with it.
Maker Mike, we're waiting for you to drop in. That's why we're still here. We're hoping
honestly,
you drop in and say hey.
You do lose some of polycarbonate's properties, but from what I can tell, it's like the same balance of properties that ABS has, just a little better.
Yeah, it's
like
better than ABS.
This stuff does not seem like it warps near as bad as ABS, the PC Plus.
It just, you really got to watch printing that in the room with you, man.
It does not bother me. It does not affect me one bit.
A friend of mine down in Texas, Frag Metz, he's a designer. You probably heard of Frag. He has a picture of himself online, and behind him is a flower on the wall. It's a picture of, I don't know, sunflowers or something. I took little Bernie and I put him in that picture and I reposted underneath his post. So now he's standing there smiling. He's got Bernie Sanders on the wall behind him. Auto drop. What's going on?
Gonna go chop up some wine, Zach? Is that what you're doing?
It's my
Auto Drop 3D. You're welcome to drop in and hang out, and let's see what you got going on the belt printer. We'd like to see anything new.
bed cleaning knife because I can't keep up with stuff, so I just get like one of the dispensers full of utility knives.
Yeah, I got those too. You know what you got to get though? Where is it? I'll have to send you the file. I got a holder for those that I 3D printed. It looks really weird.
Which blade are you using?
I think
They
I've seen
tapered on both sides, Zach? Yeah, I have a whole bunch of those in a dispenser, and I usually use them by hand, and I wish I had a nice holder to use them.
Yeah, I got a pocket
Yeah,
knife.
I have one of those.
I got hundreds of these. These are what I use for work.
Yeah, I carry that as a
Buttloads
pocket
of
knife for
them.
work also, yeah.
Where did my scraper go?
And
There it is.
they're great for self-defense because they're a razor blade. You'll instantly win.
I got a real nice one.
Yeah.
This thing is so incredibly heavy. I believe the
Yeah,
whole body is stainless.
Nice.
That is nice. I actually like the old Sears ones that were made with the wood handle because they weren't cold in the winter when you're working outside. And they had a nice. This one's heavier, but those wood ones were nice. My brother gave me this one. I have no idea where he got it from. I'd never seen it before.
I used to carry a big buck knife in my front pocket at work, but I'd try to take it out because I'm sure if Kenny was to pull me over and I got a buck knife, not in a sheath, but in my front pocket, I'd probably get a ticket.
Yeah, you just press the blade into that, and it holds it.
That's cool.
And then when you want to take it out, you just dig it into the corner and you just pop it out. It just presses in. Boom, done.
What'd you print? Would you say you printed that, right?
Yeah. But it's weird, and I designed it that way because it like holds your hand. You know, it wraps around your finger. It's really comfortable to use. It's bizarre. I don't know how I came up with it, but it works really well.
Is it on Thingiverse?
No. I didn't post this anywhere because it's kind of dangerous.
Can you send me the link and I can print one for me?
Yeah, as long as you're not going to sue me. Because here's the issue with this. I can't release this because if anyone ever got hurt from it, because it doesn't actually hold the blade anywhere. There's no mechanical clip holding it.
Well, I'm so forgetful. I'd forget where I got it from if I ever did hurt myself.
Yeah. Well, that's why I didn't put it on like Thingiverse or anything, because if you don't know what you're doing and you print it wrong, because you got to print it like this, on this face standing straight up. Because if you print it flat, well, one, it won't on both sides, but it'll split apart. You need to, you need the filament looping and blah, blah, blah. It's just kind of dangerous.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll send it to you if you want. I got to find it again.
All right. Or I can just buy one, I guess. I could buy a holder if you can't find it.
Yeah, the regular holders suck, though. They don't, I don't know, they don't feel right like when you're scraping a bed or something. You know what I mean? They get like too steep of an angle.
On my new resin printer, I have to use a razor blade because I've been using a BuildTech spatula to remove prints because they're hard to get off. You know, like it's like a raft, and they're hard to get off. So I got to take a razor blade and go back over it and check it. And I've been using those just in my bare hand, holding them and checking it.
Pull it out of Fusion. I don't think I ever saved the STL. Nope.
So you home alone, Kenny? Is your wife there, or what's going on?
Yeah, she's in the bedroom doing paperwork. Our CPA is coming tomorrow for bookwork stuff.
Does she have any hobbies that she likes to do?
No, not really.
It sounds like my wife. She watches TV and yells at me.
The Bernie memes are just getting really stupid now. Oh, crap.
It's I'm working on a handle for my printer.
Okay. It's Mad Monkey. Okay. I was wondering who the voice was. Thank you, Stephen.
Where's Mad Monkey?
So
he's the voice of Geary, I guess.
I have.
Is he? I don't think so. Is he? I don't. Maybe. It don't sound like him because every once in a while you can actually hear his voice, but it could be.
Whoop! There, better.
Oh, you see the picture on the wall. There you go.
Right here. Usually, it gets into it, and this comes apart.
I gotta find it. Way back.
You got a really big brim on that, it shouldn't be coming off the bed.
Yeah. This is about the 5th time I've tried it.
So what's printing on that far side? That is why do you think it's coming loose?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Is the brim lifting off the bed? Is a part falling over?
Just the center part. The brim is staying right where it's supposed to be. But the other
What
part,
material is it?
raising coming up comes off.
What kind of material is it?
PLA.
Weird.
Trying to think, what was that setting in S3D? So the bottom layers on the supports or the part bond better. Let me look. Let me pull up S3D. I'll try to find what it's called in S3D. I think it's support density. But I don't know what it's called in Cura.
But it's just that one side that comes up and the other side doesn't come up. I don't know what's.
Wow, I have an update for S3D. That's never happened. I got a thing up just popped up on my screen.
What?
Version 4.1.2 is now available. It says I have version 4.1.1.
Yeah, 4.12 is what came out like a year ago.
Oh, why did I just not get an update? That's weird. Well,
what did I do with that thing? There it is.
No, I don't remember my username and password, so I'll have to look that up. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, 2019 is when 4.12 came out.
That's weird. I wonder how come I just now got notified.
You got me excited for nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I was gonna go download it just to have it, just so I can pick on it.
I was about to say, were you checking too, Llama?
I was getting ready to.
Well, they're a year behind with notifying people, it looks like. I'm downloading it now, but it's 4.1.2.
Yeah. Actually, did 4.1.2 come out then? Wasn't it 4.1.1? I don't think there was a 4.2.
No, 4.1.2's been out for a hot minute.
All right. Well,
I don't know. I haven't touched S3D.
Go open your program, Zach, and see if it gives you a notification right now.
I just did it. It said your software's up to date, and it's 4.1.2.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I played with it for like a week when they came out with the last update. What was that? A year and a half ago or 2 years ago, Thanksgiving. It was right around Thanksgiving and it came out. I played with it for a week and then got rid of it again.
Oh, I'm still on the full screen.
So
there we go.
Show you what happened. See this?
Well, your brim, you need more than one layer. Anybody uses Cura, what should he do there?
That's you're not printing close enough to the bed.
Yeah, it's not sticking.
Looks like it is on
the
the
fine.
I can't really see it. But yeah, you got to clean the bed. Get rid of the glass.
Are you using IPA to clean your bed after each print?
Yep, I do.
Hit it with soap and water first.
Do you have a heated bed?
Dawn dish soap. Usually it holds it.
Kenny, do you have a heated bed?
Yep.
Wash it with Dawn. Try this. Wash it with Dawn. Then rub it with alcohol. Set your bed to 60 and try to print on clean, plain glass.
Yep. Do you think if I turn it the long way?
You might try that as well.
Put it on the center of the bed if it would hold it better.
Maybe it's too cold over on that side and it's not bonding very well.
Yeah.
That scraper handle's in the private chat, Jerry.
Okay, thank you.
You can do it too, Zach, because I think you can use it with that kind of, if you're using those blades a lot. It just makes life so much easier.
Yeah, I'll download one.
Be able to hold this and just go, and it's thinner than like metal ones or anything. Cool. But you do have to print slow and kind of.
Well, I'm
really good here.
I can't print anything for. Let's see.
Works good though. You got a pair of calipers?
Yeah.
Yep.
Put them on that brim. Don't break it off yet.
Oh.
Put it on that brim. See how thick it is.
Yeah, I got 3 hours until I got a free printer.
My caliper's out in the truck. I don't have it in here.
Oh, well, just when you go to do it, measure it.
Okay.
Because it looks like you're too high off. And if you're too high off, that brim will be like 2.3 or 0.23 instead of 0.17. Because everyone prints it, 0.2 layer height for the first layer.
Yeah.
The problem is you're setting your bed height at 0, and you end up adding height to it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because you're spacing it off the bed.
Yeah.
So 0 is actually like 0.1 or 0.05 or something. So you end up with a big, thick layer height. So if it's over like 2 or 0.2, 0.3, you're too far off the bed.
Okay.
So you can easily tell if you're really too far off the bed. Is if that first layer is really thick, it's because the filament's coming out and not squishing.
Okay.
I got to grab some bones real quick for the dogs.
Bones.
Around 3 o'clock, they start bugging me all the time.
Jerry's gone trashes his page, his website.
It's about the 4th or 5th time I've tried printing that, and it does the same thing. The 2 little ends come up. So I'll give it a
That's
whirl.
weird that came off even with glass that easily.
Yeah.
It's just not sticking to the glass better. I'm not big on glass. I got it to work. It was okay. It just wasn't.
I'm printing bare glass
I
with
sprayed-
my systems right now.
I spray it with this.
Yeah, that's another problem. Don't use that.
Oh yeah.
I use glue stick on glass in my on my CR10, my enclosure. That's the only printer I leave glass on. Or actually, it's a mirror. It's not glass.
Purple glue stick, baby. Stuff
Hey,
like that. You get the no-namey kind of stuff, right, Zach?
No, it's not no name.
Well, you know what I mean. It's not brand name Elmer's glue. It's something else.
It's Avery. That's
Yeah,
like that's a name brand.
Yeah, no, but it's not.
It's not Elmer's.
Glue stick is Elmer's name brandy thing. They were the ones that started it. Avery is a good brand, though. I never even thought of them for glue stick, though.
I use Scotch on my mirror.
Yeah, I think I got Scotch. It didn't work as well.
Hey,
I like this because of the purple. Because you can see where you're applying it.
that's what
Yours
this-
is purple, too, isn't it?
yeah. Trust me. Find some of this Avery purple glue stick. I've used Elmer's. This stuff is better than Elmer's. Like I had sworn off a glue stick for years, and then we got the Fusion 3D printer at work that came with 2 of these, and like $5,000 3D printer. They send you this and say, "This is how you get shit to stick to the glass."
Avery purple.
Avery purple.
Okay.
And I bought me some.
Office supply store will have it.
Yeah, Amazon, like $5 for a 6-pack.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not gonna be replacing this anytime soon because I bought a case of them for like $6 or $8, and you got like 10 of them in it.
Yeah, Kenny, your build
I use
surface
like
shouldn't
40
need
here,
anything,
so I
but
really-
you can always add to it and try something on top of the build surface.
Yeah.
Boiler Ram, how you doing? I haven't seen him in a hangout in forever. Do you still do hangouts, Mr. Buttram?
No, he's a loser. he's a quitter.
You're very welcome to come in and say, hey, if you'd like to, here's the link, Mr. Buttram.
He'll come up with some.
Did you see that Printed Solid now has LDO orbiters in stock?
I did not look.
Shipping from Delaware. And it's significantly cheaper than buying the parts and printing it yourself. So I ordered one of those today. I had a small windfall hit me. So I've got an orbiter and a Mosquito Magnum. So I'll have the orbiter and the regular Mosquito on the string drive, and Mosquito Magnum and BMG on the Hypercube.
I want to try that string drive thing.
Let me know when. I'll talk you through it.
Well, here's my other thought too. Is I want to redesign it, kind of, and put it on the Hodgepodge bed slinger and not really use it as the core XY like the switch wire, which is freaking pointless, but just use it as a Z stabilizer instead of having 2 lead screws or having the belt go across the top. If you go across the bottom, have the string going up, one side lifts, the other side has to go with it. It can't, because they're tied together. That's what I never got. Everyone like puts 2 lead screws up and then puts the belt across the top, which is a big no-no. If you don't have like perfect lead screws, you end up with all kinds of Z wobble in your prints.
Auto drop, are you still in chat?
Probably not.
Or if you go under the bed.
If you're still in chat, Auto drop, thank you very much for the $5 on PayPal.
Or you can still go on top, just have it up and down.
You ought to do a core XY with the strings, man. That's where it really, really shines. I'm running a much heavier gauge string than I had before.
Don't have the money to build a whole new printer.
Hey, Llama, have you ever had your belts too tight on your Hypercube and you get belt debris after a print? There's like little black crap everywhere.
Get what?
Belt debris from your print from having your belts too tight on your Hypercube.
No. That's
Like
usually because your belts aren't aligned properly.
All right, because I got a lot of belt debris from my last print, and one of them seemed to be a little tighter than other, which I don't think they're that tight. And I got to find the problem.
Mine are probably too tight.
Yeah, that's my next big project, Gary, is I'm converting this Hypercube to a string drive. Because I'm starting to see some belt debris, and my belts are not tight.
Yeah. Well, even though on the Hypercube, all the belts aren't tooth to tooth. I mean, the teeth on the belt aren't always against the teeth, depending on which way they run. Sometimes they're turned around backwards. So they might go over a tooth gear the backwards, if that makes any sense.
I use smooth gears for my backwards.
Yeah.
I have 2 smooth and all the rest of them are teeth.
Yeah.
The 2 smooth are at the actual carriage return.
Yeah, I watched a zillion videos on what goes where, and I'd have to look at it to tell you, but so.
I have what? 1, 2, 3, 4 tooth pulley or idlers and 2 smooth idlers.
No, 6 and 2.
Yeah, right.
There's 4 on the gantry, 4 in the back.
And the way you tension them on the back of my hot end, you got to pull it with a pair of pliers, try to put the screw in, snug it up, and then you got a little tiny set screw, a little tiny piece of plastic that barely moves to get a little more tension. It's really stupid the way you tension them.
Yeah, that's another huge advantage over on this string drive, is because I've got a box on the front where the motors would be on the Hypercube. I've got where the strings go down to the bottom to the motors, and I've got 6 pulleys. I have 2 for each one coming in, and I've got 2 on an axle here, and then 2 at the bottom, and they snake over. And that middle one is on a set screw that pushes out. So I have just a huge amount of adjustment. When I put strings on this thing and everything's loose before I've tensioned it, you've got an inch of play in the string, and like 4 turns on that set screw, and it's taken every bit of that up.
How much trouble would it be to convert mine to a string drive, expense wise and tear down wise? And
I don't know. I've got to. You see, the other thing too is you're using smooth rods. You're not using linears like I am.
Yeah.
The one I have is a scratch build. It's not based on anything.
All right.
But as I do this one, I'll let you know. The pulleys are not expensive. This is a $20, 150-yard spool of braided line, and this stuff is just really good. That's more than a lifetime supply. But the pulleys were like, I don't remember how much the pulleys were, but they were less than the Gates pulleys by a lot. I say Gates, the GT2 pulleys. They're not Gates.
You bought an Omnia drop there, Danny boy, or did you get one?
I think somebody gave him one.
Yeah, they're sweet. I love them.
Yeah, I'll have to check my pulleys, Mr. Budfrom, to make sure that where they're running over the tooth, that it's smooth and not geared. It seems to me that a couple of them, I might have built it back, a couple of them wrong.
I've yet to have to take it apart and play with gears. I actually took this one apart because I took it off of that one and put it on this one because it was orange. I took it apart to clean out like the gears where it pushes the filament, figuring out, okay, I've had it for 6 months, you know. You get that little gear filament crap in there. Thing looks brand spanking new in there, not a speck of dust.
What's bad about building a hypercube from scratch, because when you get no paperwork like with ZYLTECH, you have to watch people's YouTube videos basically and kind of figure out how to do what. And then from one video to the next, there's going to be changes that they may or not remember to tell you about. So sometimes you'll magically see things change in their next video. So it's always good if you're going to build a hypercube, watch all the videos all the way through and then go from there.
Tech2C has a PDF file for it. So does the dude who did the Evolution 2 or whatever.
Yeah, they're
not written manuals.
Yeah.
I tell you what, the Hebo RTs that I'm building, there are no assembly anything.
Yeah, but you don't need an assembly manual.
But the cool thing about them, though, is on his GitHub page, you can open up in the browser the fusion models of the different parts of the system and look and see what goes where.
Yeah.
That's how I've been building it.
Yeah, I had that too, but you know, you don't want to do this step before that step, or you might have to take something back apart, and you know.
Oh,
I guess I've done these things so many times. That
once you build one, the second one will be a lot easier because you already know the process.
If you're mechanically inclined enough, 3D printers really aren't that mechanically complex.
Exactly.
They're kind of simple. It's a bunch of belts and pulleys that pull a carriage around. If you have basic mechanical common sense, you can build a 3D printer. You might not build it right away. You might screw a few things up, but
Mr. Butchram, I've got a hypercube from ZYLTECH, a 445 Evo, and I don't know if you got a code from somebody, but if you use my code 3DHP at checkout, you'll get 15% off your whole order.
Your hypercube Evo is like freaking Matty Jake's freaking Boron. It's a parts box that sits on your dining room table as a decoration.
Yeah, pretty much. You get a great big box. It's all 30-30 extrusion except for the bed that's 20-20. And I put an SKR 1.4 turbo in it. It's 24 volt.
I'll put it this way. I built my
next 10 years.
I built my hypercube Evo before ZYLTECH was selling kits.
Yeah.
Long time ago. It was like early 2017.
Mm.
And then Llama had a video on how to put the grease in there, so I printed out your plastic parts, and that was kind of a mess. So I wanted just kind of filling it up and trying to pack it in. I used white lithium grease, which I probably shouldn't have used.
I don't like white lithium because it dries up generally.
So now I got some oil in the little tube. I forget what type of oil it is, but I usually put that on the rails, and then I just run it back and forth and hope some of it gets inside.
Dude, I use the either Hops number 8. I've got an ancient bottle of Hops number 8 gun oil here, or Remington PTFE infused gun oil on my rails.
I use mountain bike grease because it's almost the same bearings in some of the clutches and stuff in the rear end of your mountain bike. So it's a little bit looser of a grease than like your normal.
I wonder how Triflow would work. It's got a Teflon coating on it.
What's that, Kenny?
We use Teflon coating in all the lock work that we do. It's called Triflow.
Yeah.
And I wonder how that would work.
The other thing, while it's clean, people don't realize is I get another thing from the mountain bikes. I have what they call stictionless. And it's a coating. It's a modular something or other. I don't know, some kind of chemical. But you put it on bearings before you grease pack them, and it fills all the microscopic pores and makes them like super slippery.
Yeah.
They actually use them in mountain bikes. We used to use them on the shocks for the tube of the shock because you get so much dirt and stuff. Because not only does it fill it in and like make it slippery, it's also a dirt repellent. Nothing really sticks to it. So I got a bunch of it, and it's like you buy a bottle of it. It's a little itty bitty bottle, but you put like 2 drops on stuff. It's lasted me like 10 years.
Looking for my oil to show you what I use if I can find it.
It works beautiful. Everything I've ever had problems with, I put a couple of drops of that on it. Repack it with grease and barrels.
I got so much crap I can't find nothing. My wife's like, "You need to organize all this." Yeah, and the bins are all
into the garbage pile.
I got bins and drawers everywhere, but they're not organized. I just got stuff in all over the place.
It's getting bad because usually I have a shelf of 3D printed stuff. My nieces and nephews and all of them will show up every once in a while and be like, "Oh, that's so cute. What are you gonna do with that?" I'm like, "Take it out of here. Take it." They can't come. They haven't been here in like a year.
I try to get my wife to help me organize stuff, but she don't want to help. I used to be the tool guy for Penta a long time ago, construction company here in town, and my boss would come in and get pissed off because this place is a mess. I said, "No, it's organized. It looks good." But for some reason, he didn't like the way I had the tool room set up, which was a big, long trailer. Yeah, I can't find it. But I'm sure after the stream, we'll go, "Oh, there it is."
Well, the guys at Idea Maker are going to have to go out and buy an M1 Mac now.
Yeah, I don't know where it's at. Oh,
I discovered a bug with Idea Maker.
Oh, hey, we got another special guest. We got the one and only Brian Baker from the First Layer. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Jerry, remember when afternoons ended in the afternoon?
Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Well, I figured if I stream long enough, more people will just show up. Usually by this time, I've got like 8 to 10 people.
Yeah, actually, I popped in. I'm like, you only got 4? Huh? Everybody must be getting out nice balmy weather or something.
No. he had like 8, and then I showed up and scared them all away.
So yeah, they just started dropping off in droves, eh?
Have you been at your day job all day, or what do you got going on?
Yeah, I've just been doing coding work all day, documentation work, and playing around with the printers a little bit. Not too much, unfortunately, this week. But, I did dial in everything on the CR10, and it's printing beautifully now. But I've been working a lot with that Prusa slicer, and I gotta say, that's pretty darn good suite.
Yeah, that S5 I was working on for a friend. I had tons of problems. I had some firmware issues, and I finally got a hold of Ben Brady, and we chatted like 100,000 times back and forth, and he helped me fix my problems.
Oh, that's great.
So the man has his printer back. He's having some issues with it, but, it's we'll just go from there. But anyway.
Yeah, all you can do is lead them to water, right? You can't teach them how to drink. And that's the sad truth with 3D printing stuff is you can give them the perfect machine, but if they don't drive it right, well, it's going to break eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Llama.
Well, when he got it back, I think I put a used BL Touch back on it other than a new one. So I went down, I mailed it through the mail to send it to him. He said it was sticking. He went to probe the bed, and right in the middle, it was having an issue. I'm thinking, well, I think I put the wrong sensor back on it. So I don't know.
Ooh. That
That's
happens.
He's the logo face.
I always have trust issues with those things myself.
Yeah, I've never. The CR10 Max has one on it, but I ordered a new carriage for it because I took off the carriage. What, Llama? Oh, I'm sorry. Here, let me fix that for you. There you go.
Sponsored content.
Yeah, the CR10 Max, I took off the carriage and I put it on his S5. Then I ordered another one from Tiny Machines, but it came with the ABL mount, and I need the BL Touch mount. So I called them up, and they're sending me one for like $350 plus shipping.
Oh,
so
nice.
I can just get it running, and I want to get it running stock to see how it does. There's nothing I want to upgrade on it until I see how well it works stock.
Well, what I'm telling everyone with a BL Touch, I kind of covered it in a video a while back there, but any firmware you're building, add the M48 probe repeatability test and run that before you start doing bed leveling and all that, because if it goes through 10 repetitions and your deviation is greater than 0.01 millimeters, then it's never going to work right. Now that probe, once you get dialed in, you're going to get a deviation of like 0.002, 0.003, and then you're good. But a lot of printers I've had where, you go and do your bed leveling, you get your numbers, it says looks great, and then you go to print, and maybe it prints good for one print, and then your next leveling is completely different, right?
It's weird. I've had
I've had a handful of BL touches, and I've never had one that was out of spec.
It all depends on how fast people are doing their probing, or if they add multiple probings to do an averaging. But just for fun, next time you do your firmware, add that M48 command to the firmware and then just run it. It does 10 probes at the same point, and it gives you an actual calculated deviation, which is pretty cool.
I'm running Clipper, so I could just
okay, yeah.
probably type in.
Well, Clipper's got a faster feedback too,
yeah.
Right? So this, I printed, I've been designing a bit of a fan duct with one of my printers here, and I printed it with Prusa Slicer. Past few days trying the new ironing feature, and look at the shine.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's the thing I do want the Prusa Slicer for.
Wow, that was on the top?
That's the top layer, yeah. So
oh my God.
So this is their default settings of 15% on the top layer. And I mean the rest of it you can kind of see it's got a couple issues with this. This is actually Pet G. And I did
Prusa?
That's Prusa Slicer on a CR10.
You know, wow. Funny because Cura and Idea Maker have had polishing or all of that for years.
Yeah, the difference is
the big deal is Prusa Slicer's got it now.
Well, no, it's I did use the ironing feature in Cura for a while. It defaults to 10% flow, whereas Prusa does 15%. And I think Prusa has it actually shuts off the fans too, which helps with the melting. But what amazed me, this was the default out of the box settings. I didn't even dial it in. So the shine is ridiculous. It's as smooth as it is shiny. Like running my finger across it, I barely have anything. But the other thing too, you can kind of see the banding on this, but they have this new monotonic top layer option.
That's
which
what
just,
I'm interested in.
Yeah, it is fabulous. Basically it just gets rid of your diagonal lines because your top layers are the same as the bottom, right? And it just does 45 and 135 degree angles back and forth. This one changes it up a little bit, and so you don't have that repetitive pattern. So yeah, I'm gonna be covering it eventually here, but out of the box, it's giving Cura a run for its money, at least on default profiles.
I get a lot of stringing with Pet G, so I crank my temp up to 245 instead of 235. That helped quite a bit, but I still have stringing.
I'll have to check. I think I ran this at 255. I'm working with Orter filament on this one because it's super cheap here. Okay. Just to give it a try. Pet G, yeah, you're gonna have stringing fights sometimes. That's just
like the Mandalorian helmet that I did from Nico. Nico was on earlier for about an hour. I have a lot of stringing on the inside of the helmet, and with PETG, it's hard to get rid of stringing. You can't just melt it; you got to clip it. It just sucks.
Well, what you want to do then is, are you using Simplify or are you using Cura?
Yeah, Simplified.
Take a look for travel optimization. I know they have it in Cura. I don't know if they have it in S3D, but you can make it so that all the travel is within the walls of your model, so any stringing will be in the infill rather than across your helmet.
Use Idea Maker and all of that's not a problem.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're really going to get into politics there, add linear advance and calibrate it right, and then there's never stringing.
Or go to Clipper and use everything. I have the what is it? Input shaper tuned with a little $5 accelerometer strapped to the head. I've got 3-point automatic bed leveling since I've got 3 steppers on my Z stage.
Have you ever featured that on any content there, Llama?
What's that?
Have you ever featured that printer? Or sorry, was it?
No,
I got my monitor over here, so I'm trying to look back and forth.
No,
that was me talking.
Oh, sorry, bud. Yeah.
I don't have a YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you?
Well,
you
technically,
man. Like
everybody that's logged into YouTube technically has one. They just don't do anything with it.
Yeah. I don't have time for it, honestly. I don't have the will to put content out, honestly.
That's fair.
I would rather come here and sit and listen to y'all talk about printer stuff and show off what I'm working on.
Here's the thought I had to get onto the YouTube channel thing. Like, I do stuff, and I'm really sporadic, as you guys probably know if you ever watch any of mine. I'll do like 4 or 5 in a month, and then it'll be like 6 months, and I won't do any. And then I'll do, 6 or 8 in 4 or 5 weeks, and then I don't. Because stuff just doesn't come to me. I always thought, like, why didn't, like, me and you and Dan and whoever all get a single YouTube channel where we all upload content, and that way we could keep a more, consistent content view and maybe actually get to, a couple thousand people and start collecting a little bit of money and populate it, and not just have to be like, you know, like Brian Vines or one of those guys that does it every week, or you know, Brian Baker in the first layer doing it every single week.
Hey! I took like a 6-month hiatus there.
Yeah, but that's my point, is you have him with you, so if you take time off, he's doing it, or if he wants to, you know, the channel never really stops with the first layer. You guys are always streaming, or at least once a week there's a video up, or you guys are streaming on what, Thursday or Friday night, whatever night it is.
But that's the difference,
I make a little bit of money off YouTube, and as I grow, that will increase, and I love it because I ran up so many credit cards doing what I'm doing that I'm behind every month on my bills. So the more I stream and the more people donate and the more videos I do, I make a little bit of money, and that helps my hobby.
Yeah.
So I need to put out more content. And try to grow.
Part of my problem is like a lot of the content I would be able to create is modifying stuff, and 99% of the time, if I'm doing that, I do not have the brain capacity left over to make content out of it.
Yeah.
Because I'll sit there and I'll just get super manic and throw a bunch of parts at the printer all at once. And the last thing I want is to have to
think about the camera, the lighting, and
while I'm doing this.
Honestly, with myself,
my problem.
Whenever I produce content, go ahead.
I have all intentions all the time of doing like modifications, or when I was building this, I was planning on doing content for it. And the problem is I start building it, and one, I either just get into it and totally space, even setting up cameras and lights, or I start doing it, I set up the cameras and lights, and then like today, I was doing my "You Don't Need ABL" video. I recorded it. I got about 10 hours of footage, and probably 3 hours of it is me getting pissed off and kicking the camera out of the way.
Yeah,
that's way, and I'm trying to get it done.
I know the feeling, and sometimes you know, I don't really go into the background of my production content, but basically, a 3-minute video takes me at least 2 hours, and it's just, you know, and that's not even editing. That's just getting the video out because you know, I don't talk about it a lot. I do have anxiety. I have a bit of ADHD, and as you can tell, I'm a sporadic person. So sometimes I can just go in there, shoot the shit for 5 minutes, and my video's done. Other ones, just recording something simple as saying the outro might take 9 or 10 takes. I might just walk away and say, screw it. And then you come back the next day with new clothes, and you're like, I can't do this again. You know, the fact is with the first... Go ahead.
I've been wanting to do this video. People have been asking me for do it for like a year. I keep setting up for. I set up for a week ago.
Yeah.
I've not used this printer because it's ready to go. And I start doing it. I'm like, oh, this is just too annoying, and walk away.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I got. I think behind me here you can see that Ender 3 up here is a dual nozzle setup, and it's got the BLV linear rails kit on there that everyone wants me to do a build on, and I'm like, well, you know, I can, but not until I get the printer working the way I want it to. Yeah. And that's been like 4 months now. And then I lost the SD card where I had the footage on of me building it. So
wow.
I don't know if I want to tear it down and do it again.
I know when I start a video, I usually screw up on my intros. I do it 3 or 4 times. I say the wrong thing, or I forget what I was going to say next. And then if I come back to it later the next day, I usually take my shirt off, leave it on my chair. So when I come back, I can put the same shirt back on.
Yeah, that's what Richard and I were doing in the studio back then. We had a couple of shirts just as production shirts, if you will.
I do a lot of podcasting and stuff, so that's what helps me get through.
Yeah, but podcasting's like this. Just hanging out's not a big deal. It's trying to do the you know, get the lighting right, get the clip right, get the, you know, the camera in the right position to actually see what you're doing. Like, I know, I literally have probably 8 or 10 hours of video just to do the stupid bed flattening thing. And there's probably 5 minutes of useful footage in it. And a lot of it is going to be me holding it up to the camera going, see, this is what I did. But, of course, I'm off camera because I'm just looking at it. I'm not looking through the camera's screen. Yeah. So, you know, you'll see, like, a corner of it, my hand waving, you know, it'd be like over here. Hey, look at this. See what I did over here?
There's a process to it. And for what it's worth, that's definitely not my area of expertise. Richard has 20
We have a new guest popping in. We've got Lightspeed. Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Lightspeed.
Hey,
Hey.
Yeah, another thing too.
Wait. it can't be the guy I know because he's a professional something.
Oh, I'm not an expert.
He's not an expert at anything today.
I was going to say,
What are you up to today?
I'm an expert Canadian today. So, you want to know anything about Canada? Let me know.
All right, you're on the trial there, bud. There.
Hey, take it easy there, hoser. Now, back off now.
Hey, which hose are you talking about? Hey,
can you buy and ship me some insulin from up there then?
Yeah.
Only if we throw in a bag of ketchup chips.
I spent most of my life. I lived about 30 minutes from Canada, so I got plenty of experience. I didn't know most of them were Asian, so I don't know.
I'm enjoying this conversation. I'm just going to sit back and. For those of you who don't know, I'm from Calgary, Alberta. So
yeah, take off.
I'm from Birmingham, Alabama, the most remote place from Calgary.
Yep. Yeah, Alabama's a little out there. I've never made it out there on my business trips. Mostly Houston and St. Louis, and driving a couple of the pipelines back in the day.
Well, if you do decide to go there one day, take my advice. Don't.
Well, I was about to say, why would I?
Red Light has a question for Kenny about a White's DFX.
Yep.
He's wondering if they close their doors.
White's closed their doors in June of 2020, and Garrett's bought certain parts of White's out. And White's the DFX was the flagship at one time for White's. I own 2 of them.
So if he needs service parts or warranty, he goes through Garrett?
Centerville Electronics in Virginia.
Hey, that's where I'm at.
Centerville?
Centerville Electronics in Virginia. Nassau, is it? I can't remember. But it's in Virginia. All he has to do is Google Centerville Electronics and it'll come up.
I was going to say, Brian, when I grew up in high school, like everybody we used to go to Canada like every weekend. It was awesome.
Yeah, they really made it complex after 9/11 there, to be honest. It used to be you could just drive across the border with a driver's license, but we were always criticized more. We had to have passports when Americans were actually allowed with the driver's licenses for a good 2-3 years after that.
Yeah, we didn't have passports. I mean, this was in the 90s, but we would go there. Yeah. I mean, they had the best Chinese food. You could do a lot more in Canada than you could do in the U.S. Let's put it that way.
Well, from where you're coming from, I could see that. It's there's lots of stuff to do up here. It's definitely a different country, but it depends on which end of the country you're on. You start going west to where I am here, and really, it's kind of, you can't tell the difference between it and Montana for a lot of it.
Yeah.
Centerville Electronics.
That's Manassas, Virginia. That's
it. Yep.
That's the DC metro area.
I learned everything I need to know about Canada from the Blues Brothers? What was the name?
Oh, the Blues Brothers, yeah. Jim Belushi and
John
Belushi.
Strange Brew.
Strange Brew, yeah. Bob and Doug McKenzie, eh?
Take off, Holzer.
People that are newer to the stream or just watching, did I show you guys this picture on who stopped by this morning? And then here's one of Loyal Moses posted this a while back, so I threw Bernie in on his picture and re-put it up on Twitter.
Fantastic.
I don't know why everybody's posting a social communist terrorist.
We don't touch that with a 10-foot pole because we are the socialist monsters, according to the
not
world.
compared to Bernie Sanders. You guys look.
Well, see, for those of you who don't know, Alberta is kind of known as Texas North. So we do have a lot. We actually are much more capitalist than the rest of the country.
Oh, really?
But yeah, it's just the thought of things, right? There's, without getting into political matters, it's definitely a little more every man for himself here than it is looking out for the commonalities, and it applies to, and it happens more around the country, but it's just very centralized here because with the oil and gas trade, we have a lot of guys flying in and out of Houston. It's a direct flight, so you're going to have a lot of cultural similarities.
Well, you did until January 20th. Now you don't have to worry about that no more.
Well, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. I get something to eat, and I'm going to work on my printer for a while.
Well, thank you very much, Kenny, for stopping in. I appreciate it. If you have any questions, you can always hit me up on Facebook if you're having issues or anything.
I got
Llama,
6
fight
more
the
days,
urge,
Jerry,
llama,
before
fight the urge.
tomorrow's up. Yeah.
Take care, Kenny.
You bet.
Take care.
all.
Don't get triggered, llama.
So
Now I
let's
can
see if I
still hear
can
you.
pull this up for you.
Hey, the way I see it, we're in this stream to talk about 3D printing, not politics.
Yeah,
we don't do-
I'm
we
gonna
don't do politics.
I'm gonna show you my 3D printing
I didn't start it.
brain fog of the day. Oh yeah. Yeah, rule number 1, don't ever talk here because you're always going to be on the stream with the exact polar opposite of yourself. That's
Yeah.
Hey Brian,
from experience. Yes.
Brian, I've never talked to you before, but I put that big Tree Tech filament sensor because your
Yep.
video on my rail core, dude. That thing, I have a $80 Duet one. It doesn't work half as good as that big Tree Tech one. Is like the best filament sensor I've ever had.
Isn't it stupid how well it works? The only thing I don't like about it,
$20.
yeah, exactly. The only thing I don't like about that sensor is it limits you on the materials you can print with it. You know, TPU and TPE, you're never going to get it through that thing.
I don't like
But,
the other thing I don't like about it is it's really awkward. You know, it's like a big dangly thing. I got to figure out a way to mount it properly.
well, on this machine here, let's see if I can zoom in. Luckily, I got a good camcorder on this thing. That's how I hooked it up.
Me too. Only I have mine way far away from the extruder. So
like upstream
was
or
it
downstream?
Brian or Michael was talking about having trouble with it because I was interested in it because I have filament runout sensors on almost all my printers, but there was somebody that was talking about an issue with it, and I don't remember who it was. It was you or Michael.
So Brian, this is a direct drive. So if you look, I don't know if you can see, but right there,
yeah,
so all the way over the hoop there. So the filament sensor is right here, and it's a reverse Bowden system. So the filament sensor is right there between the roll of filament. So when it runs out, the filament runs out somewhere right around here, and then it just backs itself out. It's perfect. It's like absolutely perfect.
What do you mean? What's reverse Bowden?
So this is a
It's just
direct
a
drive.
PDF.
Oh, I see.
BMG on it.
Okay, it's just to feed the filament.
Yeah, so that Bowden tube is really just to feed the filament in, but they say on that filament sensor you should have it sitting right on top of the extruder, and that may be true, but I've found that like I have it dialed into where once that wheel stops, it stops. I mean perfectly.
Yeah. Okay.
I never false censored, and like that Duet one, I wish I could find it. I have 2 of them. I have a laser one and the magnetic one, and they're both horrible. I mean, they just don't. I don't know anybody that's gotten them to work.
I don't get why you can't just use a end stop switch.
Llama.
Well, simply put,
That's what I have from TH3D on all of mine, Llama. And I've had, for instance, Arion filament will clog it because I've had inconsistent Arion filament that'll hit it, clog it, and you're printing in midair. So I don't know.
The reason you're doing this is if it jams. So, like I can take a pair of pliers right now and grab that filament, and the minute that wheel feels the filament's not actually moving through it, it will stop it. Whereas,
what do those sell for?
We'll just keep going.
They're cheap.
And they're only for the SKR boards. You can use them on other boards.
They work with any board that has a filament runout connector on it. And the reason is, Jerry, they added this into the Marlin firmware in I think 2.06. I could be wrong on that one. But what it does is instead of looking for a state change to go from low to high or high to low for a switch, it's always cycling. If you get a chance to watch my video, I kind of break it down a little bit.
I've seen it.
But yeah, the pulsing, it has a runout distance, and what that states is how far it'll let the filament move before after the last state change, before it says, hey, okay, the filament's definitely not moving. So if you have it right on the right after the extruder like mine, you want to have it keep fairly short, because otherwise you might just be printing in dead air for a while and it's hard to resume. But if you're doing a direct drive and you have it much further back, you have to account for the filament may actually not be moving when the print head's moving around. It actually has some slack. So on my direct drive machine, I actually set that runout distance to about 150 millimeters, which is half a foot, give or take. And so that would only get it halfway down to the direct drive extruder, but that's all I need. You know, just have it run past to burn a bit more of that filament, and then it safely changes. But it still uses the exact same pins as a regular runout sensor. You got a power, you got a ground, and you got a signal.
So basically, like on the Duet, it's hooked up to an end stop. So
yeah,
there's other the Duet has a dedicated place for it, but I just hooked it up to the end stop. Just like you said, it's a signal wire. That's it. And power.
And most of these boards right now, the exception would be like the E3 dips and stuff like that. Most of them are coming with X plus, X minus, Y plus, Y minus, and you can assign those pins and look it up online fairly easily just to reassign your run out detection. That's what I use on mine. I think on this one it was X plus. But basically, it's just a much more versatile run out system.
Okay.
All right, so I got a question for you guys. I need you to criticize my first layer here, okay? I need you to criticize my first layer.
Looks like a Pop-Tart.
It sure is. That's I saw this earlier. I opened up the package and I said, man, this thing had a layer shift and the nozzle's too high.
I've never seen a Pop-Tart that long before.
No, these are those new thin ones. Our roommate gave us one of the little packs, like 100 calories or whatever.
It's like tire tread and crooked. It was running off the road.
Yeah, I was trying to look at it. Is that a brand they're trying to make? Or?
That's a Pop-Tart cock tease is what that is.
Yeah. You know how they do the diet Pop-Tarts? There's half as many calories because they cut it in half.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys watch South Park, but it's like the Diet Double Dew. Double the caffeine of Diet Dew, which had half the caffeine.
What kind of dog you got there?
A pain in the ass one.
It's a mutt dog.
She's deaf, so I can yell at her if I want, but it doesn't do anything. Like, stop it.
She wants some. Whatever you're eating, she wants some.
Stop it. She listens to hand signals, so like I had to teach her sign language. So I have I think 12 different commands for her via my hand, but she likes when she wants to play, she wants to like gnaw at me. She wants to snap, play bite, and it drives me crazy. Mm-hmm. But anyways, guys, I gotta jump off. I just wanted to say hi.
All right, well, I appreciate you coming by. I'm only going to be on for another 15 minutes.
I knew somebody famous was on here, Brian, so I wanted to say hi. So,
anyways. Oh, thank you. I appreciate knowing that I'm famous, you know.
Yeah. Nico popped in earlier for about an hour. Nico was on also.
I heard that. Yeah, I've been listening. Me and my dog just went for a hike. We hiked the Australia Mountain here, and it kicked my butt. But I thought she'd be sleeping by now, but she's not.
So have you got any snow down there the last couple of days? All this rain coming through?
No. You know what? If you guys watch Jessica Kirsch, so she was in southern Arizona, and it was dumping snow down there. Well, but we had tons of rain here, man. Tons.
Wow.
It snowed in Vegas across town. It didn't where I live out on Sunrise Mountain, but we did get rain the first time in like a year. So
yeah,
that was cool. Yeah. Nice seeing rain.
We seriously have not seen rain in over a year. No joke. So
yeah, people back east get all this bad weather, and I wish we'd have a little bit of it here, to tell you the truth, other than a tornado.
Tomorrow, I think here in Vegas, we're looking for some sunshine tomorrow, so we'll be right back to the 70s again. So
yeah.
Nice. And here I had my windows open when it was 4 today.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. Take care.
Cheers.
See you guys. See you, Zach. See you, Llama.
See you
later.
So
stop by.
Before he stopped in, I was going to make the point. Another reason why I don't do YouTube content is because right now this is the only camera I have, and it is fixed to my monitor.
That's okay though, and you know.
But you could spend 50, 60, 80 bucks and buy a better one if you wanted to.
Or I could spend 50, 60, 80 bucks on filament.
Yeah, exactly. What if there's any advice I can give you about content creation, it's that you don't need fancy gear. You know, when you're first starting out, even your built-in webcam, if your content is good enough, people will come, you know.
What kind of a phone do you have, Zach? Cell phone?
OnePlus 8T.
Oh,
okay.
Geez, that has a stellar camera on it. You should get one of
Brian
those USB
Vines
cameras.
does all his videos on his cell phone.
Brian Vines and Chet both use either their cell phone or an iPad.
Yeah, the only downside with cell phones...
Chet is all using his iPad.
Yeah, the only downside with cell phones and iPads is they really do have weak microphones. However, it's something you manage. You know, you can always clean up the audio a little bit in post. You know,
this
even
wireless mic I have for $45 will plug into a cell phone. Zolan referred me to it on Amazon. It works great, and I didn't have to pay $200 for a wireless mic like a lot of big streamers said. Oh yeah, you got to buy this one for $200. Now the little one, the cheap one suck. Now the $45 one works great until it doesn't. But
Bluetooth one works. I always just leave this recording, like when even if I'm using my big camera or something, which is just a regular handheld, Canon cheapo camcorder.
Yeah.
And but I always leave this recording audio so I can stitch it if I get too far away from that, I'm closer to this. This always, I can walk anywhere in the room and this picks it up. It may not be perfect, but it'll.
One of Llama's videos like 6 months ago, his camera's at a different angle, and I asked him, "What's that blue thing on your hypercube?" And he's like, "What are you talking about?" And it wound up being that mic. It was in front of it, and I thought that was part of the hypercube.
Yeah, Llama. The only thing I'd say you could do on the cheap right now that would even boost that audio a bit more is get yourself some egg cartons and put them up in the corners of your room, because you get a lot of room deflection now. You could always go and get fancy mics like this and whatever, but
froze, Brian.
Oh, did I freeze?
Yeah, you guys talking about high quality streaming gear, and
yeah, exactly. You know what? I won't lie. OBS just shit the bed, and I feed this all through OBS.
That's weird. We can still hear you fine though.
Oh yeah, because hang on.
It's always the video that clogs.
Let me stop the cam and start it. No.
Yeah, it fogged over. It fogged over slightly if you can see it, but you're just frozen, not talking.
Yeah,
dude, it's great facial expression it locked in on now.
Yeah, like, that's my face of disappointment. Let's see here. Maybe there's another OBS cam.
Frozen again. It's like a perfect facial expression to lock up at.
Yeah, OBS has some cool virtual camera features.
There you go.
There we go. This is the different OBS camera, so we'll see if this one's smoother. What I was going to show you guys, for instance, about ridiculous quality, check out this photo. You can actually see the entire Orion's belt and everything up there. That was shot with this phone.
I see one street light way up in there.
What phone do you have?
This is the Motorola Edge Plus. So, it's a flagship thing, but they had a Black Friday deal where I can get it for $15 a month instead of $85 on financing. So it was kind of a no-brainer just to get an upgraded camera. I mean, I have a 5D Mark III. It's stellar. It's great. But, if you're just going out and shooting some video, this is not something convenient to drag around with you. And I do have a lot of tech play toys. That's just who I am. But most streamers, all you need really is just a camera, and if you really want to help your lighting, maybe a little USB ring light from Amazon for $30. The ones I got up here are newer lights. I think it was like a 2-pack for 55 Canadian, just to kind of fill it a little bit. But everything else is just natural in the room.
Yeah.
I'm currently using a ring light. My last 2 live streams, I've had a ring light on.
Yeah,
it does
it's
help.
almost actually too bright too.
What?
Oh yeah.
Although you're not your normal pasty white like I am. You've got kind of an orangey red tone to you. So.
And I got another light on. I got to go turn it off.
Oh,
no, that's actually
it's
probably helping.
Cheaper and cheaper, man. They can pump out a lot of light. I just picked up this one this week. This is the newer double, and yeah, it's bright.
But you don't need that much light.
No, and exactly, and even down if I bring this right down to 1%, the minimum brightness level.
Because that's too much light.
It's still too much, It's just, but this one, I mean, it's got battery hookups and stuff on the back, so I can take it on the go if I really need an outdoor fill light. But it's so overkill. It was just one of those stupid, hey, it's on sale for $80. Let's give it a try.
You know what cracks me up is right now I'm lit by my monitor. The light in this room it only takes one bulb. That's what's in it, and then that light hanging behind me. You see how freaking dark it is in here?
Yeah.
It looks bright on the camera.
Yeah, Llama's got those lights here on those bases, and after you sent me a link, I couldn't find the same exact ones, but I bought like 20 of those since you talked about those a long time ago.
They're so cheap, and they're freaking bright, and I built a stand for them, and you just pop it on the bottom, and boom, you get a room. They're mobile. We literally, my job, we used to start using these as job lights.
I've got this room. I got 4 of those in this room, 2 in my resin room, 1 in my other hobby room, and I got 1 in the living room.
You see what I've got above my desk here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Reflection. That's a regular fluorescent.
It's LED. It's like a $25, $30 LED
Costco one.
Yeah.
yeah. I've got them. I've got the ones that are actually underneath my printer here that you can kind of see behind me here. They're zap strapped onto the Costco Wayland shelf. Or what are they now? Gorilla? I can't remember which brand they keep calling them now. But anyways, they're remote controlled and they synchronize. So if you buy multiple, you just daisy chain the plug and you can dim them.
Mine has just a pull chain. That's it.
Oh, well, that's all right. I mean, this one here, it's a Coda. It's got all sorts of stupid shit on it, right? So you can just go turn them off, turn it on, bring the brightness down if it hits it right.
I can do this.
There's full
or I can
brightness.
do this.
Yeah.
Hey, but that's good enough for you. I mean, the problem with here, like you'll see, I turned it off and it's quite dark. I'm situated in the corner of the room, so right behind me is the corner of the wall. And even just turn off my 2 fill lights, this is what we're dealing with light level. So, you know, it's just designed to give a little bit of light in the room.
These are just so ridiculously cheap. And they're so bright if you don't pull them apart and break them.
Yeah, you mind giving me a link to those? I'd like to just look at the LEDs and see if we can get something affordable up here. You know, Jerry,
These just go on Amazon, type in 4-foot LED.
I'll show you my link. Brian, 1 second, I'll send you a link.
You get a box of like 6 of them. Well, he's going to be in Canada, so it's going to be different.
Yeah,
you get a box of 6 of them for like $45. They're less than $10 a piece.
Oh, okay, yeah. They've got some different like T8 tube style ones and
yeah.
Yeah,
here's the ones I ordered, Brian.
They're wicked bright.
Thanks, Jerry.
Yeah, again, he's in Canada, so he's
well, yeah, but most of, if you don't know this, most of Amazon's catalog actually directly translates over to the Canadian database.
Let me put it in front of the chat.
And mostly the reason for that is there's one company called, I think, Urban Inspirations, and all they do is deal with bringing Amazon products across the border into Canada, and I think they do it like in a just-in-time style. So because of that, everything's double the price of what you'd see on the U.S. site, but the numbers at least resolve. I was going to say,
when
Jerry,
you click a link, it brings you right to your Canadian pricing and everything.
Exactly. Hey, Jerry, when you get a chance, you should try printing one of those LED rings for the desk. You ever seen those?
The arch light?
The archway, yeah.
Oh, those are so cool.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I got that link in the private chat, Brian.
Yeah, I got it there. Thank you, Jerry.
Okay.
Let me.
Yeah, send me the link. Those are wicked cool.
It's like, I think it's like 8 or 9 feet across when it's all said and done, isn't it?
Yeah, it's what it is, Jerry. Is it's an arch, just a big arch that sits on your desk, and it's LEDs the whole way around.
Is that one of the ones you make, or
really? Yeah, it's one of the ones you
3D
make.
print it, yeah.
But it's really, really good. Like if you're working on something and you really need to be able to see, or if you're filming it, because you have so many different light angles, there's no shadows.
Huh.
Let's see if I can get the right monitor here.
That's the one you use the light strip.
Yeah, here's one of them. Like, you just 3D print it and then you run an LED strip along it.
Okay.
Why was this thing fighting me? I've done this before and not had this much.
Interesting.
It prints in sections, obviously.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
But yeah, that's the cool thing about that, especially if it's like
unless you're Joe telling it prints in sections, yeah.
Like that one looks like they're kind of angled away from the back, which is really cool, especially if you're filming, you're handling something, because you have that fill light from everywhere.
Yeah, it does give an even around thing, and as I said, because it's all one strip, you just have to buy like a 5-meter strip on Amazon, or you can get a better color rendering index one that has more whites in there. There's tons of options, but it's really cool for model makers too, especially if you're doing photography, because you do have light from all sides, right? So there shouldn't be any shadow casting, and you can even slide it back and have it outside your peripheral vision, so you can give yourself a little bit of front fill light all the way around while not being blinded the whole time.
I used to do technical theater in high school.
Oh, nice, yeah.
There's a link there. Anybody in chat, you want to copy and paste it?
Yeah, there's tons of these things out now. You know, 3D printing, everyone likes to make models, but sometimes it is fun to look back at the functional things you can do. And
yeah, I was gonna say that's been around a while, hasn't it?
This is an oldie, yeah. This one here.
I'm so burned out on printing models, guys. I need to do more functional stuff. I printed a soap
Come
dish
to the dark side.
6 months ago. I'm happy. Yeah.
Come to the dark side, Jerry.
Yeah.
Print you a printer just because you can.
Printer.
Oh no.
Printer. So you print a printer.
You can only get so broke.
Well,
I'm kind of I'm moving a little bit back into the microcontrollers again. I've got some of those new Raspberry Pis on order, the Pico ones that are kind of like an Arduino clone. So we're gonna see what I can do with that. I got some ESP8266s in the ESP01 form factor ready to rock with. Just something to play with.
Need one of these, Zach?
It's all hardware. M3, 4, and 5.
Zach, is that the Hex one? I just bought that the other day. I'm gonna be putting it. Oh, it's just a regular drawer, right?
It's just a drawer.
Yeah, there's that. What's that hexagonal storage system? I actually bought it from.
Oh, I have no idea. I printed these out of just cheap.
If I plug this back in.
This is what it is. It's called the Hive. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it. Let's see if I can pull it up here.
Here's another functional print.
Oh, nice. Actually, I might have to grab the link off you for that one if you have it, because I do have another Blue Yeti coming in this week. So
I've got a mount for my Oculus Rift and controllers on my door over here. I actually designed a French cleat speaker mount for my my little Bose bookshelf speakers that are hanging on the wall.
Nice.
The base stations for my Oculus are printed mounts hanging from the roof. I mean,
Isn't that pretty?
Cool.
Ooh, nice.
No ABL, baby. Don't need it. Don't.
Brian, one thing nice
Right.
about a Hangout versus being on the first layer, you don't have a specific topic and a direction you have to go. You can kind of go whatever which way you want to go.
Oh yeah. Trust me, I'm used to shooting the shit.
Yeah.
It doesn't help that I haven't seen anybody in what, like 6-8 months or something. Yeah. The lockdown's been fun here.
Yeah.
But I won't lie to you. The biggest struggle I've had actually over the last 6 months is trying to solve hardware issues with software, because I'm a code monkey. So I always assume if I've printed something wrong and it's acting up wrong, I assumed it was programming, right? It was something wrong with the slicer. And what I'm finding more and more is actually dialing in these machines mechanically. And that's something I'm going to try and cover in the future. But I do like to tell people just out of the blue, if you're having printing issues, it's probably a good chance to just check over your mechanics before you start blaming the slicer.
Yep.
I reposted that accidentally back in private chat. Let me go to comments and post it. I copied that last link from Brian's and I reposted it right where I got it.
So, Brian, I put that the Yeti spider in.
I got it. That is adorable. I'm going to print that in some disgusting filament.
This is Polymaker PC, the Polylight PC.
Oh yeah, how
that
are
a
you
Rode
liking working
mic?
with PC?
Dude, I'm in love with it.
Jerry, that's the Yeti Blue USB. I think that's the special edition, isn't it? That you have. I don't know. It's a Yeti Blue mic, and it's actually blue. Normally they come in gray, or if you go to the Pro model with XLR, it's got black. If you ever got audio questions, ask me, because I've been playing with audio gear for 15 years.
The Audio Technica mic I was using, Brian, that Richard recommended me to, like he had.
Mm-hmm.
I went ahead and I bought this wireless one Zolan mentioned off Amazon for around $45, and I can live stream for 4 hours, and I still got battery life, and I've been using it in my videos. It does
Perfect.
have a lapel attachment and a couple things, but I just leaving the mic on my head.
So
and after 4 hours, this wire starts hurting my head.
Basically, a common misconception is that you need high quality audio. I mean, truth be told, all this audio gear does me is I can come in and talk a little bit sexy, and everyone can hear some deep tones. That's about it.
You know, super chat.
Super chat.
There you go.
So check this out.
I think I can do that.
Here's another functional print, audio related. So I've got these cheap Tascam cans here.
Don't you call Tascam cheap? Those are some darn good cans.
So these were like $30 on Amazon.
Yeah,
I didn't like the pads on them though. They were way too small for my fat head. So I ordered some Brainwaves extra large.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Oh
See
yeah,
the
yeah.
polycarbonate.
Nice.
It just slipped in there, and now the extra large, like 110 millimeter pads, fit on the smaller, cheaper cans.
Hey,
I don't.
why not?
I don't personally like these. I don't know if it's the audio coming out of the Yeti or if it's just these cans, but I'm having to run an EQ to get things to sound right.
It could be a balancing issue. Were they listed as studio monitors or no?
It's $35 on Amazon.
I know, that's the problem, right? Like right now, these, if we're gonna get technical, these are Behringer DT990 Pros. 250 ohm resistance, so you do need something a bit hefty to drive them. And they're open-ended, so I'm hearing everything in the room. Now, my backup pair, which I haven't been using much lately, is these Sony wireless. They got Bluetooth, active sound canceling. Black Friday, they go on sale down from $200 to about $100 or so. And the sound cancellation on these are beating out my 3-year-old Bose, or I guess probably longer than that, probably 7 or 8-year-old Bose QC15s.
Show the ones on your head again. I just made you full screen, so.
Oh, sure. Yeah, so these are Behringer DT990 Pros, and you can kind of see a bit of an air filter underneath here. This can be all popped off, but basically you can get direct air pass through, and that's what they talk about open headphones versus closed, is that you can actually hear everything else around you. The sound is pristine on these, but a normal headphone is 8 to 16 ohms, give or take. This being 250, it's got a lot more resistance to it. So you plug this into a phone, and you can barely drive it sometimes.
So these are TH02 closed-back studio headphones.
Okay, yep. You know, hey, they're, again, on Amazon, they're rated 4.3 out of 5. You can't beat it. Now, if you really want, like, kind of the next step up, I'm going to look up and see what these headphones were that I ordered. It was another Prime Day special or whatever, but they're like $50 or $60 Canadian, so probably $45, $50 US, and they've got active noise canceling, and those are competing with this. So it's getting cheaper and cheaper for better quality audio now.
See,
I hate when Amazon has a special and you don't have the money, and then when you do, it ain't on special no more.
This is what I moved up from. I was tired of finding the wireless, keeping it charged, because I'd never remember to charge it. And for some reason, the drivers for these Corsairs are terrible. Like, I would have just random crashy. Like,
all gaming headsets are just trash. Trust me, as a guy who had to go out the other day and buy a replacement set of Turtle Beach 600s because they won't allow anyone else to certify headsets for the Xbox, so you have to go that way or deal with shitty audio pass-through on the controller. Yeah, that was $140, and just putting it on my head, I'm like, I've felt $30 better headphones, but I don't have a choice.
So those were good headphones until the drivers started getting flaky. The big reason why I went with the Tascams was because, number one, I now have speakers hooked up to my PC. So I needed a room mic, which somebody gave me a Yeti. It was actually Shane. I don't know if you know him. He's kind of big in our little community. But he basically just gave me this mic, and I'm like, hey, I need a set of cans to go with it too, because I don't have to use these crappy Corsairs anymore. And this is what I had and what I could afford.
I won't lie to you. I'm not wearing these for the audio quality. I'm wearing them because they actually have like a fabric that breathes, so I don't get sweaty with these. That's the main reason why I wear them.
That's what I like about these. They're like plush.
Mm-hmm. And the worst thing is you can get those, and as you've seen, you can retrofit them onto any headphone. Like if you like your headphones, you can buy the top of the line muff covers, if you want to call them that, really, and they will and they'll make your head feel like you're wearing a $400 headset.
I'll put it this way: I spent as much on these ear pads as I did the headphones.
Yeah.
And I had to 3D print. I had to 3D print an adapter to make them stay on right.
But again, you know, what's that? 30 cents in material, an hour of your time if you had to design it, and for,
I just turned a $30 set of cans into a $60 set of cans. And
well,
I'm still at 2/3 the price of those Corsairs.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think I sent a link there on the private chat there, Jerry. If you get a chance to look at those headphones, yeah, the Boll Tunes there, yeah, this company, I think from what I heard, the what was it, active sound canceling patents ran out, or I guess people are allowed to use them. So all these companies are coming out with these really good clone sets of active noise canceling headphones, and these things cancel at least as good as the Bose QC25s. I haven't tried the 35s or the 45s, but you know, it's it's $70 Canadian right now, which is probably about 55 US, give or take a bit, and that it competes with a $300 headset. Even last
Wow.
week, I literally ordered these as an Amazon filler item to get my free shipping because they were $17 for Bluetooth wireless 3.0 earbuds, and they're those style that just kind of slip in each ear. And they're good enough. I mean, the audio is nothing to really call home about.
Dude,
But
I got a set of Iowa brand. Apparently, the brand name was bought out and it's being revitalized or something.
Right.
And I had a coupon I found on Facebook that made them $29 for full Bluetooth, full wireless, and the sound quality is amazingly good to my ears.
Oh yeah.
For
No, they're great.
$29. I can't believe those ones you linked stateside. They're $27.
Yeah. Honestly, they're disgusting how well they work. The only headset I found that no one's really competed with on the cheap end in a good way is the Shure SE215s. These guys here, I mean, you can always go up to like the 535s or the 325s, and they keep going up. But I think these are about 120, 130 Canadian, give or take, and they're some of the best in-ear monitors I've ever worn. You know, especially when they're low profile, because it wraps around the back of your ear too. So I do use these sometimes, but you can't be wearing these for 5-6 hours at a go. Yeah, the audio world, you can spend a lot of money or you can spend a little money, and sometimes you can't tell the difference. It's like wine.
You see, I was a bass player I still play bass, but I played in bands for years and years and years. And you want to talk about spending some money.
Oh.
You can really spend some money.
For me, it's camera gear.
I have an instrument here that you cannot. The crazy thing about the instrument world is it's not difficult to have an instrument that is almost impossible to buy another one of, but is not worth a bunch of money.
Right.
Let me bust this thing out.
The hell you got there?
He's just going to surprise us, and it's going to be a violin, and he's going to play us a sad song. Oh, beauty.
Hey, Zach, do you have an amp in the room that you're in?
I do not.
Oh, man.
I haven't. I've hardly played. I haven't even hardly touched this thing in a while.
I'll just strum it anyways.
If you've been playing for years and years, you're not rusty.
So the thing I love about this bass is this was a mass produced bass. This is not like some kind of special handmade one-off, but it's unique because you see the flame maple pattern in it. Usually on instruments, that's just a veneered top. But if you look, this is the whole body is just two chunks of this maple glued together.
I was gonna say, yeah, it almost looked like it was casted, but that's a
I
nice
mean,
piece of wood.
this Warwick was CNC machined. All their stuff CNC machined.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other thing too is this was the next to last year that this company used this type of wood on the neck. This is it's an African wood called wingay, and they quit using it because it got really hard to get a hold of.
Mm-hmm.
But the tone and the feel of this wood is just amazing. And then the last interesting point is, can you see? Let me see if I can get the angle right where there's a made in on the tuners that's intriguing. Come on, get the light right.
Man, that's just a beautiful cut, though. Just got to say that is gorgeous.
I see McDonald's upside down.
So right here, I'm not going to be able to get the light where you can read it. But it says "Made in West Germany."
Oh wow!
So
my wood is amazing too. Yeah, you can keep your feel of your wood all to yourself.
this is my favorite wood. At one point I had 9 instruments. Now I'm down to this one and like a beater one that I only have because it's not worth anything and I can't bring myself to throw it away.
No, I know there's something to be said about the sound too. You know, everything these days. Again, going back to the mechanics versus electronics, right? Everyone's trying to correct issues with electronics instead of actually putting the effort in on the mechanical side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Downside with that thing, of course, it's probably.
Well, I know you don't need a pick with a bass. Use your fingers. Can you try to beat something out for us?
Come on, you got the Yeti mic for it. No excuses.
We'd appreciate it.
Or maybe we won't. You cut your mic out, dude. Oh, you
there you go.
Oh, I thought he was gonna be like, that was it.
Yeah, you're on. Strum that thing. What the hell are you doing?
Did he freeze? Oh, there we go. No, he didn't freeze.
Fixed it.
There we go.
Ugh.
We don't care if it's out of tune. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, it's out of tune, and I can't hear it well enough to tune it.
A good friend of mine I used to mountain bike with a lot. He makes them all custom, like out of scrap wood. And what's kind of funny and yet not at the same time, his house burned down like 2 years ago.
Oh, he's putting it down.
He put a bunch of he made some guitars out of the burnt wood from around his house and the trees that burned with his house.
Oh, I thought you were going to say everything burnt except for the guitar.
We thought you were going to play something.
No,
as far as burned.
I can't hear it well enough. I don't have perfect pitch either, so I need a tuner, and I don't have a tuner to get everything right. I could get relative tuned right, but
all right.
I have a stack of excuses why I'm not going to play this live on stream.
All right.
And it mostly boils down to I can't hear myself.
He carved them into the carbon, wood and stuff, like carved patterns into them. So it's like burnt, and then he put the coating on top. Whatever.
See, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to this year build my own CNC machine, but the financial situation did not allow for it.
Mm-hmm.
But I was going to design and basically do 99% of the work on building custom instruments with CNC. Because I could do the electronic side super easy. I'm a CNC programmer. It's my day job. So just a little router back here, I could make one-off instruments. And if there's one thing a musician loves, it is being unique. And being able to make an instrument that sounds even just acceptable. If it's unique, somebody will pay you a bunch of money for it.
Oh, yeah. Now, Jerry, which CNC did you buy there? I think you said you bought a kit, right?
CNC is an MP CNC from, what's that? I forget the name of this website. A guy named Vicious runs it, MP CNC.
I was going to go with an MP CNC to begin with, and then got to looking around, and the guys who made there's a guy who had an MP CNC and was like, this isn't good enough for me, and took what he learned from that and designed his own kind of similar. We'll use some printed parts, and we'll use stuff that's easy to get locally to make a good CNC. Mm-hmm. And it's about twice the price, so it's about $1,000, $1,500 to set up. But you can do a lot more on those than you can in MP-CNC.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the kit. I'm working with a guy locally in town here who has a 4 foot by 8 foot
Mine's
router.
3 by 3.
Yeah, and it's a big machine. I think I sent you a photo, Jerry, when we were chatting the other week there. But the problem is when you get into stuff with CNC, the resistance of the material is just exponentially higher than anything you deal with in the 3D printing realm. Absolutely. So to think that you can even print out of, nylon or anything just to make the parts right, you're just going to lose out on that accuracy, You're better off just to go and get your own rack and pinion set up.
The term is rigidity. If your machine does not have rigidity, you don't have shit.
Absolutely.
And that's very slightly true for 3D printers, but I mean, like one of the guys at work is the engineer I share an office with is working on a CNC mill attachment to go on a lathe. And I'm building this Hebo RT, which is just like super beefy, chunky. It's like 3 12-millimeter ball screws, and I'm looking at the ball screws. I'm like, God, this is so heavy. And he's over there pricing out 45-millimeter ball screws.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean,
ball screws that are bigger as my freaking arm.
But what's he intending on boring with that? Like
it's
anything?
Just surface milling.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is what's we've got some really gigantic 80-foot lathes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
B1
CNC.
Engineering, that's right.
And this is going to be an attachment to basically surface mill flat faces.
Yeah.
And I think they might be using it to cut keyways as well. I work at a machine shop that works with some insane shit.
Yeah, I really miss working on my 6-axis CNCs back in my college days. Now the closest I've got is this poor little Cricut maker, you know?
I've got a Makita router that I put on my CNC. I printed all the parts out at PETG. It's been done since last May, but I've never done the firmware on it, and I still haven't done it.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see, Jerry, what your repeatability is on the accuracy of that if it is out of PETG. I mean, it should be absorbent enough, but you know, I've designed and broken parts in PETG just alone with 4 Z rods. It doesn't take much. But I'd be curious to see if you went with anything past wood, if it could even push it through, or if the material would push back enough.
Yeah, I currently don't know. I've never finished it, and then I wound up using a conduit because I couldn't find any seamless stainless steel that was the right diameter that was reasonably priced here in Vegas during the right in the middle of the pandemic back in May.
Mm-hmm.
So not the middle of it, the beginning of it, but so I wound up just going Lowe's and buying 3/4 inch conduit. I wanted to get 1 inch, but then the parts I had already printed, like 30 parts, were wrong, so I wound up getting 3/4 conduit.
So I'm going to share this, Jerry. This is the company I work for's website. You see how big that shaft is? That's like medium sized for what they normally do. Let's see.
Yeah, so you get to play with all the big fun stuff there, like the 48 inchers and all that, eh?
Yeah. Look at that.
Beautiful.
I watched them load one of those on a truck the other day. Like there's a shop we have in South Carolina that's dedicated to these type shafts. Mm-hmm. And we had one here in Virginia. Oh yeah, there's a good shot. And we're not set up to really handle those big long shafts like that. So
looks like a dry line for a battleship.
It's exactly what it is.
Okay.
It's honestly that's probably a carrier, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
But it was hilarious to see the truck have to basically do an 800-point turn to get cocked the right way to get in our bay door, which half of the bay is filled with the lathe, back up next to it, and then watch the guys run the chains manually to lift this 180,000 pound shaft off of the lathe, and then move it over by hand with the cranes, and then forward and down onto the truck. It's just like looking down at my steel toes, like I don't think this would cut it if that falls.
Yeah. Those are always fun. I work in oil and gas territory, so it's, my favorite one is when you go and inspect all of it in a modular building and it looks perfect, and then they ship it out, and then 3 blocks down the road they jackknife the truck and bend the building. And then and it's like, well, just back it on up. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's industrial machining is certainly a whole different realm. And I think recently I was talking with someone about what happens when the filament gets too warm or it jams on the wrong end. And I sent them that video of that steel mill where the steel rod flew off and shot off. I'm like, it's like that, but with your filament.
Yeah, it's funny. We've been doing a lot of work lately for a steel mill. We resurfaced their rollers where they handle the rods when they're extruded molten, and those rollers will get big grooves in them. Mm-hmm. So we've got a lathe set up with a welder that you basically re-weld the whole surface, and then we throw it on a cutting lathe and then cut it back down. It's like we've got a couple guys, it's like all they've been doing for months.
Do you guys do non-destructive testing on that after, or is it just low enough grade that no one really worries?
I think those rollers are low enough grade, but like a lot of the military stuff we do, it's kind of insane the amount of testing and.
Take care, Chris. Thanks for coming by.
Have to go through.
Thank you for the sticker, Chris.
Yes, Jerry, I did get your stickers. I just have to send some stuff back your way.
Well, you don't have to, but I appreciate it.
Well,
Thank
I'm
you.
going to eventually. Hang on. The machine was lower, but now it's up higher, so it's just out of the shot. But there
Cool.
it is.
But yeah, the cool thing about the company I work for is the owner is like, this is like his hobby shop.
Oh, that's
but it's
fun.
this big multi-million-dollar, doing what was that, 8 figures a year in revenue, kind of huge machine shop, and it's like his hobby shop. He walks around and just like plays with shit.
Well,
And he saw me handling some 3D printed stuff in there one time. I was telling him about it. That's kind of how I got the job. Was I'm self-taught in SolidWorks. I've built and designed my own 3D printer. I ran routers and taught myself how to do that. And he was just like, you do not have the qualifications for this job, but you seem like you could probably figure it
Two
out.
peas in a pod, right, as they say?
Oh yeah. So he saw some of the polycarbonate I brought in and I was showing him how tough it was. He's like, you know what? How much do those machines cost? I'm like, well, the one I got at home, I paid $1,500 to build, but you can get a good one that's got all the bells and whistles in it for $5,000. He's like, hey, send it to purchasing. I want one. It's like, actually, I want 2. Make me 2 of them. I was like, do you want me to design it to be like my one at home? Do you want me to find one off the shelf? He's like, I don't care. I want 2 machines. However you want to do it, it's up to you. I'm like, okay.
I mean, I have money like that. You can just say do it, and it doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, the thing is, he's like, you got to understand the scale of shit. When he hears $5,000, he's just like, why are you even asking? Because like he's got a new toy he's ordering. He basically gave away a giant ass planer to some guys that do some like contract work from us. It just said, hey, if you come get this out of my shop quick, you can have it.
Wow.
Because he's buying a $80,000 high speed mill as a toy. Like we got,
Tim,
we could
we're
use
still
on.
here.
He's just like, these things are so awesome. We gotta have one. We gotta have one. Let's get this thing out here. This will be perfect for this job. And just pulled the trigger on $80,000. Doesn't have the job yet, and doesn't have the space to put it. He's just like, let's get it.
There are some people that buy toys just because they said, hey, I like the look of that, even though they have no use for it, right? And
Yeah,
then
and
I,
of
course, leverage it in of picking up the stuff after the fact. So.
Yeah. This guy, from what I can tell, this guy is a pro at saying, hey, that looks fun. Let's buy it, and we can figure out how to make money with it later. And then they end up just turning it into a cash cow.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's why I was excited when he said, hey, I think we can find a use for a 3D printer around here to make money. I'm like, sign me up.
Oh, heck yeah, right?
Yeah, DeWitt Tim, that was in earlier, he's in chat right now, had a tenant that moved out near him, and they had a really expensive printer or something that he got free. It was really cool. They were cleaning it out, and I was like, hey, take it. I don't want it. It's worth a lot of money.
So, Brian,
really cool.
To give you an idea of the caliber of machine I'm building, this is the hot end I went with.
Oh, yeah, that's the dual drive Mosquito
BMG.
Yeah, I think we were talking about it on our stream the other night because someone was talking about it.
I've actually designed, I haven't released it yet, but the ZYLTECH mount.
Oh, nice.
Screws into the bottom and then the front of one of the mosquitoes.
What's the weight coming in on that? Because
I don't have a scale.
Okay.
The Hebo RT, I'm building the heavy duty gantry with 12 millimeter wide Gates belts.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, weight. What's that?
Oh yeah, it should be okay. I mean, it's just the micro vibrations you got to watch for when you get into that weight class, but you're gonna know that. I mean, if you're building something that big, what's the difference between 4 versus 6 days for a print, right? Are you gonna go high? Like, are you gonna go a bigger nozzle size on that? Or
yeah, I've got a 0.4 on a regular mosquito and a 0.8 on a mosquito Magnum.
Are you considering making it modular, like a magnetic hookup, or?
No, this is just going to get strapped directly to the gantry.
Okay.
I'm using a Duet 3 with the tool boards. So the the cool thing I'm doing with that is instead of having to run, what would that be? 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20, 5, 30, like 30 wires to this thing to have fans and all of that. I'm running 2 4-conductor wires for CAN bus to the 2 tool boards, and then 1 2-conductor wire for the power.
So, because I don't do too much CAN bus stuff these days. There now, don't you find there's a bit of a latency offset with all that multiplexing and demultiplexing, or is it negligible?
I'll put it this way: I don't know, but I feel confident that DC42 would not have incorporated it if it would have sacrificed print quality.
That's fair. That I can totally understand that. And it is pretty high speed. I've been meaning on doing some serial tests, and maybe I'll do that with these ESPs with the new Raspberry Pi boards and see if I can multiplex enough info up to my hot end, because it's really not that complicated. There, you're just offsetting all your stepper positions, right?
Yeah, I mean, you send you step impulses and PWM settings. And those tool boards, they have the stepper controller on board.
Yeah.
So your stepper driver is on the tool board. So as far as I know, it's just a data stream.
It is. Yeah.
I mean, that's all it could be over CAN bus, obviously. But
you just have to demultiplex it a bit.
Yeah.
But you can also address, if you do have a breakout board that's handling up there, there's really no problem with that. The only thing I've noticed is, a lot of people are putting ribbon cables on their printers now, and I really disagree with that, because ribbon was never designed for that influx of movement generally.
Uh-oh.
So, who's coming?
I'm gonna take them out. Give me the There's nothing in it.
Hello, how you doing? Oh, she can't hear us. She's got headphones on.
No, we're just gonna wave around the world. Yeah, if you didn't see what I'm playing with my fingers, I finally got a hold of an actual kit here for all the ends for the ribbon cables, because they're a surprising pain in the ass to get up here in Canada. So I've got some 10-pin there because I'm extending my 128/64 style screens, the Creality ones, just to different places in my printers. And that dinky little one it comes with is terrible. So
So the filament runout sensor from Big Tree Tech, you highly recommend it over what I'm currently using, right?
Well, right now you're just using a switch, right?
Yes.
Are you ever going to print any flexibles on this machine?
I rarely do.
Because the problem is in order for it to work accurately, it pinches the filament in there similar to a dual gear extruder, and there's no relief arm. So when you press it, it moves in freely, and then as soon as you hit that wheel, you actually have to apply some pressure to get it through. I don't think. I know TPE for sure will not make it through there.
Yeah, I rarely print with flexibles. I don't have a reason to.
Yeah, and you can always bypass the sensor if you really need that there. But I would say as long, and I'm available via message if you do have some configuration questions about it. But
okay.
I was shocked at how easy it was just to slap it on the machine and be done with it.
You're not on Facebook every day, because a while back I messaged you, and a week later I think you answered it, or you didn't. I don't remember.
I am on Facebook, but unfortunately when I get really busy, and I do get a few messages, so it gets buried. But
does your phone go ding when somebody messages you?
No, because all these stupid Android power management features that are out these days, it tends to deprioritize Messenger for whatever reason. And
I get dings all day long, all night long. I get a ding, 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 ding. So I look at my.
I'm going to show you this, and then I gotta go take the dogs out.
Yeah, not too.
This is what I currently have on both of my printers. This is 24 gauge stranded Cat 5 to breakout board.
Yeah, that's a good way of doing it, because that stuff can handle it there. Now I do have a question for you. You got to tell me a little bit about that extruder, how you're liking it, because I am hearing so much stuff about these extruders, and I don't want to jump the gun.
You can't even buy that anymore. That's an old Zesty Nimble.
No, but now everyone's making them now.
The Orbiter?
Is it the Orbiter?
I've got an Orbiter coming in tomorrow, and I will let you know about that.
Where'd you bring it in from?
Printed Solid.
Oh, Printed Solid, yeah. They're pretty good.
Literally this week got the LDOs in stock.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, and LDO has an agreement with the creator. LDO also, I feel like, is a little better about making sure they're not selling just cheap Chinese clone knockoff shit.
Well, that's a thing, right? You know, I used to be very biased on that, but I have to admit, some of the stuff that's been coming out of China has actually been, you know, a step above and beyond. For instance, the Triangle Lab Dragon Hot, and take a look at that thing. I got 2 of them running here. Same profile as a regular V6, but it has the flow rate of a volcano.
Well, I'm running a Mosquito, so
yeah, exactly.
I'm a little on the wrong side of that conversation.
Well, no. There's nothing wrong with the Mosquito because you know we're covering both sides. They're both great extruders. Yeah. I don't know why they said the Dragon was that much of a clone because it's a completely different profile design.
It is a different profile, but it basically takes all of the design principles of the Mosquito and puts them in a V6 shaped package.
Right.
That's why they were screaming it's a clone. Like, you can tell that they wanted to clone the Mosquito, but they wanted to be very careful about it.
Oh yeah,
because Mosquito originally, and they had to stop.
Yeah, because Slice patented the Mosquito.
Right,
and
it got a worldwide patent.
Yeah,
just a U.S. patent.
So
yeah, welcome to the patenting realm. We're dealing with the same thing right now too. My father-in-law is doing some patent work right now. He's got his patent granted, and you know, we're actually printing most of the parts for it right now too. But you know, protecting it is a right pain in the ass. You have to have a lawyer ready, and you have to go and send cease and desist like within weeks of the product coming out. And if it's international, well, it's game over. So
yeah, and I mean, my whole thing is, with my experience with the Mosquito, it's expensive. They have a patent on it. A lot of the 3D printing world looks down on it, but you get what you pay for.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean that in the best possible way with this Mosquito. It's fantastic. I have beat the shit out of this thing, and it has not complained once.
And that's the thing. I think this is the design going forward. You know, it's going to be the same thing, you know, with FDM printers, how the Ender 3 came out with a good design and everybody just cloned it. And even that was probably a clone of something else there. But,
the
Prusa
i3 was out before the Ender 3.
Yeah, it was. You're right about that. Yeah.
Before that, it was was that a rep? Because the Prusa i3, that design, the bed slinger, I think the bed slinger design is original to the RepRap project.
Yeah,
it's entirely possible. Yeah, I mean,
the Mendel, it's a fancy Mendel where they instead of having the big triangle, they just made a single tower. Other than that, it's the same thing as the standard old Mendel.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Creality did not do any kind of advancement with the i3 other than volume and affordability.
Mm-hmm. And
that's what I'm getting at. Is product. He redesigned the parts, just like everyone says. The Ender is a clone of the Prusa i3. It is and it isn't. Its basic silhouette is, but think about it. The Ender's all wheels. There's no LMUs. They designed their own hot end. They went Bowden instead of direct drive. You know, the whole layout.
I guess you could look at it.
What they did was make the bed go back and forth and have a tower in the middle that goes up.
I guess you could say that like the Mendel was the creation of the design. Prusa perfected the design, and then Creality mass marketed it.
Yep.
Just the general concept of a bed slim.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna have to get going here in a minute and eat some lunch and dinner, and it's been streaming for 4 hours and 39 minutes. I think that's a pretty good long time.
Hang on, before you go, because I got to go over to this video. I got to hit that like button. I got to give you a comment. I got to make sure I'm subscribed because we need to get Jerry more and more subscribers, guys. If you're in the chat right now, I can tell you right now, he's not going to drop a video every single day, so you don't have to worry about burying your other subscriptions. It doesn't hurt to subscribe. And YouTube metrics, we have been doing stupid amounts of stuff with YouTube metrics lately because Richard, this is his full-time job now, is streaming, and myself, I do still have a day job, and I will for a while, I assume, because YouTube doesn't pay as much as you'd think it would. But, you know, liking, subscribing, and writing a comment in, not the live chat, we found out, writing comments in the section below the video helps a lot for YouTube metrics. I don't know why it's not my infrastructure, but if you can do that for Jerry here, it's going to help him immensely.
I'd appreciate it, everybody.
Hey, Brian, are you on Twitter at all?
I have Twitter. I've had it for a long time, but mostly I just use it with Microsoft Flow right now to advertise when our new episodes come out. But
I was going to say, that's like he was talking about Facebook. I have Facebook, but it's not for 3D printing stuff.
I'm in so many deep ones, but you can find me on twitter.com/xbrov. I'll post it to the chat. Maybe Jerry can put it on the screen or something there. As I said, it's mostly all automatic. What was the last tweet here? We've just posted a new episode of The First Layer on January 18th, so I guess I did fix that script there, but I was just looking, actually. That's fun. Yeah, December 31st, 2018 is my pinned post when we were 74 subs away from 4,000, and now we're up to 24,000. YouTube growth is weird.
Yeah. Well, it's when they start.
Yeah, click on that, Zach.
Already did.
Okay.
Already went to the YouTube channel and subscribed.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. Not that we'll always take more subs.
Well, thank you guys very much for stopping in. I really appreciate it. And I'll do this again another 3 or 4 days. And I think next week I'm going to have a special guest on. The real Sam Prentice is going to be on. He does all kinds of R2s and droids. He works for behind the scenes on a lot of the different movies for Disney and Star Wars. And he's a great guy over in the UK. So he'll probably be on next week. But yeah, thank you very much, Zach, Llama, Brian Baker, everybody in chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much to Mike from AutoDrop. They gave me $5 on PayPal. Sergio gave me $19.99. I appreciate it. And Marcel, $1.99. I really appreciate it. That'll go towards my Prusa mini fund. So
yeah, that'll be a fun little machine. I've heard great things about them. So
well, not that I need another printer, but one, I've never had a Prusa, so I want to be in the Prusa club, and I need to do content. In order to do content, I need more stuff. And I get so many companies that want to send me filament. Now I'm starting to get resin, which is great, but I need mechanical things that I can do videos on to get more subscribers and more content. So anyway, I'm always striving to do more videos.
We might have to start an exchange system in here where if you're getting all this filament, send some up and we send some parts down.
So yeah, I've been telling companies, no, I don't want to do another review on this. I've already done it. I've done one similar. So
anyway.
And
that's good. And that's the merit that we're trying to push people for is, we don't want YouTube to be full of, hey, this company sent me a free printer, therefore it's the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I'm honest about everything. So, so anyway, well, thank you guys. Take care, Llama. I'm going to bleep all you guys out, and then I'll say goodbye to everybody. So thank you, Zach, Llama, and Brian. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jerry. Have a good night.
Take care. Take care, Llama. Take care, Zach. Yep. Well, that's another show. I don't know. It's been 4 hours and 42 minutes. Thank you very much for everybody stuck around with us and has came and gone. And we had some great people on here. Earlier, Nico was on for quite a while. And yeah, please like, subscribe, share this. And I'll be back in 3 or 4 days. We'll do it again. And every week I try to have different people on or some of the same people. And in live streams, you never know who might be on or what they're going to talk about. So they're always worth rewatching or watching all the way through for the first time. So thank you very much, everybody, and happy printing.